It is just after 9 and 2 minutes past 9 to be exact. We welcome everybody to this Mayoral Committee meeting. As you know, we could not have the two Section 80, so as a result, we've got the user departments as well. The items also as part of this agenda, so we need to deal with that. As you can see, it's a mammoth agenda. So we're going to try to move through it speedily. I will give the Mayoral Committee the most time to respond and comment, etc. And we will also allow other councillors to contribute in a fair manner. And from there, we will go. But I think if we can just start by welcoming everybody to this meeting. I hope we will finish by 5 o'clock today. Okay, the Deputy Mayor says lunchtime, so we've got a target for lunchtime, and we're going to see how we progress. In terms of attendance, page 6, we've got many different people, but of course, I can see the attendance register. Is someone moving around with the attendance register? Okay. We haven't, okay, so if we can sort it out, thank you. Boosie's got the attendance register. The next point on the agenda is the members that are present. Of course, we've got all our MACO members are here. Councillor Maxim, Councillor Bester, Councillor Sabach, Councillor Willems, and of course, Councillor Campbell. Everyone is present. No one is absent without leave. Point number 6. We have other councillors present. Can you please indicate? Thank you, Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Mayor. Before we starting, I just want to find out. Good morning to all the directors and the councillors present. I just want to find out. I think we have also other directors or acting directors in this municipality, if I'm correct. And I just want to find out from the MM, the acting MM. Can you just explain to us where is the other directors, because we are dealing with serious things here, and I don't see the CFO of this municipality, the acting CFO of this municipality in this meeting. Can we get a clarity around that one, please? Before we start with this meeting, otherwise it's going to be chaos today.
Okay, we can just give over to the MM.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Councillor Lowe and councillors. The acting Chief Financial Officer phoned me yesterday to indicate to me that she intend to give up her acting position as acting Chief Financial Officer. I indicated to her that we can have a discussion today about that matter because in my view, she was pretty upset at the moment due to the meeting that occurred yesterday that I also attended, and then there were certain statements made. And she phoned immediately after that meeting, obviously in a little bit of unease. So I told her just hang on until we have a face-to-face this morning. Unfortunately, this morning I could not, as I intended to be here before time, but that's just now water under the bridge due to some other circumstances. So I intend to have a discussion with her as soon as possible, but in the meantime, I will call her and ask her to come to the meeting, and when we can sort out the rest later. Thanks.
Yes, thanks, MM, because it's very important, because when you deal with these things, because we are a municipality and the finance department play a very critical role in this municipality. And we can't allow that, because that our staff must be abused in this municipality. I will never see that as the EFF, that must happen again. Never in my life as the EFF.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, MM. So if you can,
thank you. Yes.
So if you can just contact her to come, that will be good, and we'll proceed. Her items are coming up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just get our attendance of councillors that are present. Councillor Lowe already spoke. Councillor Mark, can I just mention it, colleagues? Or do you want to say it yourself? Councillor Matika, Councillor Mabi, Councillor Arends, Councillor Andrews, Councillor Petros, Councillor Charlie, is here. Did I miss anyone? Councillor Grootboom, Councillor Cleone. And of course, the speaker is also here. Thank you. Okay. So, officials present, maybe you can just give an indication. You can just say, Mr. We start off with Mr. Petuna, then we move across.
Morning, Mayor Henny Smith, Planning and Economic Development.
Morning, everyone. Ivan van Wyk, Parks and Recreation, Community Services.
Good morning, everyone. Sandy Lengale, Director of Community Services.
Good morning, Stephen Langlands, Community Services.
Good morning, everyone. James McCarthy, representing Garnbrew District, Environmental Health Department.
Morning, everyone. Nonhlanhla Mndebele from Properties.
Good morning, everyone. Pravir Hariprasad, Director Infrastructure Services.
Good morning, everyone. Beauty Lungelo nonganibone ngqemla.
Okay, anyone else? Mr. Franz? Thank you very much. Welcome to everyone. We're going to try to move. Okay. Nwabisa, please introduce yourself. And the ladies there as well, jill them if you want.
Officer.
Thank you. Let's proceed. Of course, Boosie here assisting us with the registers, attendance registers. Members of the audit committee present? Okay, so we have no one of the audit committee. Members of the public, welcome to everyone that's here. Mr. Richard May, you also here, no? Okay, good. So we're noting page 6, we're noting the provision of the code of conduct for councillors. And number 4, we need to establish if anyone wants to declare any interest in any of the items. Please speak now. Okay, we're happy with that. No declarations there, we confirm it. Point number 5 on the agenda, confirmation of minutes, page 7. We're going to go through it step by step. And of course, these are minutes that we just have to confirm. Mayoral Committee, we're on page 8. We start there and let's progress there. Page 8, page 9, page 10, page 11. Are we happy with that so far? Yeah. Or shall we go to page 12, page 13, page 14, page 15, page 16, page 17, page 18, page 19, page 20, page 21, page 22, page 23, page 24, page 25, page 26, page 27, and then we go till page 27. Are we happy with that, colleagues? Okay. Okay, items for noting, page 28, page 29, page 30, page 31, page 32, page 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, and of course 41. Are we happy with this? Can we propose and second it? Are we happy? Okay, okay. Mark, Deputy Mayor, and then of course Councillor Subach. Fantastic. Of course, on page 5, item 5.2, we've got special mayoral committee meeting, and we've got those recommendations as well, so we're happy with that. The next minutes, page 43 of the meeting of Monday, the 25th of April, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. Are we happy with that, colleagues? Can we just have with these minutes? Okay, thank you. So we're just having, who are we saying? So Sharon, Councillor Bach, and then seconded by Councillor Willemse. Thank you. Yeah, so just to note that Councillor Willemse was on Teams during that meeting. Okay, but I think let's get someone that was in the meeting just to second, if it's just to be safe, Councillor. Peter, there we go. Second, so we can just note that for the minutes. Thank you. Okay. Next is the execution list, point number 6, page 51 in the hard copy, and then of course the page in the, you'll see later on, you'll have different pages, but my colleagues will assist me just with where we can go. So this was emailed, the execution list. Is there any questions on the execution list? Councillor Matika?
No, thank you very much, Mayor. I think you are in a hurry today. Sure. Because I've been raising a hand. Mayor, I just wanted to check, man. I've noticed that there are 2 Section 80 that has not sit. I thought you're going to explain to us the reasons before we start, because I see their items came directly to the MECO, which when the items were not discussed, and their items does not fall under items that came direct to the MECO. They fall under the reports of Section 80s, which is your community service and corporate and governance. I just wanted to clarify us on that one, Mayor, because we believe that these 2 Section 80, which are very crucial, they didn't sit. It's where in the Section 80 where we have robust debate and get all the detailed report by line directorate. So I just wanted to ask, Mayor, before we go to the execution list, I know I'm late. Can you, at least you should have taken us through, Mayor, what is happening, why we didn't have these 2 Section 80s?
You know, Councillor Matika, just to be for the progress of tolerance and harmony, we will give you a response. I think it's very simple, but we can allow the community services. You know what happened. There wasn't the portfolio chair changed. It's simple. In terms of, we can just allow, I'm not going to allow anyone to this. We are at the execution list now, colleagues. I'm responding to Councillor Matika. I don't know why when I respond, your hands is going up. I don't know what I said that was maybe wrong or something. So do you want to speak? Do you want a question? Now, before you go, Councillor, can I just respond to Councillor Matika as well? So that was the first one, and then we're not going to spend a lot of time, but maybe Councillor Campbell, if you just want to comment on why your Section 80 was not.
I was not prepared to sign off on my agenda because one of the items I was not satisfied with the content, and then eventually we got too close to the MACO meeting, so it was decided that my items would serve directly before the MACO.
So the items, basically there was not enough time they didn't finalize it, as Council has explained. I don't know. But it is within our purview to bring it to MACO, because you know it must go to Council, which is the final deciding body. So it happened. We're here now. We've got the items. We need to deal with the items. I hope that you're happy. I see Councillor Mabe and then Councillor Lowe's hand up as well.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Mayor. Mine is just in terms of when it comes to the community service, the Section 80 meeting, I think it's crucial that for us to understand that within the last 5 months, there was only one Section 80 meeting held in this council, and it cannot be correct. I understand your explanation with regards to the changes, but how can it be that only one Section 80 meeting was held within this last 5 months by the community service there, Section 80?
Councillor, I note your comments, and that will be, going forward, that must be changed, rectified. Councillor Lowe?
Thanks, Mayor. Mine is very simple that I hear what Councillor Campbell is saying about a certain item that was not on the agenda or she was not happy with. But, you know, and I said it in the beginning and I'm still going to say it. We appointed officials in this municipality. We appointed officials with the understanding that they must perform their duties. They must perform their duties. We are not a charity organization. They must perform their duties so we can deal with the issues because we are here, we have been elected by the people to serve the people. We can't have, because of one item that must be on the agenda, we can't have meetings because of that. It's unacceptable. So it means, as the mayor of this municipality, we have to deal with that. And if someone didn't do their job, you as the mayor with the we have to deal with that. Because it's crucial that we have to change the lives of our people. And we can't allow these things to happen. So if there's something wrong about how things have to be done, then you have to deal with that as the political head of this municipality. With your executive, the MAICO members that are leading the chairpersons, with the directors that are leading the administration, so we can deal with it. We can't allow these things to happen. It can never be correct. Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor, thank you. We're going to move on. I think now, Councillor Matika, Councillor, you know.
Just one follow-up.
I mean, you know we need to move on. You
Yes,
understand. We're going to be here till 9. You see this agenda is...
No, we're going to finish early, Mayor. Just a follow-up.
I will allow you just one more follow-up, Councillor, just for to be generous to you.
Oh.
But I hope it will be linked to this one, the execution list.
No, Mayor. No, Mayor, I think I've heard your explanation, which I'm not quite satisfied. And I think you should take charge because community service has been more than a month to call a meeting. And also the ones that we cannot have a meeting because of one item, it's not acceptable. Section 80, the chairperson is in charge of the agenda of Section 80. The MAICO, it's you that you are in charge, Mayor. Then a council is the speaker that is in charge. So we should make sure that the chairperson and the officials, they sit down and make sure that this does not happen again. It's unacceptable. We cannot have, because we are denied an opportunity here. We don't have that much as members. We don't have that much opportunity to integrate reports on MAICO. It's mostly the MAICO members that can interrogate. We are just here we are just here because of your courtesy. You opened it up. Otherwise, you could have said that only MAICO members, you see. But Section 80, it's where we are supposed to be there as Section 80 members. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Councillor, we on, but I will allow the whip, the ANC whip to take us, I assume it's with the execution list. Please, I want to ask colleagues, Councillor Matika, I hear you. Councillor Lowe, I hear you. I accept it, I note it, and we will bring changes in the future. Councillor Skosana, you've got something on your...
Thank you, Mayor. Greetings to everyone. I just hear you, Mayor, saying that you hear them. Are you saying that you are continuing with the items as is, or you're going to put them aside and you'll see time to have this Section 80? Because remember, that is the body where we need to interrogate everything. Because now it says to us, and I must register that, as the ANC, we are very concerned in the manner in which the items have been brought forward. Because if we're not been given that opportunity, then it means that it must be registered that we're going to interrogate these items on the speaker's meeting, which is in a council meeting. And that meeting will take a whole day, 2 days. That must be clear to all councillors because we were never given an opportunity. There are critical items there. your securities, your youth, and all that. We need those things speaks to our people. We were never given that opportunity. But we are not saying this meeting will not attend. We'll attend your meeting, but you need to guide us in terms of you continue with the items because we got paid here by taxpayers' money. Section 80 can sit at night as well. They can sit. There's nothing stopping us not sitting over the weekend. There was plenty of time when we appointed a new chairperson for community service. We can sit over the weekend, go through the items per items. There was no excuses here. We are playing with our own peoples here and feelings. And people must start watching news. People are striking left, right, center in this country because they don't get the opportunity to be serviced. And these are service issues that are in this department, all this department, waste, electricity, and all that stuff, corporate employment, all that stuff. Mayor, with your team, which you are leading this town, take us serious, take the other people serious. We don't want to lead toys here to this town because we're part of this council. Thank you.
Councillor, thank you. I think we can move on from there. If we can move swiftly, I do agree with you, Councillor, that because of the circumstances, it will be important that councillors do express themselves, both, more so in the council meeting that will coming up. And unfortunately, that is a consequence, as you correctly said. So I'm sure the speaker is aware that she will manage it, but we will try to get through it in this meeting as most comprehensive as possible through every item that is there. And whatever is not discussed here, we can then take it further in the council meeting. Let's move on to is there anything in the execution list, colleagues? Okay, then we move to items for consideration from page 53. Anything on page 53, items submitting to Infrastructures Committee meeting. Councillor Bester, you've got some, okay.
Chair, thank you very much. Just want to correct one of the resolutions here. Page 54, item 130522, point B. It currently reads that a comprehensive detailed risk assessment on all municipal infrastructure be submitted to the Mayoral Committee meeting to be held on the 14th of June. This actually needs to be corrected to read that a comprehensive detailed risk assessment must be done by an external contractor or consultant on all municipal infrastructure in conjunction with community services to determine our security risk at all of our buildings, all of our infrastructure, and it mustn't be done by a company that only provides armed guards. It must be somebody that specializes in a wide variety of security measures. And what we did ask for is that an estimated cost be brought to the Mayoral Committee on what this consultant will cost us so that we can see if we can make budget available in the rollover budget for that risk assessment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So we've changed, if you got that change there, Edwin? We just have to get the right words, capture it properly. I do see a hand there. Anyone from the Mako that wants to still comment? We are currently on page 54. You want to comment on 53? Please go for it, Councillor Matika, and then Councillor Lowe afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Mayor, there are two items on page 53. Just want the first one, ISO 6, recommendation B, that the quality of drinking water be prioritized when allocating a budget. I just want to check, has this been taken through? Has it been, is there, in the current budget that we approved, did we prioritize the quality of drinking of water? And the second item is on the next item, which is recommendation D, that the council determines if political assistance is still needed, as resolved previously. And I just a little bit of explain what does that mean? Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank What we can is if anyone has questions on 53, we can get this. Any other questions on 53? Okay. I think we'll give over to you, and if we can't, give over to the director. No? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. On the first question regarding the quality of the drinking water be prioritized when allocating budgets, a large amount of money has been allocated to the budget for chemicals so that we have sufficient supply to treat all of our water. There is also maintenance money that's been put aside. And what I'll do is I'll just ask the director just to elaborate on that one a little bit more for us. But yes, Councillor, we have. We can do more, but we have.
Director, sorry to disturb you, man. Do you have a mic there? Because we need to put it on. We need to put it on. If you can, sorry, man, for that. If you can just.
I walked in a little bit late because I had a customer in my office. Yes, we have made provision for additional chemicals in underwater. The reason being that chemicals have the cost of chemicals have increased significantly as a result of two things. One is COVID, and the second is as a result of the war in the Ukraine. So we've had to make more than 100% increase in the cost or allocation for chemicals. In addition to that, we know in the last financial year we had a problem with the color of the water. So we've also made an allocation of 4 million rand for changing of the sand filters at some of the other plants. So there is an allocation so that we can continue with the process of cleaning or changing the sand at some of the water treatment works. With regards to the road, and when we say political intervention, we all understand that the road that is under question is a road that is not directly or fully under our control. It is a road that has wider implications for not only the municipality but for the whole country, because it's a pathway between Cape Town and the rest of the country. So the implications of rehabilitating it and widening it and on all of those things will have serious financial implications for the municipality, and bringing other stakeholders into the project will definitely will be more likely ensure its success in terms of being able to get the funding to be able to implement such a project. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. On the infrastructure items, only on page 53 and 54, is there anything, Councillor Lowe?
Thank you, Mayor, thank you. I'm on page 54, upgrading of Easterhout, Bito Street, Ward 11, but we don't know if it's in Ward 11 or is it in Ward 6. We don't know. We still have to get that from the IEC. I see that on B, that the site inspection must be arranged. The chairperson is here. It's like the security thing. We talk one thing, but we do a different thing. Through the mayor to the MM, acting MM, we agreed in our last meeting, and there's the chairperson. We are going to have a site visit. Until today, nothing happened. It's only that we just talk, and nothing happened. We must have this site meeting because it's very important. Now we're going through a winter process. Because it was said in the last meeting also, when Mr. Jacobs was here, that we are going to have a site visit. The former acting MM, we are going to have a site visit. We go to our meeting, we are going to have a site visit. Now I see we're still going to have a site visit. When are we going to have a site visit? Because there must be time to that. It's just a simple process. We can't just wake up one morning and we go there and we have a site visit. It's a simple process. We are not going to cost us millions of rands. Or is it because that area is in a disadvantaged area where poor black people, colored people are staying? Now we just said, okay, it's fine. It's like what the previous government have done. They go there, they talk about lights, but nothing happened until we come in and we're fighting for that. Chairperson, lead us, man.
Thank you, Councillor Bester. I'm sure you will do it as soon as possible.
Thank you, Chair. In response to Councillor Lowe, my apologies. I've been sick with the flu quite badly since our Section 80. And between that and the hectic schedule of the director, we haven't had the time to go out on that site visit. We have discussed it and we have said that we will make time available for next week to go out there to go and do that. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Matika, is that your hand again? Then we have to move on. Thank you.
Yes, on page 54, just on infrastructure, illegal connections, vandalism, and combat theft, I see that the recommendation be that the council have a public education workshop with communities on to indicate the hazard of vandalism. I don't even think we need to waste our time to go and have public engagement. People know you cannot vandalize. We should just be straight, not waste our time and go and say, you must not vandalize. Everyone knows you must not vandalize. Otherwise, in that workshop or meeting, you will be called lots of names. What we need to do is to take serious steps. The problem with this municipality, we are not opening any single case. Things keep on happening because we're not making example. Because we need to make an example. Otherwise, end of the day, the municipality will be liable for millions. Because people open a transformer. People open a transformer, they are very old. They go and open a transformer and connect. A kid will go and play there. And that kid will die. As a municipality, who's going to be liable? Not that person was vandalizing. The municipality is going to be liable. We are going to take flag and we are going to be charged. And those families will come and toy, and those people will come and toy to the municipalities. And then we'll be in charge. So we are saying that we need to make examples. Whatever, especially this thing is keep on happening and it's going to create a problem. Open cases. I don't know, maybe we don't have intelligence, but we need to have people that are going to assist the municipality so that we know who are the culprits. And then we need to take charge. Open a case. Thank you very much. Because we are not opening a single case.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm just going to give over to Mr. Iso quickly. Oh, is there someone else with a hand? Okay, I thought Mr. Iso also wanted to comment on the cases that are being made. But let Pravir, I think you can go for it. And then I see the hand there, Councillor Mabe. And then we're moving on now. We still have hundreds of pages.
Sorry, Chairperson, I'm moving to a seat where I'm next to a mic. But I hear you, Councillor Matika, and I agree with you 100%. The problem that I have, though, is that councillors are aware of the problem that we've had in Hornley, where we went in and we tried to remove the illegal connection. And our staff were stoned, and they were threatened with knives and pangas, and they threatened to kill our staff there. So we hear you, and we are very, very concerned, and we want to raise the risk. And I want to raise it, and most councillors are here today, and I'll raise it in the council meeting again. There's a risk to the municipality and to this council. If somebody dies in this instance, we are going to be at serious risk. I'm going to bring a report to council, and I hear you, councillor, but our staff are also at risk. And the moment we tried to remove that illegal connection, our staff were in serious, serious risk when they tried to remove those connections. So we have to do some sort of education and tell people that if we remove, and if you, in fact, we got to a point when the incident occurred, and that we suspended all services in that ward. It was Councillor Russell's ward. We suspended all electricity services. So if there was And we'll continue to do that because we need to protect our staff and we need to protect our infrastructure as well. So in those instances, when we find that our staff are threatened, we won't go into those areas. We're not going to be able to do it. So councillors, please, the message needs to go out that safety is critical, not only for our staff, but for the small children that are out there, for the members of the public, because innocent people are going to die if we don't take action soon. But Mayor, we're going to bring a report to the next council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got a long, colleagues, I really want us to move on, but I want you to be free to comment. Councillor Marby, over to you. I'm just Councillor Marby, Councillor Beauty, Councillor Lowe, and Councillor Skosana, and then we're moving on. Only because I'm giving you one bite, because of generosity. Councillor Marby, go for it.
You see now, Mayor, that is why it's important for us to have Section 80 meetings where we can have these robust discussions. But with that said, thank you for the opportunity. Mine is just, who is responsible in this municipality for the opening of criminal cases? Because it's important for us to understand or to know that whenever there's vandalism or criminal acts within our communities, somebody needs to take responsibility of opening these criminal cases, and it needs to be followed up, you know. And I would like to concur to what our director have said. Our staff's lives are in danger, but also with that said, I would like us to move into a direction where we can become much more proactive when going out there, you know, into our communities, because we do have I believe, a very good relationship with SEPs, so that when going out, ask them for assistance and do what we need to do, because on the end of the day, if we are going to sit in a situation where somebody is dying due to the fact that he's been electrified, then we're going to be in much bigger problems as a municipality. I've looked through some of the claims against this municipality, and then you have to ask yourself, can we still afford more claims against us as a municipality, you know? So we really have to seriously look into what proactive measures can be put in place as this municipality.
Councillor Marby, if you can get yourself ready now, that's what I initially wanted to ask, that you can explain, because this is critical. How do we prosecute people that are vandalizing our infrastructure? I've got, before I give to Councillor Campbell, I've got you on the list here, Councillor Campbell. Ne? I'm just going to, after Councillor Skosana, is there any other question linked to what Councillor Marby asked and the previous speaker on the prosecution of the councillors? Okay. Thank you, Councillor Beauty. You next. Thank you. Ons gaan nou vir jou vra om te respond.
Thank you, Mayor. Now, if we look on this matter, left, right, and center, everyone, even the police, they are also scared. They are fearing for their lives too, because they are also staying there. They are just also normal people, just like us. So in the old days, you never saw a police in the community. But now our police, they are staying with us in the community. So where are we going? What are we going to do? We are saying that our staff are in danger. Now the police, they're also going to say the same thing. Number 3, when the people are throwing stones and trying to attack our community, we are going also to complain and saying that our community were not treated right by the police or by the officials. What are we going to do? Because we are sitting with a problem, and there has to be a solution for a problem. What is the problem? We're going to run to SEPs. SEPs is also going to say the same thing. There is nothing that we're going to do. There's nothing that we can do, because if we are fighting back, we are going to lay charges against the SEPs. I remember Councillor Marby sent a message through the law enforcement about someone who was stealing the paving. And it was just a minor. So that was not even a big issue, it was the paving. And the law enforcement ignored him and saying that nothing can be done. I mean, the paving now is the electricity, something that is a huge, and the last thing that I want to say, we should also take the blame. If when I was canvassing and I told the people that you can plug, you are going to have electricity, I must go back to those people and tell them, listen here, kom ons los nou die ding, want die ding gaat nou nie werkie. That's all that I can say, because some of us, we go there and tell the people that they can plug without electricity. Those people got TVs, they've got fridges, they want to use the electricity. So we need to look this thing in all angles. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. It's very unfortunate, but I'm sure the MM will follow up on that we say we can't do anything. I mean, there's pictures and everything, but MM, you are new, you are fresh, so you can hear what we are discussing. Next on our list is Councillor Lowe.
Mayor, I just want to say that we discussed this thing of the theft and vandalism in our Section 18 committee meeting thoroughly. And we also discussed that when it must be a holistic approach. It must be a holistic approach. It must not be approach that we want to deal with only, but we forget the other areas. That's what we discussed in our meeting. So when we're dealing with this, let's we deal holistic around this whole thing. And that's what we discussed in our Section 18 meeting. So the approach must be holistic. Wat geldt voor Piet, must geld voor Klaas. We are not going to, because that's why there was a fight and in only. Because what our people were saying there in only, why they are doing this is because in the other areas it's fine. But now only is being seen as a target. That's what they were saying. And when people are starting to see that, then it becomes a problem. So let's deal holistically with the whole thing. If it happened in only, it happened in Sedgwood, it happened in Renendal, it happened in the northern areas, we deal with it holistically, not only one-sided.
So we go to Councillor Skosana. Are you fine, Councillor? Are you happy, Councillor? Can we move on? You showing me a thumbs up?
I'll wait for the report that's going to be sent by the director.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Councillor Campbell?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mayor, at my last meeting, I asked for a report on criminal charges that were laid by this municipality. There was one. And that was at the instigation of the Knysna Ratepayers Association last year that I was a member of. We kept pressurizing the MM, this was in 21, asking him, has he laid criminal charges? And he only laid it against one official, although there were two involved. There were no other criminal charges in this organization. If you look at our disciplinary report that's going to be in the green page, and I'm not going to mention names, many of these people have been convicted of criminal offenses, no criminal charges. So I would like us to start having a reporting mechanism where we report on all criminal charges laid against external people, for example, members of the public who might steal our structures, and also internal against officials and that those reports are regular and that there are progress reports. We are also not getting any progress reports on disciplinary action, on financial misconduct. This council just stopped completely getting report backs on delegated decisions. What happened in terms of that? So we really need to get proper reporting mechanisms in place.
And yes, Councillor, I leave that in your competent hands, that you can drive that, because that's very important what you're saying. I mean, you will see later, we can't discuss it now, but people who have serious theft, and then they get like a slap on the wrist. We've picked up now, it's a weakness. The council have said that we're not prosecuting people who are committing crimes against our municipality. Okay, Councillor Andrews, and then we move on to human settlements.
Thank you, Mayor, for this opportunity. I have to agree with Councillor Lowe, especially on the illegal connection. We must treat everybody equal. But I want to highlight on the tempering of our street lights in only. I know the director will agree with me on this one. It has been going up massively, especially in only. The street light has been tempering on a daily basis. They are tempering with the street lights in only. And that is only to do robberies and theft and break-ins in only. I want to plea with the mayor. I know we have budgeted for CCTV cameras. If we can please start in only, especially on our main spots, like our Lemco's, our St. James Church, that type of areas, to start with only and put CCTV in our Haiki area, to put CCTV cameras in that type of areas so we can deal with these criminals. Thank you, Mayor.
I've made a note of that. Thank you, Councillor. We've got Councillor Beauty just got the last thing to say quickly, and then we're moving to the
Thank you.
Speaker
Thank you,
also.
Mayor. Even if I'm dead, all of you will remember my words. When I said the bylaws, they are letting some of the corrupt people getting away with their corruptions. Even you yourself, Mayor, I think there are some platforms whereby you don't have a right to enter because there's this name called you have no right to interfere with the administration. So this thing is not going to take us anywhere because what is the use? I'm going to report you to you. Let's face this thing and let us not waste time. It's not going to work because of these bylaws. That is why I say that I don't like them because they are failing us and I don't want to be a failure. As a Patriotic Alliance councillor, I don't like to be a failure. But these bylaws, because I'm going to say that this is what that official did and I have to go to report to him, he is not going to hand over himself. So it is not going to work. It's not going to work because we are just going to sit here and talk and talk and talk and talk. But at the end of the day, even if you caught that official doing that, he knows or she knows that nothing is going to happen. No further steps is going to be taken because you are not allowed to interfere with the administration. That is why I said that my only bylaw that I will do, I'm going to put all the things on the table to the community. They must know everything. And then they can deal with those officials or whoever who is doing corruption and who's not taking the claims and sending it forward. That's the community that is going to release us on this matter. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor, Speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a technical point. I just haven't noticed the Maker actually accept any of the recommendations before you move on to human settlements, that you actually accept the recommendations after the MM has spoken on the items, Mayor. Thank you.
We haven't got there, but thank you, Speaker. We're still busy with it to the pages under infrastructure. Can you please comment on all the stuff, because I know you're a lawman. Ons moet by 'n plek kom. We must get to a place where we can start to prosecute people that's vandalizing our infrastructure. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I think everyone who has spoken of the councillors and the director spoke exactly the same facts, and it would be useless for me to repeat it. Safe to say that I 100% agree with all the statements. In particular, Councillor Lowe. I hear the councillors about laying criminal charges, but as some of the councillors have said, apologies, we have to realize that it is not only criminal action or laying criminal charges that will solve society's problems. There are problems, underlying problems, and we have to do more than just laying of criminal charges. And I think that was where the suggestion comes from. And I do hear the councillor where he said that what is the use of having educational workshops and training people on things that they already know? Maybe that's not the solution, but there must be a mechanism or something done in addition to just law enforcement and the criminal procedures. Because whether we want to acknowledge it or not, a lot of the things are intertwined with poverty. And we should be mindful and careful that we do not stigmatize or criminalize poverty. And we need to have different approaches in dealing with our poor communities. And not only laying criminal charges. I'm the first to lay criminal charges when it's due and ready. And when criminal offenses has been committed by individuals. So the Section 32 of the Municipal Finance Management Act obliges the accounting officer to lay criminal charges, which the accounting officer can then delegate to the relevant officials. So, for example, when a charge is laid at the police, they need to do a A1 affidavit, and the accounting officer cannot do the affidavit because he's not the person that saw what happened. And he would normally delegate then and instruct an official and give authority for him to go and lay the criminal charges. So that is normally what happens, whether it's internal or external. The Municipal Finance Management Act obliges the accounting officer when there are instances of theft of municipal property, then criminal charges must be laid without exception. Just on the last point as to how you deal with officials, the accounting officer or the MM must discipline all officials reporting to him or her, except for directors, senior managers, and the MM himself. That is for council to discipline. So there is regulations, disciplinary regulations for senior managers, in terms of which any allegation against a senior manager of misconduct, against myself as well, must be tabled in the municipal council. Again, the wording is must. So if there's an allegation against any senior manager that have committed acts of wrongdoing, then that allegation must be tabled at the council within 7 days, and it even obliges the speaker to call a special council meeting if council doesn't sit within the 7 days. So there are mechanisms built in, and how we utilize those mechanisms are important. But in addition to the mechanisms, so in old law, Roman law, and all of those things, over years, hundreds and thousands of years, as human beings, I think we have learned that the law will not solve societal problems. And you cannot throw laws and regulations at everything. We need to take a humane approach and work with our people to get behavior or to deal with poverty and the additional things that cause certain behaviors. That doesn't mean that when there's cable theft and there's organized structures that deal with cable theft, we shouldn't act. We must act, and the police must act. But we should be mindful of the issues that our community face as well. Thanks.
Thank you. We're going to move on from your colleagues. Are we happy, Michael, members, with these items and with the amendments as well
Yes,
that were
we
made?
accept.
Can we accept it? Thank you. We've moved on to the next page. I assume Councillor Matika, but I'll just give the Michael members an opportunity first. On all the human settlements items, please feel free if you want to, starting at page 55. Anything from the Michael members here? Are we happy till page 57? Anything going once, going twice? Councillor Matika, your hand is up, and then Councillor Skosana. Thank you. Over to you, Councillor.
Yeah, I might take you out of your item, but it relates to the department. Since everyone is happy at the Mako, and I saw that the chairperson of that department is very keen in terms of investigating stuff, which is the chief whip of Kim. I must draw your attention that there was a resolution in one council meeting, which is MP 01/02/19, in terms of naming streets in our areas. And it's not part of your agenda, but I think if the portfolio chair can familiarize herself with her department, because seemingly she's keen on investigating some stuff. Can she investigate when is this going to be implemented? Because this is a resolution which was taken in council on 28th of March 2019. And our people, we want to investigate stuff now. Our people are struggling to like your fire brigades, ambulances, they struggle to get to our areas because there's no street names. While this council took a resolution, which the resolution number is MP01/02. Can she investigate that one? Because she's keen to investigate people. Thank you.
Councillor Susanna, very, very good point. I think that sits within the purview, as you know very well, being a previous AVC, that it sits with the planning department. I remember they had this committee. We have to look at a different structure. Maybe that we have to expedite this, because I know when developments take place, like by us with that new development in Groenvallei, they came to the ward committee, and all the ward committee did was we selected what the names, we said we want the names to be birds and animals and whatever. And we put that through, and they submitted it to council, and it was approved with those names. Now, if developments, etc., can be so quick for us to do, or that process of the ward committee, maybe we can get guidance in terms of how we can do that quick. It's not on this point, but I want to make a note of it but it is in this portfolio, in the portfolio of planning. So I think, I don't know, Deputy Mayor, how you want us to deal with this, but I think we can make a note of it for the next Section 80 that we submit an item.
Yes, we can get an item to the next Section 80 pertaining to the follow-up.
Yeah, but remember, through you, to the to your official there, Acting Director, we want a quicker way, man, because we had this committee, so there were complications with the committee. Then people couldn't sit. So we need a clear process in terms of how do we go out, how long will it take, what is the process, is there any other government departments that are involved, are there costs involved, what are the costs involved, and then we must just do it as quickly as possible, especially in the northern areas. I mean, I go there, and it's true what Councillor Sana said, I don't know where I'm going. People give me a road, even with a GPS, I don't know where I'm driving. So I think if it's fine with you, if we can, we can just, you make a note of it, no? Deputy, we go like that. Thank you, Councillor Susana. Is there any other item on the Human Settlements and Planning Committee?
Accept the recommendations.
Are you happy with that? Thank you. We accept the recommendations. Then item submitted to Finance and Economic Development Committee meeting held on... I'm past 50. That's why I thought you were going to say something on the last part, Councillor. That's why I was worried. We've already passed, but because the soil issue is an important one, we will allow you to, because I know it's a very important one.
Meeting with you. I don't know who's the new I know a name. But nevertheless, we were still debating. I need to go to 57, there by slippery soil. You see B saying that a consultant be appointed to prepare whatever it is prepared. To me, when I read that line, which I appreciate, it speaks to budgeting issue. Did we allocate budget to appoint the people that is needed? Because this case has been coming for quite some time. Is there within our budget, the new financial year of July?
Yes,
I just need a yes or no from you.
Yes, we did. I looked at, before the budget, we looked at, you submitted quite a comprehensive thing. And then we had a discussion, myself and the CFO was there. And I had said to them that I know for years, since the two of us at least have been in this council, you've always been speaking about the soil slip. So then Pravir suggested that we budget an amount for it. So it's for the study that must be done. So we did budget about 250,000 rand for this. You'll see it's in the budget. So yes is the answer there.
I hear you speaking about the department, which is infrastructure. Pravin is infrastructure, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Now I need to understand that they're going to work hand in glove
No,
with housing.
remember it's an item, it's a MSCOA code. So it doesn't
Yes, no, I follow
so they
MSCOA,
must
just-
work in collaboration.
No, because
They
both of
mustn't-
them are here. I don't want problems because we've been coming with this thing.
Yes.
Because I'll be in their case from July. I'm not joking with them this time around. I cannot be here for 10 years, then nothing happened there. Because we are the face as councillors. Now, if we played our part in terms of putting money there, I don't want to hear them. They've got same girlfriend, they can't speak to each other. They must work together in that project. Thank you a lot. I appreciate that.
Deputy Mayor, thank you.
As Councillor Kasana, you know very well that I've been up there. I know the slip, I know the situation. So I have been speaking to to the Integrated Human Settlements Director. He's also aware of it. And we will work together with infrastructure with regards to making sure that we formulate a plan to eradicate that problem there.
Thank you very much. So we are on Finance and Economy Committee. Anything there? Just for, sorry quickly, Councillor Mawi, for this. I just want to ask quickly if there's any. I see everyone is quiet. Go for it, Councillor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Now that we are on this item, I believe it's very disturbing to see that there was a request made early on by Councillor Lowe for the acting CFO or somebody from the Finance Department to be present here. And I've just looked around here and that there's absolutely nobody from the Finance Department in this meeting. How can it be correct that we have this item and there's nobody except the chairperson of that portfolio?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Imim?
Yes, apologies, Chairperson, for not giving feedback when I entered. I did speak to the MMC for Finance and with Councillor Lowe, and I was going to call Avita, but then the MMC reminded me that she tendered an apology because they have some urgent financial business to do in the finance section. I did speak to Councillor Lowe because she also indicated at the point that she is needed, she will make her way to the council chambers, and also conveyed that to Councillor Lowe. Thanks, Chair.
MMC is needed now, we're in the finance. Yeah. So if you can just ask her to then come.
Here from the new mayor, from the new CFO, from the new MM, before we meet him in the council meeting. That's not the way we do business here in NICE. I think Councillor Lowe raised that question. He raised it for the Greater Council and the community to understand. He must never do that. If he's having his caucuses with Neil there, then he must start having his meeting there with Neil. Here, when we ask something here, we ask for everyone. He must never report in a certain corner with EFF. He must report here. We want to know, irrespective who raised the question of who's not here. We cannot sing here, all of us, to say that, why is Kosana is not here? Why is Kosana is not here? No, MM. Don't treat us that way. Respond to all of us.
Yeah, MM, if we can have someone from finance here, please. We need to have someone from finance here to respond to. If they are.
But do we even need somebody from finance? Is there a question for somebody?
Whoa. Speak. Mayor?
I think we will. The MM is working out.
Mayor?
Yes.
Then all the directors must then get out of this meeting. It cannot be correct.
No, colleagues, I have asked already. These were just comments made by. I've asked the MM now to get someone from. You heard me ask him now to get someone from finance here. So.
Yeah, but it cannot be correct for. Yes.
I note your concerns.
Yes. Sorry, Maya, apologies, Councillor, that was not the intention. Can I just be excused to phone the person?
Please phone and we'll go. And if there's any questions, we hope that whoever will be here in time. Okay.
Sorry, Councillor Skosana must withdraw his comment. I mean, he with this talking about racism, there are. Mayor?
Councillor Skosana.
Mayor, the Director Community Services is here because we have not had a Section 80. We have had a. The acting director.
Mayor, this is your meeting. You can never be told by her what's happening in this
Councillor,
country.
I think let us.
This is your meeting. You've got reasons here to
let
tell
us.
us.
Let us calm down.
She won't be a mayor here.
You see what is important for us to understand. When we have a mayoral committee meeting, it is the basic requirement is that we at least have directors here. Because we are the top, we are the executives of this council. So what the councils are saying is very important. We don't have to have the managers reporting to them, but we have to have the directors that can speak because we are making the decisions that will go to the council meeting. So we understand that, we understand what the council is saying, we understand it, and I have now requested the MM to please just bring someone from finance here that we can answer questions. No? MM, you want to respond? Then we can move on.
Thanks, Mayor. The acting CFO is on her way. She'll be here shortly. Thanks.
May I have to say something to Councillor Skosana? Councillor Skosana, incoming speaker. No, I just want to say that, no, we didn't have a caucus, myself in the MM. It was not a caucus, it was just a corridor discussion there. It was not a caucus, so I didn't call you for a caucus. So I want you to withdraw that one of a caucus, please, man. Can you withdraw that one, please?
I'll do that fight. I don't want to fight with the fighter.
Fantastic. So while we are waiting, we've only got this, and then we've got the note items that need to be noted. So if there's any comments on this, any questions, do you have any questions, councillors? Okay, so that's fine. So if we're happy with that, we are on page 60. Are we happy? Can we accept this, colleagues? Fantastic. Then we have the items for noting. So remember, we've discussed all this. All we're doing is now. We're on page 61 on the point number 8, items for noting. So this was all discussed already. We're just noting it. I'm going through the pages. 61, 62, 63, 64, 64, up until 65. And we're happy we noted all, no?
Yes.
We're happy. Okay, right. Right, now point number 9, there were no items submitted directly to the mayor. There were no reports submitted directly to MACO, but we've got matters submitted by the acting municipal manager. Point 11, and the first one is page 68, the audit committee members' allowance suspension. Right, let's go for it. We are at item number 11, matters 11.1. Audit Committee Members Allowance Suspension, MO1 0622. Okay, Councillor Marby.
Thank you, Mayor. Just in terms of this item, how did this municipality got it right? Did they have a background check when these people were appointed to make sure that these people are, in fact, in the service of the state when they were appointed? Because now there is a financial implications where these people are being some kind of forced now to pay back that money. So mine would be, as I've raised the question, who did a background check in terms of these people when they were appointed? Thank you.
Shall we take Councillor Lowe? Was your hand up, Councillor?
Yes, I just want to say especially about this audit committee. We have to look for young people now. We can't sit with these old people in that committee, but if I'm out of order, call me to order, but we have to look into that. You can't have a situation where a person is 80 years old. You must relax there and sit at home. You need young blood in that committee. But also what Councillor Mabi have said, you know, we must have, in everything that we are doing, we must have a checkup. You know, it's like when I go to the village, you know, I was going to Umtata there in Transkei. Before I enter that village, we have to enter the guy that is in charge of that village. So we have to, because they want to do a background check on us. What is our purpose? Why we are here? What we come and do? And that's what we have to do as a municipality. We mustn't just put people on there and then we're coming back with this, what we are facing now as the municipality. Because we didn't go back and check that. Maybe it was the previous government that deal with that. I know that you are not the mayor that time. But we have to look into that. Please, man. Thanks.
We will get comments. Anyone? Councillor Sabah?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Councillor Marby and to Councillor Lowe, The selection panel for the audit committee last year consisted of Councillor Matiwani as chair and Councillor Matika from the ACDP and myself. Maketa, sorry, Maketa. Apologies, Councillor Matika. The audit committee selection panel sat during a time that I had leave of absence. I was actually in Cape Town. And unfortunately, they only gave notice at 4 o'clock the day before that the selection panel was actually sitting. So the selection panel proceeded with only 2 members sitting. I was not present. I did come back for the second day's interviews, only to be informed by Councillor Matiwana that the interview process had been completed and that 3 of the selection people selected had not arrived or were not able to be contacted. I did submit questions to the speaker in relation thereto, and to this day have still not had a response with regard to the process of who they interviewed, what the scoring was, and what actually transpired. As a member of that committee, my questions were never ever answered. It has come to light, however, that 3 of the members that were selected are currently employed by an organ of state, which is not allowed, and hence why we have these problems. We also have 3 of our committee members that are currently on, including the chair, Mr. Thorpe and Mr. Barrell, whose contract comes to an end in October. We would need to keep at least 2 of them on to see through this financial year's audit in terms of continuity. So we would need to extend at least 2 of them, but we would certainly need to formulate a new selection panel to then employ or to secure additional members for the audit committee. It is a very crucial and probably one of the most crucial committees that we have in council. We certainly need people that are competent in their field in terms of finance and finance expertise. So it is a crucial committee and we need to attend to it. But yes, your concerns are completely valid. And like I said, I submitted questions and to date, I have not received the responses. So I cannot answer you. I would hope that maybe somewhere in the archives we can still obtain those responses, but your questions are valid and obviously of concern because they were my concern at the time as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on this item, colleagues? Any other comments? Councillor Sosana?
Speaker, I think to go back, it won't assist us. Matiwan is not here. I think it's very important what was raised by Council of PBI. In terms of continuity, we must follow that thread. That's all we can say today because Matiwan is not a councillor anymore, and crying babies won't assist us. Let's just move with what has been raised. I'm going to respond because she coming to me.
I just want to
respond directly to Councillor.
I'm just responding to say that my response was based on fact. It's not allegations.
And my response also is fact. Matiwan is not a councillor.
Yes, I acknowledge that Councillor Matiwan is, but he was the chair of the committee panel for that. No cries, no tears. You can see I'm not crying.
You know you are good in crying. Don't cry now. You've got an MM now. Don't cry.
Okay, thank you. So we've got the recommendations in front of us on page 69. Is everyone happy with that, colleagues? Thank you. Let's move to the next one, item. Councillor Matika, to the next, you got the one on the next item?
Yeah, I just wanted to check, man. Is there a possibility that this item, we move it to the workshop? Is there a possibility for us to move this item to the workshop so where we can have a thorough debate? Mayoral committee meetings are on Tube, Mayoral committee are on YouTube, and it's a public meeting, it's a public platform, and we want to integrate this report. So I believe that we should first start on the workshop, and then we bring this item to the council. Is there any possibility we remove this item and we brought it straight to the workshop, the one of securities issues? Just want to check on that.
Yeah, Councillor, it's very interesting you mentioned that because I actually thought about it this morning, that the previous you are here, this came last year, if you remember, colleagues. And one of the things that as you say, Councillor Kasana correctly, we can't look in the past, but I must just make this statement because was that we first have a workshop to exactly articulate what the whole issue was about finding out how we can maximize the security services, especially related to insourcing. What are the possibilities, a comparative study, etc. This is the report that is now given to us. We were going to suggest, councillors, that we get a more comprehensive report, because and then we workshop it. Because if we go to a workshop now with this, I don't know what we are going to talk about with this particular one, because there's no real, it's a desktop exercise. I thank you for the efforts that people have done. So that was the view. We were going to suggest as a MACO that we take it, let them bring us a better report, add a few points in the report of what exactly we want, and then we take it to a workshop, and then we go to council. I don't know if that, because I'm just trying to think now, a workshop on this one, it doesn't tell us proper costing. It doesn't tell us, it just gives us what salaries people are earning and how much and how many people are there. What are we going to work? You understand, colleagues, what I'm saying? So that was a suggestion. I don't know if anyone wants to add to that. I'll give to the MACO. I see Councillor Lowe, I see Councillor Marby. But let's first, Councillor Campbell, you can go.
Mayor, I think we can tell the administration what information we need, and then they must have that information at the workshop. So that could be part of that we do have a workshop, and that we require this and this and this additional information. That's what I would suggest.
Okay. Let's hear.
Yeah, I concur with Councillor Campbell that we can make this part of the recommendation. We can suggest what information we require, and that be part of the report that is submitted
to the
workshop.
Okay.
To expand on the current information.
Okay. So it's what we are saying as well. It's just the workshop part will then. Because what we were thinking, before I give over to Councillor Lowe and Councillor Marby, is that we were going to say, for example, to add value to this, was a detailed cost analysis of the rendering of the security service in-house. That's there, number one. Number two, a comparative solution for each site. So looking at each site. Number three, we were also going to ask for an investigation in the wording of the tender. So those were the three things we were going to ask. But, we can still ask that, and then we can bring it to the workshop. I don't know, but let us hear what Councillor Marby and then Councillor Lowe says. Whoever's first. Councillor Lowe, over to you, and then Councillor Marby then.
Thanks, Mayor. It takes 9 months, maybe 8 months for this report to be here. 8 full months it took. And I asked in the first meeting that there is big towns, like in Joburg, where they have dealt thoroughly with the in-source of securities. We are not Joburg, we understand that. But we must start with the process. And we agree. When the acting MM was present here, Mr. Johan, the guy with wisdom, he informed us, let's first have a workshop, and then we bring it to council. But now we're just rushing this whole thing. Because our manifesto was very clear that securities must be in source. That's what our manifesto said. And that's why we're putting this motion on the table. And this motion of insourcing is not going to away. It's not going to be away. People are not going to wish it away. No matter who will be in power. People are not going to wish that away. This is our manifesto. So we have our workshop. Let's break it down thoroughly. Because the security guys, they're not going to get anything. When the contract finished, they are gone. There's no benefits for them. And we are fighting thoroughly as the EFF for the in-source of securities. But let's we do it in the states. So this is the first phase, this is second phase, this is third phase. In a workshop, you can discuss it thoroughly. But just to bring us something here, now we just have to follow that. No, it's not going to help us. So let's refer this to a workshop. In that workshop, there must be phases. There must be a phase that we are saying that this is the buildings, there will be a control room. Under which department these guys are going to fall under, then we know precisely how we deal with this thing. No matter who will be in power, this thing of the securities insourcing is not going to be washed away. Because we have to deal thoroughly with this so our people can have benefits. Because our people are working, but they doesn't have benefits. So mine is that, and I agree with Councillor Matikala, let's take it to a workshop and we deal in the workshop with this thoroughly. And try to get also how they did it in Joburg, how do they did it in the other municipalities. Not only Nelson Mandela, there's also other municipalities that deal with this. So we can have a comprehensive understanding how they have dealt with it. And we can just also contribute also our inputs, how we want to see this thing must happen also as councillors and also as leaders in our committee. Thanks.
So the Councillor Low, if it was not for a council resolution, I would have had a different view. But there was a council resolution on this, and it is very true that we should have workshopped this item before it went to find out what we wanted. That's why in this recommendation, we wanted to bring it in. But I will speak to the Mako and hear how they are feeling about it, because to me, the only concern I have, colleagues, is that we need to expedite this, because the tender of this security company is finished, and we need to be able to, in time, have a plan, whichever that plan is. No?
Sorry, Mayor, but whose problem is it? Whose problem is that the contract is going to end?
It comes
no, because we are 8 months back. And our first meeting, the motion was on table. And it was said to us, we are coming to the next meeting, and they will be tabled there, a comprehensive thing. 8 months after that. Now, we can't use that as excuse and said now we have to go back now because of that. The tender is going to end up. It can't be our problem.
Okay. Councillor Matika, let's hear what you have to say, sir.
No, thank you very much, Mayor. I think
Oh yeah, Councillor Mabi, sorry man. Councillor Matika.
Okay, Councillor Mabi
My
first.
apologies to Councillor Mabi when saying his hand is waiting to go up.
No, no. No, it's fine. No, I just wanted to elaborate on what Councillor Lowe have just stated now in terms of this report, is that it's vital for us to take this to a workshop, because when I went through this report over the weekend, I've said to myself, when looking at it, some of the suggestions not being stated here is that it's going to cost this municipality more to insource rather than to outsource it. So we need some more information with regards to this report, and not only what is being stated on here. Because when you look at the comments, for instance, where is it now? The total cost to council per guard per month will amount to 18. No, why are you moving? To 18,132 rand and 45 cents, which will then, in the last bit, which says this will exclude the cost of supervisors, vehicles, alarms. So meaning that 18,000 can end up at, for argument's sake, 65,000 rand per month per guard, you know. So that's the kind of things that we will have to look into substantively so that we can come to some kind of. So my recommendation, Mr. Mayor, is that, as the other councillors have said, that we take this off and then take it to a workshop. Thank you.
No, I think, Mayor, when I've asked that we should take this, but I see some other councillors commenting on this. I think the whole information we need, Mayor, is here in front of us. I don't think there is other information that we need. The information is here. We can make our own determination, but we are saying that let's take it to workshop. So where we can go and argue and also say that in terms of insourcing and outsourcing, what are the advantages, what are the disadvantages? And there are many ways for us to cut even the current budget. We can even go to contract. We can go to tender again, not insourcing. But there are many ways that we can. For instance, there are a lot of places doesn't need a guard. They just need a system, alarm system, and a camera, which is gonna be much cheaper. So we are saying that, I didn't want that to discuss this year, but we are saying that, Mayor, but in your, when I was asked, when you, I think one of the councillor, deputy mayor was asking, what information do we need? The whole information, these items comes from the motion. The whole information that we needed is here. But Mayor, you are adding something that I need to withdraw or correct that one. You were adding the investigation of this tender. We never discussed the investigation of this tender. Only thing that we wanted us to investigate, to look at is the possibility of insourcing, not to investigate any tender. But if there is going to be investigation, that's something else that your office you can do. But we as a council, as a council, we never said that there must be investigation, how this tender was awarded, and then maybe it's something that you want to tell us. But if it's something of investigation, then your office can do, but not us as a council. Us, we wanted to say that if we want to insource, how much currently are we spending, and what are the possibilities, and how many people we have to because I also agree with Councillor Mabi, insourcing will cost us more because we have to buy vehicles, petrol, firearms for those people, gradings, we must apply for special grading for them so that they can be, we have a security, so it's gonna cost more. But that thing is something that we must take it. Mayor, also, you mentioned that the tender is coming to an end. In our last meeting, we proposed that that tender must be extended for 6 months so that this thing can be finalized. And we said that the current tender that is there, it must be cancelled because we should not proceed. I'm worried we're gonna proceed and award the tender. Then we come up with a workshop, we come up with proposals that how can we cut the cost, and then that's going to create a problem because we have already maybe awarded a tender of 5 years to a company, and then when we come up with proposal and say that, or we come up or we agree with the EFF, let's insource, then we'll have that legal challenge. So we said that we should not proceed with the current tender, cancel that current tender, which there is a tender, cancel it, that the PEC and them, let's not sit. This one, the current tender that is in front of us, we extend it maybe for 6 months. We speed up this process because we might come to that workshop. We might even spend 500,000 per month for insecurity, or we might spend 100,000 per month for security. If we we'll go to that workshop where we can come up with proposals. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. Before I give over to the MM, just on the tender process, because I've been around the block with him on this, Councillor Matika, exactly what you're saying. Yeah, I don't want to comment further, but I did ask them about it, about how that could be done, what you mentioned, but he will respond to that, the response they gave me. Councillor Chengwa, over to you, and then Councillor Campbell, I do see you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor. Good morning. Number one, I think I'm partly covered by Councillor Matika. He's quite correct. You know, and one thing which I don't like, Mayor, I think I must say it here. We must never make mockery about our officials. The officials were mandated to bring the report in council, and the report is here. All what was requested from officials is here. Nothing else, nothing more. How much these guards are costing us if we insource? And exactly as Matika just put it. Now we can never say that there is no enough information. I mean, there's no information there. All the information which was required is before us. Up unless people were on their own meeting, you know. And secondly, man, I think I must also hamper on what Councillor Matika have just raised. We never spoke about investigating the process of tenders. Officials don't have a problem with that particular process. If you want to start investigating a particular process, you can do that process. But you must never come and sneak stuff here which was never discussed. You know, what was requested, and you remember that motion which was brought by EFF. We have all supported the motion. We have all supported it, Councillor Low, if you remember. We said this must be done. So that last but not least, I want to take my hat off for the director community service, the manager Langlands, and all who were involved in terms of bringing the report. We must never say there is nothing on this report, up unless we want to make more care of our officials. And official will never sit here and allow that, because it's wrong. The information which was requested is before us. It's for us now, Mayor, to take a decision whether the insourcement or the insourcing is going to work for us or not. Otherwise, I'm not against what was proposed. Let's take the matter into a workshop. But one thing which we need to clarify, to make it very clear here, is to say that, there's nothing on this report. Meat and everything is there. The information which you wanted is there. You see? So, Mayor, basically, that's a submission which I wanted to raise, to echo here. Otherwise, I'm in support that let's take this matter into a workshop. In fact, Mayor, I must apologize for being late. And part of my problem, I think I must also register that this particular issue here. If we could have the Section 80 community service, I'm sure this report, we would have debated this report there, and take a decision. Or, debate on the Section 80, take it to the MACO, from the MACO straight to council, and we resolve. The same. The community service is not sitting in our days. And other portfolios, they're not sitting in our days. We are not quite sure what done. But in fact, I'm going to leave that upon your capable hands, number one. It's going to be your responsibility. But last but not least, and I think I must register this thing, Councillor Low, I will never sit here. Yeah, we were screaming and making noise here. Now officials have brought the report. And we still have the audacity to tell these officials that in this report there is no meat. Let's not play with these officials, man. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before I give over to the MM, just to clarify, colleagues, in fact, the comments I made was after discussion with the Director of Community Services. So we appreciate the report, the value, but he himself said to me that we need a more detailed report because we don't cover other aspects. We just cover that. So it's not a thing about, just to clarify, Councillor Chengwa, we appreciate the staff and we know they've done their best to bring this, but we know that there could be more detail and it was not an insult to anyone. We appreciate everyone. Okay, let's get back to the point. So colleagues, you are saying, and oh yes, Councillor Campbell, sorry. Before we go, I'll allow you and then the MM just on the procurement. And then we move forward because I think we're getting somewhere now with what we need to do.
Yes, we've got to be very careful as councillors to advise or to ask the MM to cancel the tender. We can't interfere in the tender process. I have read the tender document, it's on the website. And the tender document is written in such a way that regardless of what we decide about insourcing, it is not a problem. The tender is not written that we want 60 security guards or something. The tender is written in a way where the tenderer gives a price per guard and a price per armed response. So if we decide in our workshop that we're going to insource 60 guards and we're only going to get 5 others, it's not going to be a problem with the tender because the tender does not compel us to give all our guards to the bidder. So, as I say, we've just got to be very careful. There are very limited grounds on which a tender can be cancelled, and I don't think as councillors we can ask the administration to cancel because of the insourcing, because the tender document is written in such a way that it does not restrict us to insource if we want to.
Okay, MM, over to you.
Can I just, thanks, Councillor. It's fairly straightforward. We can have the workshop next week or the week thereafter, and we will see what comes from the workshop, and we deal with it. Whatever issues, I don't want to discuss the advertised tender or the current service provider. We, as administration, will have to deal with it pending the decision that is taken by council on the workshop, and we will come back to council with appropriate decision pending the decision at the workshop. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Emin, for that advice. We just need to get there was one item that we want, Michael, if you're, one of the things that we wanted to add to it was the second point, which I know the councillor was not happy with. We wanted to just add it because we can, or is it fine if we go to the workshop, colleagues, and just leave it there? Okay. So let's do that. We put the recommendation there that we go to how do we phrase it, colleagues? Assist me here. How do we phrase it appropriately, or admin? We say that it goes to a workshop with a comprehensive. Because we've asked for some good stuff here. The comparative solution to each site.
Mayor?
But bring as much information as possible to
Mayor?
the workshop.
That are very capable just to deal with that one. Acting Director Corporate Service, can you just lead us in this
Just
process?
articulate the recommendation. This must go to, we recommend that it goes to a workshop. Do we have to add time frames, or before a certain time, etc.?
Yes, Mayor, because it's very important, Sorry, Mayor. In this council, we always doesn't put time frames. And then we're sitting with this, what we are sitting now. The MMF gave giving straight direction, and next week you can deal with it before the council meeting, then we can deal with it. The MMF already give us direction around it.
No, it's going to be a bit difficult to rush it before the council meeting. But can we not do, the main thing is that we articulate the workshop and the details in the workshop. Because if we're going to, I don't know, MICO members, how you feel, or colleagues, if we're going to rush it now to be finished we can have the workshop, but I mean, we might come up with other stuff.
No, maybe you...
As an Avieksiteit council.
No, maybe you misunderstood me. Maybe the school where I come from is a different school. What I'm saying that the MMF give direction. The direction that the MMF give is that let's go to a workshop next week. That was the direction that maybe I hear wrongly. But this was the direction. We discussed it thoroughly there, and then we can even come with how we see this whole thing, and we unpacked it there in the workshop. And then, if it is read, then they can go and write maybe, and maybe I don't say we must have in the next council meeting, it must be presented there, but we discuss it in the workshop and we're moving from there.
Perfect. So Edmund will articulate that. Director, Doctor, wants to say something? Doctor, over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor. I understand that more detail is required and so on. But I think from our side as administration, if you look at recommendation B, I think it is an upfront admission that we require the necessary expertise in terms of bringing new information. I'm just worried about the time frame in terms of next week, if we'll be able to provide any additional information. Remember, when one is preparing an item, you are tempted to be biased towards a certain position and so on. And I think you've seen it coming through in how we are articulating the report. So do we workshop the report as it is, or do we look for any additional information?
I think because we're starting, we be putting the what do they say, the cart before the horse. If we workshop it, from that workshop, we have a consolidated view in terms of what approach needs to be taken. And then we can say, we will then follow this particular process. I don't know, I need your guidance. Should we include this in the recommendation of the service provider? Because if we're going to have a workshop, from the workshop, we might make the same recommendation then to council. So if you can just give me those comments.
I think the technical expertise, the relevant director and the officials, if they say they need more specialized information, then I would be at risk not taking their advice. So if council would indulge us that we provide that specialized information, or I don't know, Director, whether we can go to the workshop and do the specialized investigation simultaneously.
Are we going to allow, you want to say something, Randall? You involved with this?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Previously, there was a discussion about a risk assessment that had to be done. My understanding would be that a risk assessment should be done before we go to a workshop, and that risk assessment will inform us on the way forward. So I would suggest that we give us time to do the risk assessment, and then we go to a workshop with that information.
But the question and the important thing is, before I give to the time frame, because you know we want to, what do you suggest, what for the risk assessment, how long should it estimated will it take?
Thank you, Mayor. I think to do the risk assessment will at least take 3 to 4 weeks. So we'll have to appoint a service provider to do that service.
Okay.
And we need an expert in that field to do that, to advise us correctly as to what is needed at various infrastructure. So it's not going to be done within a month. Definitely not. We've got to appoint
Mayor,
a person.
can
and
you
then-
just switch on his mic, please?
It is on. It's very soft.
Okay, so Councillor Lowe, while you took a break, the director spoke and he pointed us to recommendation B, which is the necessity of getting a proper outside consultant to deal with the matter and give us a report. It was concurred by the other officials that are there. So I asked them how long will it take, because we want to, it's an urgent matter. So that's when you came in and they responded it's going to take about 4 weeks, but it won't be within a month. So they were saying, the suggestion was that we first get that report, then we workshop it. Let's just hear what you have to say. Councillor Matika, your hand was up, and then we can move forward. Councillor Lowe first, and then Councillor Skosana. I forgot about you, I'm sorry.
You know, Mayor, and I'm going to say that, and this is not personal. You know, we always come with stories here. We always come with stories. We were supposed to deal with this long time. My question is, and it is question, I also want to welcome the CFO back in the meeting. And it's going to the CFO. And to do these consultants, now we're going to appoint a consultant to deal with this whole thing. Do we budget for the consultant that we are going to appoint it in the community service budget? Because and people mustn't see that we are rushing this whole thing because we want to ensure securities of that. But we were dealing with this from November. And it will take us another 4 months to deal with this whole thing now, again. So it means for one item, we deal a year. One full year, we're dealing with that. And it can't be correct. Now we come here today, recommendation said we must have a professional person that have to deal with it. But 8 months back, the motion was supported by all the councillors in this municipality. And now still, we have to take another 2 months for the consultant to do an analysis costing around this whole thing. We have to, I don't know what is happening here. I'm very confused. And that department, they have to deal with this. Because we can't come 8 months back and we're still dealing with this whole same problem, same thing. We didn't say, as the EFF, that we want all the securities to be in-source. We never say that. I even say that we can do it in phases. Like for instance, there we're sitting with people sitting there at the integrated human settlements, there in front. We're sitting with people there in infrastructure sitting there. Why can't we start it in phases? It's a simple process. It's not rocket science. That's why, Mayor, we appointed people that have the capacity to deal with the work. And my president have said it. It's easy to govern. You appoint the people to do the job, and they must do the job. Now we can't wait another 8 months for this. For this. Now we have consultants, and we have to get rid of these consultants. People must do their job.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Skosana and then Matika. Give over to Councillor Maxon.
No, mine was, I'm just listening. I don't want to verge in there, but I need your advice firstly, because English is not one of our first languages, as you can know. But I'm looking to the content of your agenda in terms of, I want to take you back, 2 steps back. You must advise me, because item 9 is saying that report submitted directly to the executive mayor. It moves further by saying 9.1, none. But we're debating items that were submitted to you. But the report is saying in front of me that there's none. Am I correct for reading that? I was supposed to say that there is items.
No, it was not submitted directly to me.
How did it get to the agenda?
It's on the MACO agenda.
Who's leading the MACO?
Yeah, but no.
No, I'm just wanting to check.
It's
I need to be in the
maybe,
same page.
Maybe
I'm
we
not
can.
fighting. I need
No.
clarity.
I think the admin is here to give clarity.
Please,
but,
can someone just guide me?
Yes.
No,
But
I need
Councillor,
advice. I need advice. I need advice.
Yeah, we now going. We digressing now off the point. But
No, we're
maybe
not.
quickly,
assist us.
Melanie or MM just
Assist
explain
me,
what.
please.
Please, because I think
Assist
it's.
me. I'm not taking you back. Don't say I take you back.
No.
Tomorrow you must understand I must report to a constituency.
No, it's fine.
I'm
I've
sending
asked
you
the
constituency.
MM now, and then.
Yeah, the matters, I think our committee services and legal can probably, at each municipality has its own way of dealing with matters, but these are normally matters that would have been at the committee, and therefore it's under the items that would have resorted under the committees.
To you, Chair. The matters on hand now that have been debated by councillors are matters that were supposedly in a Section 8, which everyone admitted that there was mistakes, which if I might borrow the words, then next time these things won't happen. But now they are here in front of us while we've said that report submitted, because you must remember the champion of this committee is the mayor. He's just doing favors for us to allow us to debate around the matters. If he was a funny mayor, he was supposed to say only the MACO members must debate. That's the process of my MACO. Now we said none, which means none to me as a council person. If you said none, it means to me you say Keheti. Now advise me now. It's here. People are debating here. While we said to 9.1, there is. Then the mayor is saying here on record that the matters were not submitted to him. Now the next question would be, to whom was the matter submitted and who allowed them to be in the agenda? If he was a speaker, the rules of order saying items must come to the speaker before they will sign off. Now this is not a council meeting, it's a MACO meeting, which is championed by the mayor. Now I need to understand as a chief whip, while I'm having an acting chief whip, as the ANC, we need to understand now these items are here, being told in the meeting that these items, we are honestly asking this item to be moved to a special Section 8, irrespective, or to the council meeting, so that we can have a bite on it. Because people are having a bite now around the insecurity, outsecurity, whatever you can call it. But while we say there's none, now advisors and an advising officer for us, you and the legal team, tell us now, how do we deal? Should we change that none to something to 2 or what? Because there are 2 committees that didn't sit, and we're going to debate them here today.
Can somebody respond to Councillor Skosana so we can get on to the item, please? Or can we?
Maybe Melanie can address the issue.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I think Councillor Skosana has asked and answered his own question. The items were submitted to the Community Services Section 80 Committee and to the Section 80 Committee for Corporate Services, both of which did not take place due to time constraints. Now, if we were not to submit those items to the Mayoral Committee now, and if we, at the time when the MACO agenda was submitted, these items weren't part of his agenda, or items submitted directly to him. Now, they were submitted to the Section 80s, they did not take place, and we had to submit them here. If we did not submit them to the Mayoral Committee, and we asked the Mayor for his approval to submit it here, together with the 2 portfolio chairpersons who agreed that we follow that procedure. If we did not do that, all of these items, which of critical importance for service delivery as the item that is under discussion would not have served at the council meeting for final resolution, which is scheduled to take place on the 29th of next week. You are correct. Council should now, the mayoral committee should now discuss and debate it and make a recommendation on all of these items to the council, which will serve on the 29th of June.
Thank you. I think
Say something. Look, no. Let me not go there. Let me not focus on the deputy mayor. Look, let me appreciate the opportunity that you gave both accounting officers to respond, so that we'll be able to also to respond. People must not come here to be chancharas because they are deputy mayors. Thank you for the response.
Thank you, Councillor. So can we move on from here, colleagues? We need to look at the recommendation. So it's going to a workshop. We've got the one. Or what are we, because they've advised us now, so are we changing it?
No, Mayor, I just want to find out the cost implication. That is the cost implication for the consultant.
Okay, just to
Because we
the
talk about
director, there was a question asked, is there funding
Do we have
available
money
for the
for them?
study? That was the question that was asked. And then it is clear from administration that you are suggesting that before we do a workshop, you do this. That's why the council asked, is there money to do the investigation to this particular, or report, to present this report? Over to you, Director.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it was out of a sober cause that we have requested this, and we know that we have got money aside that are put aside for professional services. Thank you very much.
So to deal with this and maybe give councillors peace of heart and mind, can we put a time frame to this, because you said it will take about 4, you still have to appoint, there's still a long process, né? I'm going to give over to Councillor Maxim now that must share her views, and Councillor, but Councillor Maxim, do you want to say anything on this quickly? And then we take your time, but while they are deliberating there.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that the frustration from the councillors are felt and understood as to how long this process has taken. And now that we still have to, that it's still going to take a little bit longer. But I would also like to plead with them to understand that the report that we have here on the security tender from the Community Services Directorate is based on what we are currently utilizing from GAP. Now, the idea why we suggest, or why we think we need a professional service provider to do an analysis on the needs around our infrastructures, specific needs, so that we don't place guards where guards are not needed. We don't install an alarm where a guard is needed, and so forth, so that we can better workshop this security issue. I plead with them to understand that within the municipality, we do not have someone qualified enough to do that analysis. We as council, we can only understand that much. And as Councillor Lowe so many times emphasizes that we appoint professional people to lead us in the right direction, so that in 1 or 2 years' time, we don't sit with the same problems that we are sitting with now. We have securities, we have got alarms, we pay a service provider, but still, majority of our infrastructures are vandalized to a point that on this report it says they didn't see a need for a security guard at one of the sites because it was too vandalized. They didn't see a need for an alarm system because it was too vandalized. But we have a security service. So in order to do things right, I plead that we please endure this process that we are going on and appoint the service provider to do, like you said, a comparative solution analysis per site, so that we do things right and don't sit crying in our hands again in future. And yes, a time frame would be good, so that we don't come back to the next council meeting or after the workshop and say, yes, it's been another 6 months, 6 or 3 months. Thank you.
So, Councillor Lowe, because it was your,
My last, but let's expect the end of the year. Let's expect the end of the year. Because this thing of, no, I have to say it, this thing of the professional service, we didn't get a dream last night and decided it must be there. We are supposed to deal with it thoroughly when we deal with the motion. To deal with the professional team, everything that plays. It was supposed to happen like that. No, so that's why I'm saying that we expect the end of the month, the end of the year with this. Because it took us 8 months. But what I'm saying that they are capable, that they deal with it, and we are going to have our workshop, and we take it from there. So I'm fine. They can come with a time frame, and we deal with it.
so are we, just to clarify, I just need us to clarify before I give to Councillor Campbell. I know Councillor Matika also had his hand up. Just to clarify where we are at this moment. The administration is saying, councillors felt the general feel was it goes to a workshop because it should have been done that time already. Now, then administration said to us, you know what? Look at, we've put in this recommendation B because we don't have the capacity internally. We need someone to do that. The workshop was not part of this item. So everyone is open to the workshop. But then the director requested if we cannot first do this report so that when we workshopping substance. You see? So can we, and I'm asking before I allow the council to speak, can we then follow, but if I'm asking, can we put in time frames so that we can not fall into the same trap? You see, because if so that we can get finality on this issue, because this is an important issue. So I give over to
Matika.
Okay, before you go, Councillor. Sorry, I'm not oppressing you now. I gave you a lot of chance. Councillor Campbell.
Mayor, thank you very much.
Councillor Campbell first, quickly, man.
Mayor, to the best of my recollection, the security tender expires at the end of August or September. Mr. Esau is here until the end of August. Would it be possible that we could have the information from the consultant and a workshop no later than the first week in August? Then at least we've got enough time to make a decision, and when the new contract has to be entered into, the administration has guidance. So the first week in August or the 10th of August or something like that, which gives us enough time to get it before the council meeting.
Mayor, thank you very much. Mayor, we don't have money to waste. This report is quite well. We don't have another money. MM proposed on Monday, because I don't know what the consultants are going to do. We don't need consultants. Mayor, the information is here. All of these, it's properties. For instance, Bokmakir. We don't need the security in Bokmakir. It's already vandalized, it's destroyed. What's more to be vandalized? So the whole information is here. We don't need the consultant to tell us, yes, Bokmakir is already vandalized, we don't need. So we don't need to waste money. Next week, come with a workshop. The information is here. All of these, your Plaid Square Nature Reserve, all of these, your waste rail transfer station. We can say it ourselves, we need the security there. We don't need the security there. We can, in our reservoir or pump station, you can install beams, we can install a camera, we can install an alarm system. Before even you enter the pump station, the beams will start with the beams. They will signal the alarm. The moment you signal the alarm, the camera is already there. So what do we want a consultant for? To tell us what? To tell us the information is here. This information is here unless councillors didn't read this thing that is in front of us. Because this thing is detailed. It tells us which departments and in which place they are using alarm system, which place they are using physical security. It's here, what we want. We should make a determination and say that this is a waste. There we can put the alarm system, we could put something. This is what we want. But now we are saying that we need to get a consultant that is going to tell us the same information that is in front of us.
Councillor, I think we've established already that the user department has asked if they can please give a consultant to assist to get a proper, because the main goal of the motion is to establish what can be insourced and how our securities can be dealt with. So we need a proper cost assessment, which they have said they can't do, and that's why they put the recommendation B on there to get a consultant. So that's why I'm saying we want the workshop. We've come up with a thing in August, if we can get it. I mean, colleagues, don't we want to have it done in a thorough way and deal with the issue that we actually want to deal with in a proper way? So, I mean, Councillor Campbell says first week in August, we give a target to them to expedite it. They must just respond and say if that is workable, because I think it's a manageable thing. The MM is nodding his head. Then we do it from there, and then we do a proper workshop on the matter. Councillor Lowe is happy now with that, and I want to apologize on behalf of council because we, on behalf of administration, because I know they were tough, had a tough chance to develop this. We appreciate, but I apologize that we only took Councillor Lowe, that council only took 8 months before this was done after all of us. So I think we move on from there. Let us craft the we say we're going to, we're doing this, the B goes to A? Yeah. Or do we note, we still note this report, yes, no? We note it. B, then we keep B. And then C, we say it must go to a workshop immediately after the report is done. Something to that effect. And and the workshop must be done by the 10th of August. No? So you can just craft it. Councillor Tsengwa, I hope you're not going to go. You're going to. Are you happy? Okay. No, it's fine. Thank you, Councillor. So we're happy with that? Sorry, Councillor Beauty has been waiting for.
See, this is how it is just because Esther is not feeling well today. I can't preach. Just for the first time, Chairperson, I want to agree. For the first time, I agree with Councillor Lowe. For the first time, I agree with him of saying that it might be we can wait for next year. Let's hope it's not going to go that way. And the other thing that I would love to emphasize is, you know, when we are sitting, even if it's in council meeting or in workshop, we must always remember, especially the ward councillors, they have to give the report back to the people. Then for our people, you might think that they are not following. They do follow. They do follow it because at the end of the day, they're going to point fingers at the councillors and saying that they are not working or they are lying to them. Because some of the councillors, sometimes they're trying to protect the municipality or the officials or the directors because they're doing it out of the good heart. But we must always remember, when I say the other day here, there are some who are just in the office, you see just the jacket. And that one is not there. I'm talking about these things of like this. Because I'm a big woman, I was not born yesterday. I know what is happening around the world and around in town.
No.
So what I'm saying
Mayor,
is just,
Mayor, can Councillor Charlie withdraw that?
No, I'm not going to withdraw. I've said some.
No. Even if some.
Okay, let Councillor Beauty just finish her comments.
No, I didn't say, when you said, and you see, you want me to say what you want me to say, I'm not going to listen to you. What I'm saying that they are protecting. Because if work has been done, as Councillor Lowe said, it took 8 months. We might wait for the result at the end of the year. And which is right, is correct. Is because of the people who are like for clear manikis. Like my Afrikaans praat so that Council Matika must not understand what I'm saying. As it for clear manikis. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Beauty. I think I've almost lost my track of But I know we're moving to the next item, but Councillor Vanston, I have to give you an opportunity because I skipped you. I'm so sorry. And then we move on to item 12.2.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning to everybody. Mayor, I'm actually really covered. I think I just wanted to do the emphasis, which Councillor Campbell has already stated, that the current status with regards to the tender as specified on page 97 is that the current service provider expires on the 3rd of September and that the tender has already been advertised and 35 submissions were already received. So I'm actually covered because we've already decided upon the recommendations and the timeframes we are well aware of. So thank you for the opportunity, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. We move on, colleagues, to 12.2, which is Arts and Culture Status Report. I think this is just for noting. Mako members, is there anything that you want to say? 114 is the recommendation, 114. Are we happy? We just note this, yes, no? It's nice to see our beloved young people are doing things. Page 115, 12.3, Information Report of Municipal Health and Environmental Services for February and March. Is there any questions on this? These reports, I see there's two. So we can, if you will allow us, Mako members, that we can deal with both, no? And then we can just approve both. Yes, Mr. McCarthy's here. I know he's there, but he's here for questions. He will. He's got other urgent matters to attend. I thank you for coming, sir. So once we're done, you can go. Councillor Marby, your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. Mayor. Mayor, I've noticed that under this report, there is a couple of premises that has been visited by the Department of Mr. McCarthy's department. And furthermore, that some of these premises came out as non-compliant. Here's one, for instance, formal food premises on page 119. 79 were inspected, and 5 of these are non-compliant. Can you give us some indication as to, is there some progress? Are they now compliant or not? Because it is of concern to me when the food premises is not complying with the health standards as set out by the department.
Thank you. Before Mr. McCarthy, you answer, I'm sure there are a number of other questions from councillors. There are some concerning issues on here. If there's anyone that's got more questions before I give over to Mr. McCarthy, let's take the opportunity to ask. Okay, Speaker.
Thanks, Mayor. I just noticed with the public toilets that we seem to be non-compliant in a couple of public toilets. Now, surely that's actually a municipal function, and I just want to know if that is being addressed internally, because I think a notice was issued on one of them, and what we're doing about it internally. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. That's one of the main items I was referring to. Thank you, Speaker. I know that was one of your big concerns. Anyone else? Please feel free, colleagues. This is relating to our health and the district's involvement in what we are doing. So please take the opportunity before Mr. Councillor Marby. Councillor Cleon, I see your hand. Oh, no. Okay.
Okay. Just once again on page 121, recreational waters. You're sitting with the situation once again with Greeno, Bigay, Bongani, Queen Street, Long Street, train station, Kada, non-compliant, and the E. coli. It is of concern to us when it comes to this, and the question would be: are we getting something in place to get it compliant at this stage?
I think I'll give Mr. McCarthy a bite now. please feel free to give us all the details, no? Because it is quite shocking when you read this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning to everyone, and thank you for affording me the opportunity to present my reports. I think it's going to be a long day, with all due respect, so thank you very much. Just first of all, yes, when inspecting a particular premises, being it a formal or informal food premises, we utilize legislation in terms of hygienic and structural defects. So it's not to say if a particular premise is found to be non-compliant, it is on the verge to be closed. Normally, with an inspection, for instance, a broken wall tile or a hand wash basin or a dirty floor, that's all non-compliant in terms of the relevant legislation itself. So that's why you're seeing at the non-compliant particular category, there's so many non-compliant premises. And then a letter is submitted to the relevant owner or manager of the premises, and a follow-up inspection will then be undertaken to establish if anything has been done in terms of a non-compliant premises. You'll see the last category on the particular column. There's a follow-up and a final notice, F/P, in terms of when we do close the premises in terms of severe non-compliance issues. So I hope that answers the question. And then just the second issue in terms of the speakers, yes, we are quite concerned from Garden from the Environmental Health Services in terms of the inspection and scrutinizing of public toilets, especially the communal toilets. Now I can maybe just name the 6 non-compliant premises. These are the communal toilet facilities that's being utilized by the community in Sizimela and Smithville, the Masekane Mall, which is council property as well, Greenfields, Happy Valley, the Bloemfontein area, which is being equipped with chemical toilets, and as well as the numerous public toilets in town that's being vandalized, if I may use the word, by the homeless and destitute people. Now, the problem is the communal toilet facilities are not compliant in terms of broken infrastructure, and it's not being repaired. So it's causing an ultimate health nuisance to the adjoining residents living close to these public toilet facilities as well. This is not old news. So, you know, we've been issuing these reports on our month reports quite frequently. So that to us is really a public health concern of note.
Mr. McCarthy, when you read, so all these toilets is because it's broken. Broken, is that why you're saying why? You say non. If you can just elaborate a bit more on why, because then we need to have a strategy, but we won't deal with it here particularly, but we have to have a strategy for these specific areas then to make sure that they're not non-compliant. So you say that most of the non-compliant relates to broken, that the toilets are broken, or is it germs, or what's because of the feces, etc. That's gathering, it's not getting cleaned, etc. Is that the idea? I just want to find out.
Mayor, I think it's a host of problems. It's first of all, it's a broken infrastructure, and then just, you know, the ownership of these particular toilets in terms of the cleanliness and the proper cleaning schedule of these toilets to be undertaken by either the council or the residents themselves. Most of these toilets are being locked up by the residents. So ultimately, the problem is that there's a health hazard amongst these toilet facilities itself. It's impacting on the health of adjoining residents.
Thank you. Mr. Carter, if I may ask offline through the user department director and through the portfolio council, if we can just get the specifics of which toilet so that we can look at, do they need assistance with, you know, and get involved, the community involved, etc. But it is a serious issue that we have non-compliant. There was another. Was there all the questions answered? Okay, Director Pravir wants to. You want to follow up? Okay, we'll just wait for you, Councillor. Okay, so we just give to Prav. You want to wait quickly, Pravir? Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, the question that the councillor asked with regards to recreational waters. We have a meeting on a regular basis. Initially, it was once a week, but we've now meet fortnightly on it's called the Estuary Pollution Authorities meeting. And the testing results that you see on the screen there is as a result of the engagements that we have in that Estuary Pollution Authorities meeting. So as part of that authorities meeting, what we do is there's testing that is undertaken, and we've received those results. Now, we've put in place a number of measures, and it cuts across all the spectrums of the departments within the municipality. So it's housing, it's technical, it's community services. All the departments need to get involved so that we can address the issue of why the E. coli levels are so high. Now, in each of those channels, the levels of E. coli fluctuate. It doesn't go down to a level where there are instances very randomly where it becomes compliant, but there are in most instances, those areas are non-compliant. Now, it's specifically, for example, after rains and or where you've had a sewer blockage or something like that, that it is non-compliant. But specifically after rains, you'll find that informal areas will have you'll have the E. coli levels starting to increase as a result of water that has washed into those stormwater channels, because those are basically stormwater channels that are there. But what the municipality has done is we have put some money on the budget for us to conduct an investigation into each of those channels. So over the next 6 months, because we haven't been able to identify a concrete solution, so over the next 6 months, we are going to be conducting testing on a regular basis together with James McCarthy and the Sand Parks and BGCMA, so that we can come with a more concrete solution. Because like we were saying, that it's not something that happens on a daily basis. But there is a plan in place over the next 6 months for us to try and address and identify the different sources of the problem. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, yeah, I think Council will appreciate all the efforts that we've done collectively as joint authorities, ourselves as the monitoring authority, Pravir with his team, as well as Sandparks. But I think we should invest in a renewed effort in terms of protecting our water source. And I think it's time that collectively the communities, the residents, and the business sector of Nasa needs to pull together in terms of minimizing this pollution. We can only do much as authorities as we are currently doing. And I think we should invest in a collect media drive in terms of putting it out there in social media and the newspapers. Unfortunately, we're going to have to use the carrot and stick method as well ultimately, because transgressors needs to be beaten by the law, and I think that needs to be done. But I think we need to renew ourselves in terms of investing in a big media campaign to protect our estuary.
And then any other councillor, you can put up your hand.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Mr. McCarthy, just a question. There's been a number of complaints with regard to the rat infestations, particularly in the CBD area, and then the use of poison that is actually impacting on the owls that are in the area as well. So I just wanted to know, I know that there was a contract that the municipality had with regard to rat poison, and it was environmentally friendly. But whether there's been any investigation with regard to the rat poison that is currently being used, and whether it is still environmentally friendly, and is it actually impacting on the owls that are in the area? And secondly, the other question is with regard to the pollution of the estuary. There have been a number of situations around where we have stormwater areas or culverts where various stormwater drains collect into one area and then enter and under through, and those areas are being used by various individuals in town as ablution facilities. And I had raised it a number of times with Pravir. I see he's got his eyes on me, with regard to trying to cover those areas with some kind of a concrete slab or something so that it's not used as a public toilet. Because I think that would also go a long way to preventing the estuary being polluted, specifically around the CBD area. The one in particular that I'm referring to is the one near the Costa Sada area on that, I'm trying to think of the name of the road, but it's along by Quickspa. There's an area there that is utilised often as an ongoing problem. But it is an issue. Public toilets that have been abused and vandalised continually, green hole areas being vandalised on a regular basis, Wilson Street toilet facilities, the vagrants in and around that area broken into and are using it, and the facilities have been damaged and vandalised as well. So we need to be able to work with the Homeless Forum committee in terms of educating and talking to the people that are out on the homeless that are utilising these facilities. But they're not just utilising them, they're vandalising them because they're removing taps. I mean, just yesterday there were individuals that were caught in the industrial area that had removed 2 brass taps, and they were caught with them. And those taps actually belong to the municipality, it was determined. So it's a problem. So we need to be able to somehow or other work with the Homeless Forum committee and getting the word out to the vagrants with regard to the utilisation of facilities for relieving yourself and utilising the toilets for those purposes and not actually vandalising them, because they're there for the use of everybody in NISA, but specifically for those that are living on the streets. But if they get vandalised, then they don't have a toilet. So somehow or other we've got to, and as you indicated earlier, we need to be able to go out on that drive, and I would agree with you that it's something as a matter of urgency that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Mayor, just in response, I assisted Mr. Bower in terms of the specs of the rodent program, so I'm not sure about Mr. Bower, how far the program is in terms, but definitely we made mention of the raptor-friendly poison in the specs itself, so that will be completed, I suppose, in due course. Then secondly, unfortunately, we have to face the facts in terms of our current number of homeless and destitute folks in town itself. In the last 5 years, there was a major increase, not just in certain areas, but we counted actually 16 areas that's being inhabited in and around the estuary, but mostly within the CBD area itself. And they are a major contribution to the pollution itself entering the estuary because, as you're rightly saying, no sanitation, no water, no public toilet facilities. So it's really a scary situation in terms of looking at the hubs, especially the waste by rail system. We need to get solutions to the problem because they are unfortunately a contributing factor towards the pollution end of the day.
Thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues. I think there are no other councillors. I just want to make this point that we need to find solutions, and we believe that our teams, as one of the councillors alluded to earlier, are more than capable. So we need to please find solutions because there are many challenges that we're having in our town related to, it came out earlier by some councillors, vandalism that's not dealt with. And it's a perception that we're a lawless town. We don't implement and deal with issues. So that rodent infestation, I can remember since I've been a councillor, that rodent infestation has been an issue. So we need to start to come up, if there's solutions that council must make a decision on, please share with us. We need to start solving these type of problems in our community, when it comes to safety and security of our residents. But thank you very much, Mr. McCarthy. We really appreciate your attendance and drive home safely. Colleagues, are we happy with that? We can note. I think offline, myself and Wabisa can chat about the media campaign. It was a brilliant suggestion from Mr. McCarthy. I don't think we have to make a council decision on that, but I think the media team can incorporate that into. I mean, you're very good. You will know what to do. Okay. Thank you very much. So we note those reports. Thank you, colleagues. Next, don't worry, we're going to take a body break after the next 2 items. Now, I know we're thinking already about the body break. Okay, 12.4, Homeless Shelter Progress Report. I will give over to Councillor Maxim just to share her views, and then we'll just share the recommendations that we are looking at. and then we'll proceed from there and complete. Okay, Councillor Maxim, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe we are all familiar with the history of 14 Church Street and the progress that has been made since this resolution was taken in the previous council up to where we are now. We still we're still faced with the same problem. Many homeless people in town, and winter is upon us. I'm going to go straight, because I believe everybody has read this report, so I'm going to go straight to the recommendations, and then after that, comments can be received. We'd like to amend the recommendations. A, that the establishment of a permanent homeless shelter at 14 Church Street be rescinded. B, that a portion of ERF 1114 Clyde Street, Neisner, be utilized as a temporary safe space. And should this receive council's approval, that the public participation process be undertaken. C, that all suitable safe space sites also be identified in Sedgefield and be submitted to the next Community Services Section 80 committee, and that the process to identify a suitable premises for the establishment of a permanent homeless shelter continue. Those are the additions to the amendments to the recommendations in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you. We see now the hands are coming up fast and swift. Councillor Campbell, you wanted to not at this stage, you quickly before I hand over to...
I just wanted to give a bit of background to the new recommendations, but I don't know if let the questions go first.
No, thank you very much. No, thank you very much. I think this thing of homeless sector, we've been, one of the issues that as ANC, we've been arguing that we need to speed up.
Sorry, Councillor Matika. Is Councillor Susanna, are you all right? Oh, okay. Sure. No, it's fine. No, I just saw you laying.
Yeah,
Okay, no, sorry for that, Councillor. Please proceed.
I think it's one of the issues that we've been fighting, and we've been saying that I'm quite happy if the recommendation has said that for temporary, we should look at Clyde Street. I just need to tell us where in Clyde Street, as long as it's not in industrial area or outside town. Because one of the issues that we are saying that it's going to be a white elephant, if it's going to be outside the town, it must be in here in the CBD. And looking at all the objections and all the stuff, but as long as you're saying that it's here in Clyde Street, you just need to tell us where, because we want to know where in Clyde Street. Because we know Church Street is there. And one of the reports is saying that that building, there's nothing that much can happen there in that building, but we need to know where in Clyde Street.
Thank you. Councillor Lowe, and we will give to Councillor Maxim to respond. And
No, I want her to respond first, then I will come.
Just here, do you feel the same way, Councillor Tsengwa? Your hand was up.
It's actually right next to the municipal building. It's behind the IHS building where the containers are standing currently. The containers obviously will have to be moved to a different location. Thank you.
Councillor Lowe is there.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to zip some. Mayor, mine is that, and I'm very glad, like Councillor Matika said, we are not going to take our people out of town. They must be here. They must be in town, our people. Now I want to go directly to what kind of structures are we going to put up there? Because that is very important. When you talk about putting people in a shelter, we mustn't just put people in a shelter that look like a sick. No, I want to find out from the expertise what kind of shelters are we going to put up? And don't come with this container swings, because they are very cold. It must be proper structures because we are dealing with human beings. And we have to make a sweat analysis. I see last year, it was between 19 and something people that we put up there at Lurie Park. How much, I see the caucus was there because the infrastructure, maybe they have money. How many people are we going to put up there? What safety measures are we going to put in place? You know, because it's very important. And I hear also you talk about Sedgefield. Sedgefield must be a separate project because Sedgefield also have, so there must be a project for Sedgefield also. You see, but the component of the structure, do we have money to put up the structure there? What kind of structure will be there? Who's going to feed them when they are there? Who's going to look after them when they are there? Because I see there are containers with a lot of documents. We're going to put that containers under where people are parking now. We're going to put the containers there and use it as a storage. There, where people's cars can stand outside. There's nothing wrong with a car to standing outside there. There's nothing wrong. So we have to do with that. But I want from Mslansla, you must in charge of properties. Did you consult with them about what kind of structures we're going to put in place? How it's going to look? Who is going to assist the municipality? Because now we talk about financial implications. And how much money are we having involved in this whole process? And with the CFO, because he's here, we want to find out is there money for this from in the community service package, because it is falling under community service, because we have to find out that, because but as long as they are here, we are fine.
We will just give to Councillor Maxim, and then number will deal with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Lowe, we've got the Knysna Homeless Forum, and in the meetings had with them, they've expressed that they've expressed their eagerness to assist in setting up the homeless shelter or the temporary safe space. Their only concern was that Knysna municipality wasn't coming forward with an actual piece of land or building to utilize. Now, if council approves this recommendation that ERF 1114 be utilized for a temporary safe space while we work on the permanent site for the shelter, the homeless forum, which a part of it is individuals within the Greater Knysna, business owners, and feeding schemes, NGOs, and so forth. It's quite it's a varied group of people who've also gone on an embarkment to source funding to set up the safe space, and in the future also assist with the shelter. Now, on your question as to what kind of structures will be put up there, in the meetings with the Homeless Forum, a lot of brainstorming was done around that to look at the most affordable options, safe, dignified, and warm. Please rest assured that whatever will be put up there will be dignified. I trust him. In our lack or in our delay of finding a shelter in time for the homeless, they've been looking after the homeless. I trust him that they will not do something that will undermine the dignity or put them in a worse situation than they already are. And as council, obviously, we will be assisting in that, and we will be monitoring as well to make sure that that the homeless are being looked after the way I think we all have been intending to. I'm just glad that things are coming to a point at long last. Council will also be kept up to date on any progress that's being done regarding the shelter. Now, I know this has taken years. One big reason why this has taken years is because Knysna municipality, I believe the intention was good, wanted to assume all financial responsibility for the shelter. In this case, we are not. We are providing the space for the safe space to be set up. We will provide the permanent site for the shelter to be put up, but we allow those who are willing to take on the financial burden, to take on the running of the safe space. We allow them to do that. It's the only way this is going to take off the ground. Knysna municipality, let's not ons stokkies draai nie. We take ages to do things. We take ages, and if we take on that financial burden now, the winter will end with the homeless still being outside. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got, before I give to Councillor, I see Councillor Kleonos first, Councillor Chengwa, Councillor Skosana, and then Councillor Mabe. That will be the order. Please follow in that order.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for that. If we have a look at our report given to us in front of us, I think it's clear that we all understand how the mandate and who is responsible for this. So as we see in the report, it is the Knysna municipality that is responsible to assist with the location, the property, or the premises. It is the responsibility of Department of Social Development to assist with the funding in terms of a TPA. It is the responsibility of an NPO or an organization to run a homeless shelter. We are currently, and the same as a safe space, a temporary safe space. We are currently required and requested as Knysna municipality to assist with the premises or the identified land space. Thereafter, it is then to run through, as mentioned in this report, and as I have just alluded to, that the NPOs and that the Department of Social Development assists with the funding. We, as Councillor Maxim has already advised, that there is a Knysna Homeless Forum with a whole lot of different stakeholders included in it that cover all aspects, feeding, legal, SAPs, everybody else that is involved there, and very capable forum that is ready to go and to look after the needs and the requirements that the homeless need, according to the norms and standards stipulated by Department of Social Development for running of a safe space or a shelter. So those are already all in place. The delay is just where will we have this. I also wanted to just come back to say that the location, don't let the location be a deterring and a delaying factor. Our homeless were in Lurie Park during COVID, and they were very happy to have a place to sleep, eat, and a warm place to shower. And they were very happy to walk in and out from Lurie Park to town daily. And I don't think that we should have a delay because of the location being in town, when we have personally had feedback from the homeless people to say that they just need somewhere to sleep, somewhere to bath, and a warm place to sleep in at night. Because of the location. We cannot delay this because it's not in the best interest of our homeless people. And then again, just to specify the recommendation that we do need to focus on the Sedgefield homeless as separately and individual. The Sedgefield homeless need to be treated individually, and the same processes will be applied in the Sedgefield homeless. We as the municipality need to assist and identify the location, and the NPOs and the Department of Social Development will then again, as per the report, cover for the regulations, the running, and the daily operations of the temporary safe spaces. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor. Mayor, mine is going to be very, very simple and straight to the point. You know, Mayor, I think I must just also welcome this report from the chair, portfolio chair, community service, and I'm very happy, Mayor, seeing the chair, and the chair is confident. She knows exactly what she's talking about, and I like that. You see, and you see, when credit is due, we must give to our colleagues, and I like that. Mayor, I've got only one concern which I want to raise here, because you know, if we are saying we are going to move those people from Church Street to behind our building, because I remember, Mayor, last year when we were dealing with this particular issue, Mr. Langlands, Mr. Mayor, I think they are here. We were told sometime that this building next door is a historical building and there's nothing can be done there. So I wanted to understand now, and what is it that they've changed? Because we were told, all of us, that now we cannot do nothing there because of the history and the heritage and so on and so forth. So I just wanted to understand if I can be clarified there. I'll be very happy. I just wanted to raise that particular issue. The second issue, Councillor Winstein have just covered me because, from where I'm sitting, and we all in agreement, Chairperson, I fully agree with you. We need to expedite this particular project because this thing has been coming for a very long time. But they're looking from what we have just raised, that from our side, we are only going to contribute by allocating that particular NGO, that piece of land. So they are going to, continue. They are going to build whatever structure they are going to build for those people. So let me not make an issue out of it. Let's rather wait for Councillor Vincent, as she have reassured us, to say those people, they are financially fit. They are going to be able to start, finish what they've started, you see. Because I wanted really to question, and you are quite right, Chair, when you says that the winter, we are in the middle of winter. Otherwise, if we are not moving with a massive speed, we might go to September, October, November. Those people still roaming around, and it's going to be a problem to some of us. But I just wanted to get the clarity, Chair. Furthermore, I think I must allow me to welcome your report, and I also want to echo what Councillor Matika, Councillor Low, as long as those colleagues, those brothers, our brothers and sisters, they are still, because they enjoy to be in town. And if they are going to be next door, it's going to be very quick for them, Director Ngele, so that as and when they want food parcel, they just walk to the traffic department and go and collect food. Because that is our responsibility. We can never neglect our own responsibility and say that SASA and whoever. But I'm going to park it there. And Chair, I've got only one question. If you can attend to my question, I'll be very happy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll just give over to Richard. He wants to say something, and then we move to the next councillor, Councillor Skosana.
Apologies, man. Yeah, hi, Bo. Let me just say that it was it's a temporary site, the safe space. It will be a safe space that will be next door. At us, there's a couple of things that still need to be done there to move the current containers. Containers also, let me just put that in. When we looked at 13 Church Street, there was also containers that were suitable for people to stay in, because people build houses now with that in some of the areas, and there is one in Sedgefield already. There's also the Land Audit Committee that had a workshop on properties and land that is available within the Greater Knysna as well. So we should not look at a site only for the homeless people in isolation, but look at it in the bigger picture of where we want it, and if it's in Knysna or wherever council decide on resolving that matter. But there is, we need to look at graveyards and all of that. Then we can say that's the plan. But for the interim, the safe space or the temporary site will be the safe space for people until we have identified a suitable piece of ground or office or building to do then these, to shelter the homeless people. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Skosana, and then I'm going to give over to Councillor Marby, and then I'm going, Director, you also wanted to say something, so Councillor Sana, then Director first. Is it related to the dynamics of the facility? I think Mr. Mayer has covered us, but we'll get to that, no? The water and stuff and all that. Councillor?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. I think some of the things that I was going to raise have been covered by Councillor Tsengwa in terms of the structure, how we dealt with it previously when we wanted to expand on the building. But also I want to check while we're dealing with, sorry, with the homeless people is that I think we think that we are still going to winter. We're already in winter. I think if we were in a Section 8, we're going to ask the question, we say that what are we doing with our people to get, so that they can get warm, like us, your soup, your some stuff, because they are there. It's reality, they are there, outside there. Do we have budget? Did you budget for that when we're dealing with the budget? You are the champion of the budget, by the way, all of you. With you, Chairperson. Now, where I'm going is, one, we need to check what we are doing. Hopefully, you'll tell us what's the plan now, while we don't have a building for them to assist them where we need to assist them. Because they're outside there now as we speak. Two, I think it must be registered that unless we have changed polls, we said that we don't want this house in our areas. Now I hear graveyard. We don't want them in Honley. We want them here in town where they are operating. We didn't mince our words when we were saying this. And I'm worried when African, this thing will get back to you to say that you don't care about our people, you bring them back to us. These people are here in town. Go next to the garage, you'll see them. We want them here. Correctly said there's a land committee which is led by Councillor No. He will come with his report to say we're in a pocket of land. But it does not stop you to speak to him as a chairperson, as well you are a chairperson. I'm saying that whatever you are doing, you must never change the ball. It needs to be here in town. Also, when you sit with your director, look in there. Before he tells us he's taking sober decision, you never said he's drunk. He must count his words when he talks to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Marvey, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have a problem with what the chairperson have said in terms of the temporary site. But my question would just be, and it's two things. We are talking about, and I think Mr. or Councillor Chengwa have rightfully put it correctly by saying that we are looking here at the historical site next door, whilst Church Street was also identified as a historical site. So, looking at both premises, it comes to the very same thing. In terms of why shouldn't the homeless shelter then, why can't it be there while it is a historical site versus the site next door? It's the very same thing. Why are we playing politics with the lives of our people? And then secondly, Mr. Mayor, I think the last time, and I might be corrected here now, it was stated that funding or a RFQ or tender was out for that process in Church Street. What happened to that funding? Whether it was spent on a consultant or what? Maybe we can give us some feedback, because it cannot be that that money was just spent, or was it spent or not? Just give us some clarity with regards to that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I give Councillor Wenston, I'm going to give over to Councillor Campbell, who's done some research into this. Councillor Matika, I do see your hand. I'll make a note of it, after, and then I see Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Mayor. Firstly, regarding the historic sites, it's quite correct. This home is a historic home in Clyde Street, so is Church Street. This home is not going to be demolished in Clyde Street. The property is large enough that that temporary shelters can be put onto the balance of the property if those containers are moved. The other advantage of this property to Church Street is that this property is correctly zoned. So you were asking about the consultant's costs. We will no longer have to incur those costs. Those costs were budgeted for the land use planning applications because the Church Street property may not be utilized as a homeless shelter. This property zoning is in place, so we don't have to spend any town planning costs there, which can save us considerable time, as much as 6 months or longer. So in neither instance, the building would have been demolished because we're not allowed to. But that is not of any consequence because this building is not going to be demolished. It's going to be on the back of the property. And the other problem with Church Street is the Homeless Forum did not find that suitable. They do find this property suitable.
Thank you very much for that articulate response. And then, okay, let me give the councillors an opportunity to ask all their questions, and then we give to the officials to respond. Oh, Councillor Maxim, we can also give you. Councillor Maxim can close off for us as the chairperson. So let's see, Councillor Vanston first, Councillor Matika, Councillor Lowe. We go through the list. Kort en krachtig.
You, Mayor. So I think, just for clarity and understanding, we are discussing that Clyde Street is a temporary safe space. The safe space being a night shelter. So the details, the chairperson, I think she can explain to us. But it's a safe space. It's a temporary safe space. Let us not come and politicize to the disadvantage of our homeless people in our community. It's a temporary safe space. Why do we want to debate about which heritage sites and which heritage site we are and could have? We are talking about a long term. We're not talking now about a temporary space which our homeless people need. We cannot delay this any longer. We need to think of their human rights and their dignity and their warmth and their safety. Thank you.
Mayor, I don't want to get into a debate, but we understand it's temporary. But what I was just getting towards, just as much as they want to accommodate the temporary site here, they could have done it there. But Councillor Campbell have explained now to us, and I fully understand the explanation. So thank you.
Councillor Matika, over to you. Thank you.
No, Mayor, thank you very much. You see, I'm going to have a problem with Councillor Weston. He seems to know a lot more information than the chairperson. So I don't know if I just want to check, does he still serve on that committee? And then if yes, then it's supposed to have declared interest. He cannot, because he's serving in the committee that is going to do, and then he's fighting that we must this land for this committee, and then he's also serving in that committee. So I think she was supposed to declare interest and not take part of this if he's still serving.
Can I have a follow-up, please?
No, it's fine, Councillor Cleon. Councillor Matika, it is no financial interest or gain, but I mean, you can just...
Mayor, don't mislead us.
Mayor, you know, in others...
See, look,
don't mislead us. It doesn't matter, Mayor.
It doesn't matter,
It doesn't matter.
I will allow, and then we're just going to close this off because...
Thank you, Mayor. Last part, and then I'm
Are
done.
you done, Councillor Matika, with your point?
No, I wanted first that clarity.
Okay, can I give
now
clarity?
you're saying that there's no interest. I remember Councillor Campbell here, there was something that we were told, no, he must declare interest. There was no even financial issue like the same as this one. So I'm raising this, Mayor. I just want to check because...
We give you a lot of
he
time
can,
now.
no, but he's a committee member. He must not
Can
come
I give
and...
clarity?
You see now...
Look, we are getting distracted now. If we can just ask Councillor, just
No, but
explain
Councillor
and
Cleon
we
was,
finish.
but he was supposed to declare an interest on this item because he's a committee. He's advancing for the. No. He's advancing as a municipality that we must give to this NGO and all of stuff, and it's something else that he's talking about. Last time when we took a resolution, we didn't. Now we are told about there's a committee, they are ready, SASA is going to do this and this. When we took those resolutions, we said that Church Street, the municipality, must do something there and build them. This information is bringing us, it's a new information that we
Councillor, I think there's a misunderstanding. This is not an NGO that will be doing, it's a forum. which comprises of many different stakeholders that work with homeless people. So it's not one specific NGO that we are saying we want this specific NGO to drive this project. So it's a homeless, but I want Councillor Cleo just so
But
that
Mayor, sorry,
Can I please follow up to end this debate?
Okay,
Mayor,
she's not
please.
on the, tell the colleagues, where are you on the committee or not on the committee? Then we
Thank
know
you,
we
Mayor.
can-
Let me clarify this. I do not have to declare any interest because previously I was the chairperson of the Nazna Homeless Forum. Since being a councillor, I am no longer the chairperson. So I am no longer on this committee. I now can speak in full capacity as a ward councillor without declaring any interest and fight for our homeless. I thank
There
you.
we go. So now it's irrelevant. Councillor Lowe, can you continue, please?
Thanks, Mayor. I see the chairperson of, or one of the sponsors is here of the homeless center, shelter. He's sitting there. You don't have to worry. The homeless center will be here. Yeah. You don't have to worry about that. It will be here. But my thing is, Manager, Mayor, you are correct. We have a land audit committee. And the team that we are working with, they are very capable. We are going to identify land for our people where we can have proper buildings for our people. Because there's also a lot of properties in this municipality, in town. And Mslansla is on top of our game. My manager that side, there, he's sitting there. Mslansla. No, I didn't say Msasa. No, she's on top of her game. We are moving forward. In the last meeting, also, we agree the officials are coming together. Next week, they are going to sit down because they must also identify what they need before we moving with that. So we are on par with that one, and we will come up with proper things even for community service, so they can also have a proper places where we can start to build a proper homeless shelter in town. This is what we are going to deal with thoroughly. And the team, and also the suggestion that the Director Infrastructure, Human Settlements make last week, that they must come together first, and we appreciate that thinking of the directors moving in one direction instead of moving separately. So they are going to meet next week, and Mr. Smith already informed me they are going to have a meeting to discuss the whole process before they come back to us as the land audit committee to deal with properties and make sure our people have access and have facilities. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor wants to say something quickly, urgently, and then Councillor Beauty has a hand up. And then, colleagues, we need to move on. Oh, yes, sorry, Pravir. Over to you. After you, and then we close off with the chairperson, Councillor Maxson.
Mayor, thank you. It's on. Let me just also, because there was a question on a cost that was incurred. Yes, there was, because there was a resolution by council that we need to start with the developing and the progress or the building of then a homeless shelter in 13 Church Street. So we continued with that. We're up to now, we only spent 50,500 because it was part of the town planner and also the professional land surveyor. Then after that, there was recently a council a meeting, where at the council meeting there was a motion submitted that we stop all cost and all further expenditure on such a property. So we stopped that because I didn't want to get any fruitless and wasteful expenditure against my name. So there was money, but it was still because of the resolution of council. So we can still spend money until council, like today, has resolved on that to rescind the previous council resolution. So we need to still, so we're not going to spend any money on that. The other thing, the Homeless Forum is currently our main driver in looking after the people. There's a lot of them that look after them, give food, blankets, clothing, and all of that. And then also just, and that was it. So that everyone is just on the same par with what we're doing. So, yeah, this. Thank you.
Thank you. After this, we would have to then coordinate very well in terms of the user departments would then have to kick in and start moving the containers, etc. No? So everyone will then start after we've made that council resolution and start implementing it. Pravir, you wanted to say something? I will give over to Councillor Beauty afterwards, and then Councillor Maxim can close on this item. Thank you.
Mayor. Maybe I missed. I didn't see this site on the report. So in terms of the considerations and the dynamics that you're talking about, I think we're very close, or we're already in the peak of winter. We're already experiencing very low temperatures. And services are going to be critical for that site. And in order for us to be able to ensure that we have water, sanitation, and electricity, we're going to have a budget. Otherwise, we could have a very informal or a very devastating situation right in the middle of town in terms of sanitation, in terms of water, and in terms of electricity. I think it's a very critical factor that we need to consider, that we are right next door to our municipal offices. And it could have implications for us as a municipality. It's something that's very key to us. There are two other considerations from my point of view which potentially puts us at risk. The second one is the issue of security. We know when we have homeless people that it's a fact that a lot of instances people have left their homes because of, for example, drug abuse and all of those things. And having them living next door to our facility puts us at risk in terms of potential for break-ins. And we've had a number of break-ins into this building over a period of time. So bringing people right next door to the building puts us at a security risk as well. And the third issue is knowing that we're going into winter, there is a potential of fire risk as well. Because even though you are going to give people electricity, there is a tendency for people to want to burn stuff. And we're putting this building at risk by bringing people who want to burn stuff right next door to our building. And we've seen what has happened with Parliament, and we don't want to put ourselves in a situation where we could potentially find ourselves with a burnt building. And I've come from a previous organization where we found a building that was burnt as a result of people burning fires to stay warm. So I just want to raise those risks to council so that they're aware of it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Pravir. And then my next question I posed to you, what is the solution? So, but you can work out the solution. I know you got a solution. That's the most important part. So we identify the risk, but I know you've got a plan. So we can talk about, you can implement it. But Councillor Maxim, we can close off, then we take a body break.
No, you
Oh,
can't
sorry,
change your word.
Councillor Charlie, I profusely apologize. You have 5 minutes.
Yes, there. You see, thank you, Mayor. You see, Councillor Winston, the reason when I started holding that baby of mine, and I think that let me leave him in Baragwanath Hospital, because I know that he was going to cause a big problem in my life. That's why I left him in Baragwanath Hospital. Yeah, that's Matika. Don't know how he traced me. Because I could see the first day I lay my eyes on him, he was going to give me a problem. I just drop him and leave him there. Thank you for all. I've been listening to the speakers who spoke about the shelter and all that stuff. Mine is good ideas and all the stuff. But there's one thing that I know, that when you are going to the doctor, and the doctor put a drip on you so that you can be healed, it's not going to say to you, go home with a drip. You have to stay in that hospital, in that bed, until the doctor says that now you're fine, you can go home. What type of an example are you bringing, Councillor Charlie, for me to say in that shelter? I don't think that we want to keep them and calling them that they are the people who are there at the homeless shelter. I so hope in future we will bring changes in those people's lives, not by feeding them and giving them place to sleep. But we need also to help them if they are addicted in drugs and all that stuff. So that is why I'm making the example of saying that to be in the doctor and you get a drip, the doctor will never say to you, go with a drip home. So it means that they're in that shelter. We need to look at all the angles. How are we going to assist them and reunite them with their families? And then how can we get the body break after?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for all the, the comments and the contributions that were made. I believe majority of the questions were answered by the officials. Councillor Kosana, sorry for that. Not Councillor Kosana, Councillor Tangwa, you mentioned something. You had a question whether municipality, now the municipality will not be contributing anything financially towards the safe space or the shelter. I would just like to put myself on record that it does not mean that. I think Director Infrastructure there just now laid out that come what may, it will have financial implications for the Knysna municipality, and we cannot do like Councillor Charlie did, leave her baby in the hospital. We cannot do that. We have to look after our baby, and we need to lend a hand where possible. So just that. Richard mentioned something about the viable land. In the process of identifying a permanent piece of land for the homeless shelter, they have expressed also the need for all directors and council to meet and discuss the need of the different directorates' needs of pieces of land. So this will give us an opportunity to really source out appropriate pieces of land for appropriate functions. So yes, Councillor Tengwa, you also said no, Councillor Kusana actually said something about the proposed sites, the proposed erfs that's on this presentation. So that's not all. We are still going to look further, and it doesn't mean that we will take the homeless out of town. We will look at the best possible solutions. I think everybody has been answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. We go with this as announced by the chairperson. Thank you. We take a body break for about, let's go till 12:30. Thank you. Can somebody please call the honorable councillors?
Honorable executive councillors. Let's go.
Please.
Got a quorum, let's go.
Get all the problem ones.
Now let's get
Thank you. We've got a quorum now. We've got a massive agenda still to go. Councillor Arends is ready. The only councillors, they are ready to walk when it gets to 4 o'clock, but it's fine. Okay, let's go.
Where's everybody else?
I think everyone went to go get lunch or something.
It's a maker.
It's a maker decision, it's still got to go to council.
It's got to go to council.
And that gentleman is very passionate about the whole.
No, he doesn't stop there.
Okay, the next item is a very pleasant item. No issues here. I'm so happy about this item because sports is very important.
Are we happy to go with the recommendation?
Yeah, I'm just getting my... Okay, colleagues, we are... The Niger Sports Council establishment, are we happy with the recommendations? Yes? Maiko, thank you. We move forward. Okay, we need the... Where are the councillors? Where's Councillor Low? This is an important item for him. He's daar buiten. Somebody call them. Councillor Tsing was here. Illegal occupation of land, 12.6. Can we please... Oh, no, I'm just trying to be fair, Councillor. You know, fairness is very important.
But it's not up to us to...
We had a concern, just quickly, on there was a concern raised by councillors that are now not here, but they've asked me to, if they can please just bring it up, my co-members, if it's possible, if that the current service provider, red ants, be utilized in situations where law enforcement department cannot remove or control land invasion. That was a bit of a concern. Councillor Andrews, over to you. You had a concern that you want to share, or are you comfortable, are you covered now? Before I give over to the Deputy Mayor. Because, okay, so I think if the Deputy Mayor can clarify, the perception is that we are saying now that we are going to call the red ants in tomorrow and they are going to go and knock down structures. That is not what this recommendation is saying. This is talking for an extreme situation where we need capacity, that we are able, but as you know, when people see red ants, it's a red flag. Deputy Mayor, can you...
Thank you, Mayor. At this moment, we don't have a service provider. And I've confirmed that with Mr. Langland, so there is no official service provider that we have on our books to provide that service, which does create other problems in the sense that we have no official protection of municipal property, the invasion of municipal property, as well as other vacant land that we've identified for possible housing or informal settlement procurement through our own systems. So we need to consider through our legal departments, because firstly, SAPS will not assist us if there is no court order for the invasion of land. So we need to be considering interdicts on firstly municipal land, vacant municipal land, as well as the possibility of where we've identified land for housing opportunities. And obviously the acting director, integrated human settlements, as well as planning, needs to get together to, obviously with the housing, the land, ad hoc land committee, to identify these portions of land. Otherwise, we are going to run the risk of multiple invasions of which we can almost do nothing about without the help of SAPS. So that is the current critical situation we're in. But just to put councillors at ease, we do not have a service provider at the moment to assist us with the removal of illegal land invasions. That's...
Thank you. I did mention this is just a response from the Deputy Mayor councillors related to the Red Ants one. So those councillors that came now, I'm not sure, Councillor Obi want to say something? Before I give over to Councillor Obi, there are two issues. The one is the policy. We would love to introduce a recommendation requesting that a policy from the legal department they submit a draft policy on illegal occupation of land to the next corporate service committee meeting. So, I don't know how, if that's the correct word, acting director of corporate, or if we should change the wording there. And the second thing was that we felt was that if we can review the SOP, that it can be more collaborative and more specific. So I don't know how we can articulate it. If it's fine with the MM, if we can just ask the Director of Corporate Services to respond, or in fact, Henny, if you would like to as well from a planning perspective, please feel free. I see Councillor Chengwa's hand after that, and then Councillor Lowe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, the Legal Services Department, together with our Public Safety section, in collaboration with SAPS Legal, have already commenced with the work on this project. We are busy revising the standard operating procedure, and we are also busy with the policy on illegal land invasions and the manner in which we will deal with that. We've already had our first meeting with SAPS on the 1st of June, their Legal Services Department, in order for us to get a combined sort of like a combined approach on how we are going to deal with illegal land invasions, specifically flowing from the comments that we have received when we appeared before the South African Human Rights Commission, where you also appeared there, Mayor, and some of the recommendations that was made by SAPS at that meeting. So the only recommendation that I would make for the change is that Legal Services in collaboration with the Public Safety Department submit the policies that we have already commenced with, together with the draft SOP, to the next Section 80.
Councillor Chengwa, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Mayor, I've got only two questions to ask here. Yeah, before I ask my question, Mayor, I remember we have taken a decision last year, towards the end of the year, to identify portions of land for our people. And I think we have done that very successfully so. Now, what I wanted to understand, looking at this, because I saw on this report, okay. I've saw in this report there is a statement which refers to Hondi, and I'll assume that is particularly on what is entailed on this report, on the background. It relates to the incident which have taken place during September when our people were confronting red ants in Honley when they went there to demolish. And I'm not quite sure whether, what I'm reading in the background, it refers to that, And the number one, that's first concern. The second one is I've indicated that we have taken a decision to identify portions of land. Now I'm not quite sure. This report, particularly this report, is it specifically relating or speaking to what is happening in Only? Or is this report, speaks about nice in general? I'm not quite sure, Mayor, if I can get a clarity on that. Because I remember some of the people which have invaded land, some of those portions are portions which were identified by us, and it was a council decision, Up unless, Mayor, we can be specific as to which area is this reporting referring to. If you can be specific. If we are saying that this part we are referring to Karatra, for argument's sake, or a portion in Damsa Post, or a specific portioning only? So hence I wanted to understand, because this thing is also having, this report is also may have just, as we have just clarified, the issue about the red ends, and that thing really, it's not sitting well with people. So hence I also wanted to understand, so that when we are dealing with this issue, but specifically this issue, we are able to know exactly what are we talking about. So those are two concerns which I have. Number one, if I can just if I can get a response on that, I'll be very happy. Thank you.
Thank you. I think just to comment, this report is, as you have correctly said, is Knysna as a whole. The background is just some comments on what has been done in the past, some of the concerns that were raised. Horn is mentioned, Smutsville is mentioned. As you know, years ago we got a court interdict on the dune, which works for us in terms of, but I think, I don't want to jump the gun, but in terms of Hornley, there's own plans ahead. We've got a meeting next week to look at a community-driven approach to stopping this. But I see Councillor Louw's hand is up. But this is for the whole of Knysna. There's an ad hoc committee that deals with land. So the ad hoc committee will look at the issues of available land. But in terms of this issue, Councillor Chengwa, we must identify, you're absolutely right, there are certain hotspots within certain areas where, in some of our wards, people are even now invading private property. So we need to make sure that we protect our property. And as the Deputy Mayor said, looking at then what is called a blanket interdict over just a specific area. Maybe we'll get housing there. We've done a solution that Councillor Lowe gave, which we tried, which we are going to implement, was a part of his land committee stuff, was to put up boards, signboards on sites where there are developments going to take place so that people cannot invade the land. So just to comment, there's two separate issues. This is about how do we deal with land invasions in the whole of Knysna. This is what this item is about. So just to comment, and then the issue of land giving to people will be done through that committee. But I'm going to give over to the councillors that wanted to speak. I think it was Councillor Lowe is next. And then Councillor Chengwa, has that covered your one? Councillor Lowe, and then any other, I see no other hands. So Councillor?
Yes, thanks, and I'm going to stand now for this one. I think what this report, it shows us that we're talking about a certain area. I was the one here, informed the municipality before people already started it their way, they are already built now. I was the councillor here, informed even the council of that ward, of Ward 11, that there must be a speedy intervention because of that area. That area where the people have put up the structures was identified for backyard dwellers project. But, as a woord in Afrikaans mag ek dit hierso sê nie. And no one have responded to my call in this municipality. Before the road was there, before people are building for them brick houses on that piece of area. Now, the people are there now. Now we want to come with this whole story of only. I just want to find out, when it comes to the invasion of land, did it start the first time now in only, or did it start all over Knysna? Now only are on the agenda. I know the previous government have sent the red ends to come and shoot our people without even a court order. And that was unlawful, what they have done. And we can't make the same mistakes now. That's why I asked the mayor, you, because our people are prepared to help themselves. Because for only, there's no houses been budgeted for only. But people are prepared to help themselves, where they want to build proper houses. When a person go and they put money aside for themselves to do a road, it says to us that they are prepared to do something for themselves. And that's what they have done now. Now suddenly this come up. there was a report about identified land, not only in Honley, but also Welbedag, also Soudrivier, also Brenton municipality. But we have a land audit committee now that we established to lead that process. But we can't have a situation now, and I have to say that if this municipality took a decision to go there, 20 September will be a small thing. I want municipality. 20 September will be a small thing because the people are waiting and they are prepared to help themselves. The only thing that we have to do is how to take them together. And I'm glad that you mentioned the thing about to having a meeting with the community and the leaders of the people that are taking land to build the houses, to have a formal meeting where we want to have the mayor, the different chairpersons of committees to be present in that meeting. Because when you deal with the houses, you only can't have the infrastructure, the integrated human settlement director there, but infrastructure is not there. And that's why I was pushing this thing of putting money aside for sites. When people are there, then we know we have money to go and put services in there. Because the areas where people are putting the structures up, most of them, are in the areas where this municipality have took a resolution to identify pieces of land. It's only that area, where this municipality have failed our people. When I raised this thing, before there was any structure, I raised it here. And they failed it. Now we want to come up with that. We have to look thoroughly into that. That's why nothing about the people without the people. So let's have this meeting, have the discussion, and forget about these things and think now we can have a peaceful solution when we go and talk to our people. The structures is there, the road is there, people just need services. Because people are already portrayed. Because I support the budget. Yeah, Councillor Lowe have supported the budget for 1.2 million for the red ends to come. That's municipality. They have now putting that thing up and said, Councillor Lowe support the budget to remove structures then only. But the illegal removal of structures budget come long time to this municipality. So what I said, we have that meeting with the people, so we have a full engagement with them. But forget that thing about, because if I have to go back as the EFF to the history of this country, it will not be nice. Because people sitting in this country with land that they also stole from 1652 and take land. That the illegal thing of taking land didn't start with us. It started with the people that come to our country and they took our land. Now we're sitting, we don't even, that's why I was raising this thing of, we must have farms, small-scale farming, but we didn't even have land. So the thing is that we have a comprehensive approach, and I trust your judgment on this one. With the mayor and the different directors and community chairpersons, so we can deal with it. But the houses are there. The only thing that they need services now. And we have put money aside for that one. There's also land. And that's why we are starting in that area of Karatra, Setfield, Renadal to deal with these things. And we are going to speed it up. So I'm also glad the director planning development is here. We have to speed up that thing, that the idea that Mr. Petuna come to us. We have to speed it up so we can move from there. But I want us to have a comprehensive approach when you're dealing with this thing. Our people are there, and if you want to go and remove the structures, don't say I didn't say. Thanks.
Councillor, thank you. Before I give over to Councillor Mabe and then Councillor Chengwa, maybe we must just get some input, Deputy Mayor, on the plans that we are trying to expedite very quickly, related to the services, the province that we're going to apply for our informal settlements, and I assume that the area that Councillor Lowe is speaking about is part of that. But if I'm not sure if it's, or do you, just a brief thing on that.
Thank you, Mayor. As the chairperson, we have myself and the acting director have had lots of discussions on how we can move forward to formalize what is happening in our municipality with regards to housing. And one of the solutions obviously is to upgrade our informal settlements, of which we have around about between 59 and 62 at any given stage, and there are more growing as we speak. So the solution to finding funding is not within RDP housing. It is, at this moment in time, mostly placed in service sites, in the upgrade of informal settlements. We are, together with the acting director, who's looking at putting plans in place to capacitate his department, so we can submit our plans to province, so that we can have access to funding to ensure that we can upgrade our informal settlements. And province are actually pleading with us because they have that grant funding available. We just need to submit our plan. So going forward, that is the drive and the project that we are looking at. Obviously, we do have an allocation of funding for houses for this financial year, which is just around about 22 million. And those projects will be rolled out accordingly. But our drive is towards the allocation of funding towards the upgrade of informal settlements. Just by the way of an indication, previous years, if you look at our funding, our housing funding, RDP housing funding, it has dropped by 50% from previous financial year, actually more than 50%. We had 46 million in the previous financial year, and this year we are down to 22 million. So that just gives you an idea of the critical situation we are in with regards to the provision of houses. We are never going to catch up the backlog, and we have to look at other solutions. And obviously that other solution, as I have already mentioned, is to upgrade our informal settlements so that people can have their own piece of land and do with it as they deem fit. So that is the plan going forward from our department.
We're just going to Councillor Marby, and then we've got Councillor Chingwa, and then Councillor Vanston, and then Councillor Andrews. No? That's the order.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, looking at this report, I just want to correct one thing here in the background. The last portion, not the last one. It says here, 221, the incident and the recent removal of the caravan in Karatra has resulted in the Knysna municipality being reported to the Human Rights Commission. I would like to correct that to say it was never to the Human Rights Commission, but it was reported to SAPS. And in fact, there is now a criminal case that SAPS is now handling with regards to this matter in Karatra. But to come to this, to this whole thing of illegal occupation of land, Mayor, I'm of the opinion that we should start looking at solutions to this problem of illegal invasion of land in Knysna. And we've been, and I can see here that there's, like Councillor Lowe have stated earlier on, that he's been targeted by people in Knysna, in Honley, saying that he's approved the budget and so on and so on. But where do we want to go to? And I think Councillor Willems have just alluded to the fact now that there's no more funding for housing, top structures in the province, or in fact in this country. So we have to start managing this whole process. And if we look, for argument's sake, in your parts of Karatra, you're looking at Renendal. I've went through the land audit report, and at the sites allocated or owned by the municipality in Renendal, for instance, all those land that was available in Renendal are now being occupied. There's still a lot of land available in Karatra. But if you look at the housing opportunities in Karatra, there's never been one single subsidy being built by this government for the residents of Karatara. And still, they are being targeted. When they put up a structure or take land, they are being targeted and the houses are being demolished. So we have to take a different approach because these people are really struggling. And I don't want to talk only about Karatara or about Renendal, but it's all over Knysna. People are in need of whether it's a house or a piece of land. If we can take the approach what Councillor Chengwa raised earlier on during a resolution that was taken in this municipality sometime last year, that we can perhaps maybe just give people land to say, listen, we can't provide you with a house, but we can provide you with a piece of land or a service plot. Then I believe it could eradicate some of these challenges that we are facing currently, instead of us only concentrating on hiring contractors to demolish houses and sitting with another case on our hands, as it has happened in Only, in Renendal, in Smutsville, in Karatara, in fact, all over Knysna. We don't want another case where the N2 are being closed, only because we don't have a plan as a municipality. So what I'm saying in short is that let us formalize or let's get to a stage where we can find some kind of solutions to this problem of invasion. It is a problem, but I believe we can come up with some kind of a positive solution to this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Absolutely. We've got Councillor Chengwa. Over to you.
Mayor, thank you very much once again. You see, number one, I'm very happy with the explanation which you have just given yourself and the deputy mayor. I was also under the impression that this report is brought before us because we need to deal with people of Only. Because I remember during that time, some of those people they were placed by us there. Base Councillor Neil of the resolution which we have taken to identify portions and pockets of land, and where people are going to be strategically placed. And as Councillor Mabi have just indicated, part of the challenge which we are having, the Deputy Mayor have just put it very clear, that the portion which we have just received, in this financial year of 22-23, it's about 20-some odd million for building of houses. So that simply suggests we are not going to be able to deliver houses for each and every community member which is in need of housing, particularly in Only. So that simply suggests now we need to meet our people halfway. Those who are able to build for themselves, let's provide them with services. Particularly, I just want to go straight in Only. Particularly those people of Only. I'm very happy, Mayor, because I'm a biggie bank, thinking that this report, it speaks to those people which have just built their own houses there, and I'm very happy if that particular issue is clarified. Let's allow those people to continue staying there. And Councillor Lowe, I fully agree with you. We must allow those people to continue there, occupying those pieces of land. But what is important, Mayor, as well as your executive, as well as the department, which is relevant, we need to manage. This land invasion need to be managed, because we can, at the very same time, we cannot allow people to build willy-nilly, right? We need to manage, but those who are there, we must allow them to continue staying, so that, our people can have, But the second point which I wanted to talk about, Mayor, is what the Deputy Mayor have just spoken about. I think we must appreciate, colleagues, the effort which those colleagues, as well as the Director Integrated Human Settlement, because last 2 weeks we were requested to submit the list of all informal areas so that, the department can just go and look for funding, for basic services in the form of the proper toilet system, water, and so on and so forth. And we are looking forward, Deputy Mayor as well as the Director, to that particular project. And I'm sure you guys have already done what you're supposed to have done in terms of submitting that application so that we can be able to get the money on time, so that we can really, formalize these informal areas, in terms of making sure that they are getting basic services, because some of those services, are within the Constitution. We need to provide them, people with water. We need to ensure that, in terms of the toilet system and so on and so forth, those things are in place. So, Mayor, the long and the short, I think I'm very happy, Mayor. I think if we're not referring to those people of Hondi, then I'm quite happy. I'm not going to engage in terms of other, maybe Karatra and so on, because there is a councillor for Karatra. If the councillor is sleeping here, that can't be our problem. If she's not going to speak here for people of Karatra, Mayor, we cannot be blamed for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Vanstens. Next. Director.
Thank you, Mayor. I love it when our councillors listen to the order of who's speaking and who's not, and they make comments like that when they don't listen. Thank you, Mayor, for that. I definitely agree. This is a very difficult topic, but it needs to be addressed, and we need to discuss it realistically and holistically. The housing is definitely an issue, and I would like to say, as Councillor Karatra, we all know the need and the lack of housing that Karatra has received over the years. And I hear the cries of the people and of my community, and I understand that the lack of housing prompts people to do and to occupy and take land illegally. It doesn't justify it, though. We still have laws. We still have laws that need to be obeyed in this country, in Knysna specifically. I think if we look at the situation which I'm affected by in Ward 2, in the Sedgefield side, is how it affects us for the dunes and the illegal structures that are up there. It breaks our heart in our community when there's fires and the services and ambulance and emergency services cannot get up there, and lives are lost because of illegal structures and illegal occupation on land. We lose children, we lose women, we lose family members because of this. So this is a very sensitive situation that really needs an out-of-the-box thinking solution. We need to prevent this going forward. And I would like to recommend that the legal department furnish us to the next corporate services section 80, a draft policy on the illegal occupation, and to revisit the standard operating procedures. If we look at my last point, if we look at page 241 with law enforcement, and it's the point 4, it states, a member of SAPS or POP to be present at every demolishment. I think this needs to be revisited because currently that is not happening. Point 6 on that is that we need to 6, act on complaints received from the public and ward councillors during working hours and after hours regarding the erection of illegal structures. Law enforcement needs assistance, law enforcement needs attention and focus, as we know. And I think, especially after we've had the situation of the Human Rights Commission, we still need to enforce the law and prevent the illegal occupation of land in Knysna specifically. So I'd like to just stick back to my recommendation that we have a draft policy on illegal occupation and that we revisit the standard operating procedures. Thank you.
Councillor Cleone, you came a bit late, but we already put that on the table. Thank you very much nonetheless.
Apologies.
But it's fine, it was great confirmation. We are next at Councillor Andrews. By the way, just to Councillor, sorry to stop you there. I'm looking forward to what you have to say. But the important thing is that we need to, same in Karatra as Councillor has alluded to, we have, you remember they've asked, Councillor Mavi was also in that meeting, even the ward councillor asked that they look at identifying piece of land for people so that we are proactive, so that we don't have to deal with the invasion after the fact. So that we already can say, these are the people, and we can also prevent further structures from going up. So I fully agree, we need to, out of the box, and I want to suggest after this and after the council meeting that we actually have I know everyone, when you say workshop, you say, oh, not another workshop. But I think it's important that we do have a workshop about this particular issue so that we can come up with that out-of-the-box type of thinking that is needed. Ne? But we over to Councillor Andrews. We're looking forward to, because you didn't say anything for the whole day. You can have 5.2 seconds.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. If it comes to only an informal settlement, it's always a sore topic. It's something that speaks straight to the heart, especially to our community. I want to talk about the Bihai site. You see, Bihai was identified, and it's not fully identified yet. We still have about 40 plots to give to the people. And on a daily basis, we must protect that 40 plots. The process is taking too long for our people to get that plots. And this red end thing doesn't work for me. But I also want to bring it under the attention of this council that in 2016, our people were shot when they took that hill that Colarossi claimed to be theirs. Our people is educated now. They have GIS papers. They know the structures, and they know that land doesn't belong to Colarossi. They have already occupied that piece also going to Rijkmanshoogte. And that piece also have a development that the only housing inclusive is nearby Eleanor Bow's house. And the people is starting to go for that piece of land. And we are not going to stop that people because why? There was a white man last week that took out their structures there and they went with pangas and stuff for him. We must really have a solution to this. We can't sit here and talk on solutions, but the thing is getting out of hand outside. We must come with proper planning because the people is taking that land. And if that land isn't going to be given to that people, the only housing inclusive people up there, our people is going straight for that land. And they're going to plug straight to Fisherhaven. Then we're going to sit with a problem. Thank you.
Thank you once again confirming, Councillor, that we need to be very proactive and have a solution there. That's why we want to meet with the housing, all the housing committees. Because somewhere the community must come up and say, you know what, we will intervene. You cannot build there, it's a development. We will even phone the red ants, which happens in our area now. So at the end of the day, because the community knows, Jay, you putting your plucking on a pipe or on a whatever. I mean, and it's crazy, but the community, so when law enforcement comes, and the people don't come out with pangas, the people come out and they actually show where the structure is because they told that person, look here, you can clean here, but you cannot stay here. So it's that holistic, if the community can come and with the municipality and the community also, then we will be able to fight this battle. But you put the municipality in a position, as you all know, as we as councillors, where because I've had the red ants in my ward many times, I've managed to get them out of the ward, and we managed to deal with the issues in time. But it's a very traumatic experience. But even Mr.
People go and councillors go and try to badmouth me. But I'm a person, I don't speak over WhatsApp. I engage personally with people. And they understood. When we, as the municipality, said, we are going to build houses here, And there's a plan for that. It is uncalled for a person to come and put obstruction here. That is uncalled for. But it's very important that our people have ideas, and you will be surprised. They will come up and say, but let's we do it this way. Because they don't also agree that you must put a structure where the sewage line is going through, you know. They understand these things, but we have to lead them. So my plea to you as the mayor because you're sitting in a very hot seat, I don't want to wish anyone to sit there. I don't want to wish anyone to sit there. Because we will still be very radical when it comes to our people. But let's deal with it. The thing of Mr. Smith have promised in the IDP meeting about this thing of visa, about even there in the hotel. That people, that committee, they ask me every day, when are the municipality come back to deal with the 50,000 rand land that they give to our even, and this whole thing have lapsed. So my thing is that how are we going to deal with that? Because it become a problem. Secondly, the thing of the Vermont land, we have to put things in place so our people can see this is where we are moving, Mayor. We can't just, when we have public meetings, for that moment just wasa our community and then we go. Because we are facing the community. I don't know how far is that thing of the Vermont process, because there's also land for our people. The other day, I sent you a WhatsApp about Pastor Standard, and you know that, where people want to go and occupy the church land. And we have to intervene there. But that's why I'm saying that if these boards are not coming up, Mr. Smith, we are going to have a problem. If we are not going to deal with the even land, we are going to have a problem. If we are not going to deal infrastructure director, human settlement, with the visa even process, we are going to have a problem. I plead today to you, let's deal with that. Let's get our community involved in this whole process. Because we as councillors only can do a certain thing. Can't do. And when we have disagreement with the police and want to get them involved, you know, we overthrow a government that was having the resources. And we didn't have resources. Net met the club. Met the club going. So what I plead to you, when we engage with this SAPSL and things like that, let's we involve communities so they also can contribute. Maya, I plead to you that we deal with that, and that this thing of this directorate moving their director that doesn't speak to each other must come to an end. It must come to an end. They must speak one language. If community service is speaking that language, then they know infrastructure is also going to speak that same language. They can have different kind of job descriptions and work, but they must speak the same language. Because we have one municipality. We don't have a municipality and council for community service, and we have a council for infrastructure and a council for integrated human settlement. We don't have. We have one municipality, and we must speak one language. When we go out, myself and the other councillors, then the community are informed. How do you think we were getting it right to protect that land? By engaging with our community. So engagement is very important. So I plead to you as the mayor to lead us in that process. But I don't wish anyone to sit in that position that we are. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. It takes lots of praise. Councillor Campbell, would you like
You
to
excuse
say
me,
something?
Mayor, I have to go because otherwise I'm going to collapse in this meeting.
Take care. Look after yourself.
Are you running away for the name xenophobia?
Mayor, I asked for us to incorporate Councillor Lowe's suggestion about putting up boards on properties that we're going to develop. It's a simple suggestion. We can implement it immediately. Can we include that?
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. I apologize. I didn't have time to inform you.
Oh.
But we've confirmed it. I've confirmed it earlier today, that they are, in fact, in fact, yesterday I chatted to Melanie about it, and it had already, herself and Annie had already organized it. So it's going to be done.
That's all I want.
So, yeah, so then we don't have to put it, and you can just comment on that, colleagues. We want to hear it live on, about the boards and.
Yes, Chair. We had a look at our outdoor advertising bylaw, and we allowed to put information boards. We can go ahead.
Chairperson, also, Mayor, thank you. As I have informed you late yesterday afternoon during our discussions, we were looking for funding, and fortunately the manager communications has come to our aid. We've already submitted the requests to a service provider for the boards.
Very much, that's great. There's one person I didn't give an opportunity. I just need to give him, and that if he wants to say anything, otherwise he's fine, we can take it offline. I think, Deputy Mayor, some of the issues that were discussed, I think at the next section 80, the issue that got like the Vermont, all those outstanding items, no, Mr. Smith, that we can bring to a section 80. It's on record now in our discussions. Then we have a specific item to deal with these type of issues, no, in terms of related to that development. No? Okay, thank you. So then it's fine. I think, Mr. Batuna, you've got nothing to say. You're fine. Eh? Okay. So we go with the recommendation that was said in the beginning and was reiterated by, I think we leave workshops now. It will come, the policy will come to a section 80, and we will workshop it in the section 80, which is great. Thank you very much. Michael, are you fine with that? Yes. Okay, wonderful. Everyone is so quiet. Are you hungry? We go.
We're going to finish.
We're trying to complete it. Okay. 12.7, the Community Services Quarterly Report for January to March. It was very small. You got the nice A3 copies. If there's anyone that wants to say anything there, this report is for noting. Meiko, are you fine?
Noted.
Okay, we note that. That's great. Thank you, colleagues. Okay, here might be some discussion. Page 250, item 12.8, cleaning of illegal dumping hotspots within various wards through the EOI process. Here we go. When you say EOI, then we know people are getting excited about that one. Councillor Wawe?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I don't have a lot to say about it because I must applaud the management of the department for, after our last robust debates regarding the grass cutting and so on, they really assisted us. Just one thing, I've noticed that there was no grass cutting, and I'm not sure if it's in the same point, during the month of this month. Is there some kind of report why no grass was cut during this last month or so?
I apologize. I was distracted. Can you just ask that question again?
No, I'm just asking, what is the reason why there was no grass cutting over the last month or so in the different wards?
The director can respond soon, but if there's anyone else with more questions on this item, Councillor Winston.
Thank you, Mayor. So I don't have a question. I would just like to say thank you. I would like to applaud our municipality as Sedgefield and Ward 2 looks amazing. And I would like to just applaud them. Yes, there are challenges and we will work through them. And I'm waiting for the feedback too about this month. But I thank everybody and the residents of Ward 2 are very grateful. So thank you for that.
Director, I know it looks into a sandrail, but the middle island in Sedgefield has always been cut to a certain height. It's looking extremely scruffy, and I know the request used to go to Sandrail to ensure that that middle island is cut down. So if we can just ensure that, I've had quite a few people commenting that the island is looking very scruffy and the hedges are growing too high in the middle there. I know.
I think, yeah, let's give, I know Councillor Cleone speaks to them directly sometimes, as well as Mr. Van Wyk or the department. But I think if we can just, because it's been happening quite often, from December last year, that the main road, they take long and it looks terrible.
Yeah, they haven't cut there for a while now.
If I can give feedback on.
Councillor Cleone and Van Wyk, and then Councillor Mavi's got another follow-up.
Thank you for that. Yes, that is a serious challenge for us. SANRAL has had, with permission, I have contacted SANRAL directly, and I've requested that they come out twice since November last year. Actually, we wanted to be ready for season. And then SANRAL advised that they had challenges with their contractor, which caused serious delays. But I have again recently requested that they provide us with their schedule, and we need them back out in Sedgefield along the N2. So just wanted to give you that information so that you are aware that we are dealing with it and that the challenges lay with SANRAL and their contractors. Thank you.
Thank you, and maybe the department wants to comment, because I suggest that we build a strong relationship with them, because you drive from Mossel Bay, Mossel Bay, it's cut beautifully, you drive in the other areas, Albertinia, you come right through, and then when you get to Neisner, George, beautifully cut. When you get to, and then it's like, maybe they got a problem with us, I'm just joking. But we must find out our relationship with them. How do we, I mean, even having Councillor Cleone having to phone them, which is great initiative. But from your user department, how do we deal with this? What is your strategy? If you can just comment on that, Mr. Van Wyk.
Mayor, good afternoon. The best suggestion that I will have is to liaise with directly with the person in charge of these service providers that reports to SANRAL or appointed by the Eden District. However, I've tried to, that was last year, December, to see if our people can assist. But there's various risks associated with this when our people work along the N2. One is one of them can get injured. And also that SANRAL don't want us as the municipality to interfere in their jurisdiction, especially to their projects. So, but we can, from our side as the department, see if we can get a contact person that is working directly with these service providers appointed by SANRAL.
I think we need to have done that quite a time ago, but at least we are moving in the right direction. Thank you, Mr. Van Wyk. Councillor Mabi wanted to ask something else on this?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just one thing, in terms of the green waste site at Old Place, I have followed a post on Facebook recently where there was various complaints regarding that site. Can we get an update from the user department relating to that constant burning and fires that is causing a hazard for some of our residents in the surrounding areas, Thank you.
Excellent.
Mayor, I just want to respond to the first question regarding why the grass was not cut. January, there was a dispute lodged in terms of a process that was followed due to grass cutting. However, from the beginning of this year, the grass was not cut basically for 3 months due to the appeal that was lodged on the system or the process that was used. Hence the EOI that was reinstated. The grass grew very long in certain areas. It was cut for April. We started mid-April. And my suggestion to the then acting ME, Mr. Jacobs, is that we not skip it for another month and then cut June, but rather immediately after that cycle, cut it. Otherwise, you will sit with the same predicament where the grass is very long. Hence, there are only 2 cuttings. What we do now, as soon as the budget is loaded onto the system, we will generate orders so that the service providers can be on site still in July. And from July onwards, we will move forward.
Thank you. The other one related to the waste site?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just to respond to Councillor Mabi's question, I think a lot of the time when that site starts burning, and I think most of the people has noticed it, it's normally after hours that it happens. The last time it happened, it started on a Sunday, started burning, and we only operate on a weekend. We only operate up until 1:30 or 1 o'clock on a Saturday. I've had a discussion with law enforcement to have a look for me to see if there's no people staying or sleeping around that facility. I will bring a report to the next Section 80 meeting on the specific site. That site has got a certain lifespan, and we already that site is full, so we need to start closing that facility or start looking at an alternative site. We've got there's a few options that we can look at. The Samola facility that received permission during the 2017 fires has got a permit, and part of that permit that was issued to them was to create platforms with builders' rubble to start with composting on that facility. So we need to try and look at maybe a public-private partnership with the Samola site, or we need to have a look at the Windtevel site as an option also. But with the option, we need to look at a build and operate of the facility. We've got limited staff on the existing facility. Basically, there's only one person at that site now. So there is, I will bring a report to the next Section 80 on the Greenway site, yes.
Thank you. Before Councillor Campbell and then Councillor Cleone.
Thank you, Mayor. Now Councillor Mabi started me on something that I can carry on for a whole day. That green site, it should have closed almost decades ago. We are poisoning the lungs of the poorest of the poor who live in this town. People live directly above that site. It's better now, but at some stage it used to burn a week, a month. I actually, in 2010, as part of an environmental law master's course, did a movie on that, and I interviewed people who lived above that site. Some people had to move out of their homes and relocate because they could not actually live there. They were having health problems, asthma problems. People living above that site would wake up in the mornings and they would think it's cloudy until they opened the doors. I spoke to the people at, gosh, I've now forgotten what it's called, where the Rastafarians stay. I know it very well. Judah Square. Same story there. It is absolutely, it is a human rights abuse that we are doing to our people. We would never have had that site open for almost 30 years if it was at the heads. And I've got to be straight about this. That site has to close urgently. We cannot keep it going. And the whole debate about whether people set it alight or not, it's not that simple, Mayor. I've been watching that site since I moved here in 2003. It often starts burning when the weather is very moist because you get spontaneous combustion. So the last time it burned, I'm prepared to put money on it that was spontaneous combustion. Before that, the municipality would sometimes set it alight when the volumes were too much, never admit it, and blame people who live there. And I'm not just making this up. It came out in an interview with the previous waste manager that this happened. So to cut a long story short, we owe it to the people of this town to absolutely urgently close down that site forever.
Well, Councillor Cleone, you will be the last one. You've mentioned, Randall, you've mentioned Samola facility, triple PP. It's an urgent matter, very clearly. You've mentioned that it has to be decommissioned. Have through the portfolio chair, have we had an item served before on the Section 80 about this? So can we then add to this recommendation that we have an item brought to us on the possibilities related to the decommissioning of the green waste site? So we can, Michael, you fine with that? Well, which is it? Councillor Sabach would love to know if your report will cover that as well. Are you?
I will include it, Mr. Mayor.
So that's to the Section 80. Fantastic. If you can include it then in the report. Huh? Councillor Cleon, you can conclude, and then it's just one more issue on reporting that I want to.
Thank you, Mayor. So, again, I'd like to give praise where praise is due for the Sedgefield Green Waste site to our Solid Waste Department. But I would also like to just emphasize that it very quickly fills up, and there's a lot of stuff that's outstanding that needs to be done. Our Sedgefield Green Waste site, as Mr. Bauer is well aware of, we've done many, many site visits there. It really it needs attention again. I'd like to just bring that to your attention as you are aware. And in your reports, I would like to request that you please do include the information relevant to the Sedgefield Green Waste site that we require in the same report. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bauer, you can continue, then we conclude.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Within the next 10 minutes or so, we will start with a bid specifications committee meeting on the chipping of green waste at the Sedgefield facility. We got some funding on the new financial year for that. So we will probably reduce quite a substantial amount of the green waste that's at that facility.
Thank you. In closing on this item, if I can add, I'm again saying, you know, a few things here, but I think we must do it. Reporting, cross-cutting reporting, dumping reporting. If you can please include some sort of portfolio of evidence when you bring it to the Section 80, with some pictures, like infrastructure does. Because I can tell you, and sometimes the contractors are right and the community is wrong, but the community will come and say, that area was not done, but then you tell them, but no, the contractor told me the area was done. And then when you ask for evidence, there's no evidence, then you have to believe the community, but deep in your heart, you know the contractor did that area. So if they can have, if I may ask you, Director, through your department, to submit, when the Section 80s are there and we do this reports, that we have a portfolio of evidence, like a thing with a picture, it can be in color, a color picture before and after. No? That way, because I know that many of our contractors are not supervised. So if we have that type of thing, then we can at least supervise and monitor it. No? If it's fine with you, Director, no? You're making a note of that? So that's the only thing we want to, maybe we can add that to the recommendation that related to these services, that they just submit portfolios of evidence of work done to various Section 80 committees, etc. Okay. Are we happy? We've got the recommendation. Fine. Committee, we ready? Let's go. Oh, Councillor Beauty. Councillor Beauty, you know.
Chairperson, what is wrong?
Maybe because you are shining. No, not the gloss. You know that stuff, it's hectic. No, but I'm serious. Go for it. You have.
No, I just want to say thank you. And I'm also clapping my hands when I can see, when I hear that a good job has been done, the grass has been cut, and all that stuff. And it is like a job creation. This is what we want. This is what we are talking about. This is what we are fighting for. These are the changes that our voters want, the job creation. And for due all respect, Chairperson, no apologetic for what I have said. Our people comes first. Our people, we are not going to be brainwashed here by things that happen in the apartheid. We're not going to be brainwashed here. We are looking forward. So what happened decades ago, it is not going to be brainwashed for me. I'm here for the present tense. What is happening now? Our people are jobless. We are not, people have no places to stay. So if our municipality can create jobs for our people, which is okay. And I'm watching what is happening there in Sparrenbosch too. The private land people there, they are creating jobs. And the owners of the tenders there is the people, the foreigners. Our people must work under them for less money. And what are they doing? We say that our government is useless. There is no money, our currency is not growing. It's because the money is going out of this country, going to other countries. And then we are going to say that. So what I'm saying is, if our municipality is creating jobs, let's leave the past. I'm not going to live in 1952. I was born in 1964. So it's got nothing to do with me. But for me, I'm watching what is happening now in my eyes as I am sitting in this council. Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the...
Thank you, Councillor Beauty. We will continue in this council to have a focus on job creation. As many people we can give opportunities in all our projects, we must try to do that. And I know you will help us through the supply chain processes to deal with that. We need to create as much jobs as possible. We move over to the next item. We're almost there. It seems like, colleagues, I'm quite impressed. I don't want to talk too soon. But in the open agenda, I think I anticipated it will be 4 o'clock, but we might be done by 4:30. Okay, 12.9, establishment of Knysna Youth Council. I think this is a wonderful item. We've got, you can see on the financial implications. You can see we have wonderfully looked after and starting step by step to revive, as you know, our youth structures and our youth councils was dead. But you know what? They were actually living all along, and now they have come, they are starting to rise. So step by step, we're going to see how it can go. No? But okay, so is there any questions on this particular item? Any question? This is just for noting, I mean, it's to... Councillor Matika, you've got something to say. I see when you spoke about the 50,000, you were talking about stationary costs. You didn't mean... I'm just being funny, man, Councillor, don't worry.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Mayor, thank you very much for this item. I think, Mayor, in future, I just wanted to make some proposal because we are going to keep on establishing youth councils, and then they're going to vanish after we have established, because it's been coming that way. We've been establishing youth councils, but they are not, some of them, they not even finished their terms. It's because as a municipality also, we are, I don't know, maybe we are doing just for compliance, but we are not assisting in terms of youth. For instance, we did not to elect 10 or 15 committee members per ward and say that they are youth forum, then we elect 2 that they are youth council. I think we need to check, is there any possibilities of changing the system, how we deal with our youth council? For instance, why we are not saying that let's elect only 2 per ward, the youth council, and then those 2 that will be elected as youth council. We know that we have a budget in terms of youth advisors. Those who elected could be also serve their term and be youth advisors and be each and every office. So if you have an office in Ward 8, those who elected must serve there and earn a stipend. And that's where you will see that they will do real programs in terms of youth. That's where they will engage in daily basics. Because we just elect people and they are sitting there, they don't have an office where they can work, they don't have financial resource, and they don't even have a power to say in terms of the programs. They have been, which programs that they must. But I think if we could go with that and change the scenario and not have committees that will be there, the youth councils should be youth advisors per term. The youth advisors, that can be changed each and every term. If the youth council is for 2 years, then which means they're gonna be youth advisors for 2 years, will be earning a stipend. That's where we'll see the effect in terms of how really they can do their job. To have a youth advisor separate and have a youth council separate, it always creates a problem. I was also a youth council. It creates that separate because the youth advisor will want to have his own say. The youth council will come up with its own program. So it always creates that conflict between the youth advisors in our wards and the youth council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. You make valid points because I was also involved in the beginning of the youth councils before I went into council, and I can relate to you in terms of what you are saying, but we need to have a discussion about it. I see Mr. Richard May is ready. We want to make it effective. Councillor Charlie, are you ready for us?
Thank you, Chairperson. Ek is die son, ek steek niks weg nie. Youth Council. We are not talking about political youth, but I know that it is going to be a political thing. Same as the ward committees. Same as the ward committees. I'm not going to interfere in that. I'm not even going to say to the youth of the Patriotic Alliance to go and go participate there, because it's a time of wasting. But the only thing that I can promise each and everyone who's inside here, I'm going to pray. I'm going to pray, because we need to lead by an example. When this thing belongs to the PA, then it belongs to the PA. When these things belong to government, it means it belongs to everyone. Then we have to lead by an example. When we are doing those things, we are not going to say that we are going to do things and say that it's going to be that political party people who's going to participate or who is going to be elected. This is what is going to happen. Mark my word, it didn't happen yet, but it's going to happen. I'm not even going to say to the youth of the PA to go and attend, because it's going to be a waste of time. But the only thing that I'm going to say that I'm going to pray and God is going to destroy it. Thank you.
So just before I give Mr. Richard Meyer, Richard, in your response, remember we've got a three-prong. What Councillor Matika says make a lot of sense, because I know for a fact the youth car was a waste of. I mean, I can remember the forum in my ward as a ward councillor. You struggled to get them anywhere because there was not real. Two of them, like you say, Councillor, two of them maybe was very excited and they contributed. So you have the ward committee that has a youth representative. Then you have, like for example in my ward, a ward committee youth. Then we are proposing you would have a youth forum. So I assume the you would have the council established, so you'll put out a notice and you'll invite youngsters to be part of a youth forum within their wards, areas. From there, they will then elect members to go, delegates to go to this youth council. So I want to know, to confirm with Councillor Matika, have we thought this through, and can we include the youth representative? Because somehow there must be a link between the youth representative as well. But if you can just comment on that, Mr. Meyer, that we can have that we don't have the same thing, man, that we've had in the last 5 years, where halfway through the year the youth forum doesn't operate anymore. So if you can maybe guide us on that and respond to Councillor Matika to his suggestion if it will work or not. Thank you.
Mayor, thank you. We've started. This will be the third youth council that we have done over the years from my term and taking it over at that time. So Councillor Matika was one of them. Then we have our Councillor Elmarie Maxim, that was the chairperson of one of the youth councils. And then also Councillor White was also part of that. So there's people that comes from out of that youth council that really it's shown here that there's a valid place for that, and it lines them up for success. Last year, the only time that it failed, that we did not have money, was in the COVID, because COVID came and there was this lockdown, and therefore it did not last, because we could not have programs, we could not get together. So all of that contributed to that, and that then came to an end, and we had to start the process. Therefore, we ask for council, and we've submitted our submissions for money and budget to do that once again, so that we look at, it must be program driven instead of politically driven. That was the bottom line. So people that is elected come from the ward because they are involved in community, they're involved in programs, and Councillor, our chairperson, is an example of that. She sits with a CRES and sits with other programs. Therefore, they elected her to be part of the youth council. So there's a criteria that we will put out after this meeting, where people will be able to put their candidates, and then also the nomination process. Well, we will do it as the electoral commission process. It will go through that process. So people will have to nominate people, and then they have to also please, and then we ask for 20 nominators as references to your nomination. So you're not just going to walk into it and find yourself there. You need to have credible references for you to be able to sit on the council. So I agree. We can look at what Councillor Matika is saying, how we can bring it in. There's still time to maybe consider that in the process. But there's also then the youth council, but the administrative side of the youth council, where the youth desk officer comes in, which would not be the person to dictate or to say this is what needs to happen, but to guide the councillors, the youth councillors, in the process of whatever events and programs, youth development, skills development, they identify within their ward, that the youth desk officers can assist them with the administration to advertise, to put the RFQs out and all of that, to help them to make that program work. So I hear, and we can maybe look at that as well. I'm not throwing it out, and I will ask him to come and sit, and maybe our chairperson as well. With Shahida, I have a good team. So Shahida is the driver of the youth council or the youth development, and we're looking at all the best way that we can bring them and give them not just a title, but that they work actually in the community where they are, but also linked to the ward committees, because that's they're direct linked into council, but also to do that, but also to submit a report from as the youth council that will serve on the community, directed community services. And if there is recommendations that needs to be done, it will follow the process. Section 80, Mayoral, and then our council meeting where it will be resolved. So we're trying to do that, but we're open for suggestions with the amount of money that we have. They get stipends as well, and it's program driven. So we have that. But we can look at the process as well, because the youth desks get a 2-year term that runs with the youth council term, so that they can actually work together. And the youth councillors gets a stipend for each time that they have a seating to discuss youth matters within the Greater Knysna municipal area. So hopefully it has covered that. But if there is anybody else that is youth, and that's anything from 80 and below, we need to...
Thank you, Mr.
tie
Mayor.
hands with we need the old heads and the young vibe and energy, and bring that together so we can build this to become a fully fleshed youth council. That
No, you don't have to continue. We are happy with this. We just have to note this report. That's it. The portfolio chair is on top of it. We will make sure any suggestions are given to her. We're going to now note this report and move on. Councillors, sorry for this. I don't mean to oppress anyone, but if we can move over. Any offline, please convey your discussion with Councillor Maxim so that we can do it. But we note this. No? That's all we have to do. We don't have to even this. But because you came up with that wonderful suggestion, we now got clarity on that. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I think we're fine with that, Councillor Maxim. Are we fine? We can go. We just have to note it. Thank you. You're on top of it. Thank you very much. Okay. Oh, where's Councillor Low now? The Knysna Municipal Sport Council programs, 12.10. So we just note that now. Thank you. I see councillors are getting tired and hungry. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we've got a very comprehensive next document that we need to look at. Let me just, on the ICT front, in fact, let us just, let me just get to that page. It's the policies, the ICT policies that we have to look at. Item submitted to the Corporate Services Committee. Item 13, and of course the approval of the IT policies. We can go through it. If there's any, maybe we can just go through the main pages, for example. The accessible usage, there's no changes, so we don't have to talk about that. The policy on the ICT operation system, page 308, on the pages, but it's on a different page on the, we're still on the same pages. Amended section 6.3, are we happy with that? Do you see that on the ICT operating system security? Are we happy with that, colleagues? Okay, there's not much we can do here because we're not IT buffs. Okay, we've got Councillor Matika, over to you.
I don't see, is there anyone from IT? Yes. Where is it? Yeah, can I ask? There are two questions I want to ask.
Okay, go for it.
Mine, I don't know in which you see these policies. I want to check in terms of these things, device. On which policy are they? Is it not on IT policy?
Two questions you can ask
Yes.
two and then she can respond.
Both of them are related to this to the cell phone use. Just wanted to check.
Councillor, you are more than welcome to ask those questions. So
One-
then we can move.
One, before we approve any policies, just want to check in terms of the usage of this. I think in the policy, after every 2 years, these phones must belong to us. 2 years, not 5 years. We are paying them. It's like a contract. I'm paying the 800 a month for this. So it's only fair in any contract you are paying it for 2 years. So in the policy, at least it must say that after 2 years, we must upgrade this and we receive, because in the last council, we received P10 for the whole 5 years. The upgrade was up until to P40,
You're gonna make
but
me
we're
laugh
still
now,
in P10.
Councillor. You're gonna make
And
me
we're
laugh.
still, no, we're still paying the same 800. We are paying most for this amount. We are paying 800. So it's like a contract we are renting. So we are entitled at least for 2 years for upgrade and received our cell phones. Not for 5 years. We are paying 800. And then we go out with P10.
Okay, Councillor.
The second one I want to, yeah.
No, I think now that you've asked your question, this is a different part. That policy is related to tools of trade. So let us park that one and have a discussion, an item be brought by them on this particular issue of the cell phones. But this is more related to the organizational ICT systems. If it's fine with you, Councillor, we leave the phones for now, but no, that's why I wanted you to ask your question. Now I understand it's not here. Is there any other questions for ICT? Please feel free. On the one related to ICT user management policy, there's changes in section 12.3 and 13. We move on. Please put up your hand anytime if you've got. The IT backup, data backup and recovery policy, no changes. We're moving through this. On the IT security controls policy, that was changes to section 9 and section 15. That was done there. I hope everybody went through the changes. Then, of course, on the IT service level agreement management policy, external service providers and vendors, no changes have been made or that will follow. And then, of course, the IT service level agreement management policy, IT and municipality, there were no changes with that one as well. Okay. Are we happy with that? Then there's a NISA municipality information technology governance framework. So everyone's happy with that document? It's just a lot of documents. I hope everyone read through it. Yeah.
Yes.
So that's it. So if we're happy, we can note this and proceed.
Yes.
Thank you very much. We are moving. Then, of course, we've got a very important item here, 13.2. We've got the departmental report on legal matters, 21st of January to the 26th of April, 2022. The floor is open for comments first, ECO members, if not, to the rest of the councillors. Please feel free, anything that you want to ask. Going once, going twice. Anything? Councillor Chengwa? We're noting it, but I'm on page 8. Thank you, Jason. Part 2, page 89 and 3.
Part 2, councillors.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Yeah, the whip has Hilton, the speaker has Hilton, and I've got Jason. He was helping with that. It's on top of it. Okay, so, colleagues, there are two separate, there's a hard copy, I've got a hard copy in front of me, and then there's an electronic version, it's two separate numbers. No? Councillor Chengwa, I did see your hand. At any time you want to make your comment, the floor is open.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I'm just trying to find this agenda,
Councillor Charlie, it's 89 on your laptop. 89 on your laptop. Those who have printed, it's 389, 385.
No, Chairperson, please bear with me. I'm just trying to get this agenda. Yeah. But nevertheless, I think I saw something on those reports. I'm not sure whether I am speaking on the correct item. The reports about disciplinary committees, disciplinary hearing. Is that item, Mayor? Yeah.
Great, thank you.
That's
Let's
the
note it,
that's the
wonderful.
committee one.
You see, sometimes technology is good and sometimes it becomes confusing. Okay, the next item, 13.3, review rules of order regulating the conduct of meetings of the Council of the Knysna Municipality by law. That is 13.3. Can we have some comments first, Councillor Campbell, and then we give to Councillor Matika, and then the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. These are extensive amendments, and I would ask that it be submitted to a workshop first, that councillors can work through it. It's not just a few minor amendments to incorporate virtual meetings. So I don't believe we could approve it for public participation until we've worked through it.
Councillor Matika, go for it.
No. I don't think it was correct for us to bring the changes of the review to the MACO. I think it's supposed to go straight to the council, but it's a council that must still not MACO. And also, I think let me support Councillor Campbell. Yeah, we need to be workshop, and it must go straight to council, not on MACO. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. I just noticed that if we're going to workshop it, it's moot. We can do it and deal with it in the workshop, but there was an error in clause 33 on page 421. The 5 minutes on clause 33 should have actually been reduced to 3 minutes. That just to note. Thank you.
So I think we've got, I don't think we need to go and discuss it further. Recommendation is we go to a workshop. Are we putting time frames? ASAP,
Can we
Director, help us.
just, are we happy to add that recommendation? That we will proceed, then we can add a C so that we can proceed to publish it for public comment whilst we are busy, with the workshop.
How can we do that?
No, I'm asking,
No,
Mayor.
how can we, if we're going to workshop it, and the speaker has already said that there's one thing that must be changed on here, so we can't put it into public participation while they are.
No, I was
But
just
you must
asking,
just
Mayor,
advise us
is
because
that-
it doesn't make sense
Are we
to me.
adding, I was asking, Mayor, are we adding a C or is
No,
B
look,
going to be amended?
no, what we can do is we note it and we send it to a workshop.
Yes, then, Mayor, Councillor Matika, it is correct for us to submit it to, in terms of the rules of order, the way we have submitted it.
So if we can just do it as soon as possible, that's what I'm saying. Colleagues, because especially for our hybrid meetings, you know that. So do we need to, I need advice from the director, are we going to add a time frame to it or are we going to say to the next, we're going to workshop it and then submit it to the next section 80? What is our wording going to be?
Chairperson, unfortunate, Mayor, we are not going to be in time to workshop it for this council.
Yes, I'm
meeting.
aware of that, yes.
So it will have to then be workshopped.
At the
and we
next
can-
council meeting?
We can submit
Or special
it to
council?
the next, if there's a special council meeting, anytime, if we will do it, let us just submit it to a workshop perhaps in July, depending on the speaker's workshop schedule. And then we will deal with it after the workshop.
To the next council meeting.
Okay, so then we don't have to go further with this item. We are moving swiftly then.
Mayor, before we
Councillor, go for it.
Mayor, look, I apologize for arrive late, man. You see, Mayor, this thing is the problem, and I'm sure you are going to respond to me. Why governance Section 8 is no longer sitting? Because now, you see, some of these issues we're supposed to deal with them on that level of Section 8. I'm not sure whether that particular issue was attended to. You know, why there's never been Section 80 for that committee of Councillor Campbell? You know, because now you see now, it's very important. Now we don't even know where we are. And that is a concern to me. And I cannot sit into these meetings and just business as usual. You know, if I can get the response, why governance meetings are always postponed on the 11th hour and they never sit. We must push items to make.
Councillor, I would love to respond to you, but we dealt with this. As you said, you came a bit late, but we will respond offline to you. We did deal with it already. Thank you. But once again, always valid. It's a valid question, and we need to just move forward. Okay. So we must try to do everything in the way it must be done. Okay, 436, page 436 on the electronic version, it's what? But it's the public participation report. This is just for noting. It's all old stuff, unless there are corrections, councillors. Okay, good. Okay, next, 13.5, Knysna Municipal Communication Policy and Strategy, 2021 to 2026. Colleagues, Mayoral members, anything here, or can we just go with this? Or anyone else? Are we happy? Yes. Okay. 13.6, grant in aid, or grant to support the Greater Knysna Food Security Forum. This item, is there anything the chairperson wants to say, or anyone else on this? Councillor Campbell?
I would just like to hear the MM on this. I'm not quite sure exactly whether this funding was earmarked for this and whether it's compliant with legislation. So I'd just like to get some guidance from the MM.
That's a brilliant question, the legality of the payment, because seeing that we had all those grant in aid issues in the past.
Yeah, I just need to understand. Apologies for maybe not having it. Maybe it's just someone to explain the project itself, the food security, and what it entails and what the grant is for in particular, and the application process for the grant that was followed. Maybe the relevant official.
Thank you. Mr. Kalani would be able to respond there. He was quite involved, or director, or I know he was instrumental in. Okay, fantastic. We'll do that because that's an important one. And then the MM can then advise on if all is in order with the procurement of the stuff. Okay, if that, so we relax on that one.
13.7.
Yep. I'm just trying to find it on my manual pages, yeah?
492.
Yep, on my manual pages. So many policies here. Okay. Risk management review of enterprise risk management framework for quarter 1 and 2, July to December 21-22. Are we happy with this? You'll see there's also a number of documents here, including the updating of the whistleblower policy, anti-fraud corruption strategy, the risk management framework.
Yes.
Are we happy?
May I ask that that in this instance that council do not refer it to a workshop, because it's important that by the 1st of July for legal compliance and for audit compliance that we have these policies in place. This is mere reviews of the previous policies, and if after the date council would want to review it again at any stage, council can do so.
A report back on application to lease the old Siba College on Earth 115 Karatra. Councillor Klihone.
Thank you, Mayor. I have lots to say, but I just need to find my pages.
Mayoral members, anything you want to say? Colleague, councillors, you're welcome. Councillor Campbell, and while we wait for Councillor Vanston.
I think we may be a bit optimistic to already be advertising for public comment while we've got this very important issue to deal with, which is where we're going to house the people who are there. But that's just my view.
Councillor Vanston, are you ready there?
Can I have guidance, Councillor White? What page are we? Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. I do have it. Okay. So my this item is a quite a dense item. I do support the application. I think it has many, many benefits to our community with regards to the economic development, with regards to assisting the skills, etc., in our community. Support this. I do think that we need to be mindful, though, of the fact that we need to be considerate to the fact that the residents in Tiba campus need to be housed. And if I look at the recommendations of this, if we go through them, that specifically point E, the Western Cape Community Education and Training College will be liable for all costs related to the leasing of the old Tiba campus, as well as the, and if we look at B, that the Municipal Council instruct the acting municipal manager to commence with the process through IHS Directorate of moving the current occupants to a suitable location. Okay, so that recommendation is not as easy as that.
So I think when looking at this, before I give over to Councillor Mabi, Councillor Clown, you fine, eh? There's no way, and we wanted to, as a MACO, suggest that the MM take this process further and tell us exactly how we're going to deal with this issue. Because we cannot sign a lease with anyone or go through any process if there are people living in the facility, unless I'm wrong. So it will be futile for us to go through any process, and there are people, and to create any expectations. This is a cutting edge opportunity for us to really add value to our town. But we are sitting with a challenge where we have residents that are living in that facility. So that must be a priority, on how we're going to be able to deal with that issue. So the complexity of it was that, and maybe human settlements can comment on that, but we have to find a way of dealing with this issue. Otherwise, this item will be here for 20 years. So we were going to recommend that we give it into your hands, that you furnish a report on exactly what the steps would be to deal with this, so that we can get to the point where we can actually say to this organization, it's fine, we can embark on this. The other alternative is you go through this whole process, and then, what are you going to do? So there's the whole issue of the sensitivity related to evictions, related to moving, relocating people. So we need clarity, and I don't think we have the time now to discuss all the complexity. So I don't know, if you want to comment on that, or Councillor let me just see the hands that I have. I think Councillor Campbell, I will allow you, and then Councillor Mabi, I know you. I will give you 5 minutes and 3 seconds. Go for it.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Just in terms of this, I am fully, whenever there's a college, I would support it, but also take in consideration that we have, as you have said, we have people staying in that college. And when we are thinking in terms of moving those people, we have to take in consideration that those very people that are staying there currently do have electricity, they do have water, running water, they do have all the facilities to their. So when we are moving them, we have to take that in mind, that wherever they are being moved, those services needs to be part of the conditions, because it's going to be of no use that we move them to a piece of land where there's no electricity, there's no water, and so on, So we just have to then, and I'm glad that you are saying that it could be a very volatile situation, considering all these factors also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Matika.
Talking about the services are significantly in arrears, especially the electricity. And I just want to know whether the council can, or the acting MM, can possibly, to limit the losses that the municipality has suffered, provide prepaid meters to the people there until such time as we've managed to move them. If one would obviously have to look at the cost implications. And then that they get prepaid electricity from now on, because it's actually costing us a lot of money in electricity for people who are living in this building. And I don't think that they would be, I don't see why they should be favoured above other residents of Knysna who also have to pay for their electricity with prepaid meters.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. And this is exactly why we suggested that we give it over to the MM to include things like what Councillor Campbell is saying and other things that will come out here, MM, to look at and give it over to you from a legal perspective to look at what we can do. Like you said, looking at the human aspect of it, looking at the realistic and looking at the human settlement aspect of it. I think next on our list is Councillor Vanston first. And then we'll go from there. Don't worry, colleagues, we still got till 4:30.
Thank you, Mayor. So let me speak quickly so we can be done before 4:30. Thank you for that. If we look at the financial implications to the municipality, there are serious losses that we are incurring. And so I'd like to just agree with you, and that the MM please report to us at a special council meeting in July, maybe even as soon as that we can have the steps taken to resolving the illegal occupation as well as our financial losses that we are incurring. And if we can possibly do an investigation as to who is paying for the bills and the services that are being billed, as to who is paying for that. And we did have field workers out there that the Integrated Human Settlements, that we did send field workers to ascertain the information of the number of people that are there, et cetera, et cetera. So if we could then, if I could just request that we do an investigation as to who is paying and what services are being paid for, so that we can determine the loss of income and look at that. So we leave that, and I recommend that we then leave it up to the MM, and if you can please furnish us with the report in July. Thank you.
The legal director is looking quite perplexed. That was exactly why I said we must, because we were just as perplexed. Acting Director, please
Mayor,
go for
thank
it.
you. If you look at the report that we have provided under financial information, we have actually done the exercise that the councillors are referring to. Firstly, we have conducted a survey of exactly how many persons are currently occupying that property, and the figures are there. We have provided you with the current financial implications. The costs are all being borne by the municipality. None of the occupants there are paying for the services that they are utilizing. The premises we have visited as well. Councillor Vanston has also been there with us before. It is in a badly dilapidated state. The persons that are residing there under inhumane circumstances. We have previously had a complaint by the Garden Route District Health Department. I think it was by PBI that lodged the complaint against the municipality for the dire circumstances that the persons are residing in at Tsiba College. Now, between the Properties Department, Ms. Ndebela has done quite a significant amount of work together with the Acting Director for Integrated Human Settlements. They have identified a suitable site which is close to the subject property. Now, they have also done an estimation on the cost, and that is why Mr. Petula had his hand raised, that it will cost in the region between 5 to 6 million rand to relocate the current families that are occupying the Tsiba building. So we have done that. It is in the report under the financial information. We did not submit a separate report or memorandum that details that, but we've built it into the report the exercises that the administration has undertook in order to assess what are we currently expending, how much it's going to cost us, and we finally have an accurate survey of exactly how many people are still in there. During the fires in 2017, we relocated 14 families, and of those 14 families, only 7 of those families are still in the Tsiba building. The other families have moved in there from, they were either evicted from neighboring farms, or they simply went to occupy the building as word went around, word of mouth, that you could simply occupy the building belonging to the municipality.
So, Melanie, are you saying that the rest, I don't want to sound harsh here, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but are you saying that the 7 we're going to accommodate and the rest we have to evict? Because remember, we can't do that because, remember, and the other issue is that even if we're going to, the issue related, and Councillor Vanson brought it up, that she's got a whole long list of other people who also acquire, that have been long on the list for a long time. That's why I said it's a very complex issue, because we cannot just cater for the Tsiba folk. We need to cater for the other people that also need a piece of land. You know what I'm saying? That list that you've got. So because it's going to create a conflict between, look, if the council is fine with it, I'm just sharing some stuff that I, as a ward councillor, can tell you that I can predict based on experience. Councillor Matika, you know, you are a ward councillor, you know what I'm talking about. So at the end of the day, Councillor Cleon, you can comment on it. But are we saying for 6 million rand we are going to pay to relocate the people to the site with electricity, with water? Is that all included for only the people in Tsiba? You see?
Mayor, on the report 309 on the electronic version, further to the above, the cost of relocating the 40 families, these are the families in Tsiba, with alternative building methods, the ABT or Apex units. Mr. Petuna would be able to elaborate on what those units are. And the services is estimated to cost about 6 million. There's no funding provision made for it. And, well, Mr. Petuna has also indicated that that amount can be lowered if we use wooden structures, which is obviously not ideal due to its fire risks. But that is the assessment that we've made. But we have only done that for the 40 families currently in Tsiba in order to submit the application brought by the college before council, because they have been waiting very long for us to submit the item to council for consideration for the utilization of the property.
Now let me speak now, even if
Councillor
I'm not
Matika.
recognized. Yeah. Now, you see, Mayor, it's very important for councillors to attend all the Section 80s and all. Because if the councillor who attended will know this item is coming maybe for a 3rd time now. And then we did agree that this is an urgent matter, because now is that we don't have a single college. So we're not going to lose that opportunity, because we want, and we said that in that meeting, because it's here on the last recommendations. We even said that the list must be compiled, which the acting director is talking is true. We said that the list must be compiled, the costing must be done, which is there, it's in front of us. Now, it's like we are repeating, we are going back to start afresh with this process. We said that for now, we're only going to deal with Tsiba. This is a current urgent matter, because we went on site visit at Tsiba. If you can, it's even difficult to get inside, you could see outside, yeah. And we said, yeah, Councillor Sabak, we said that if human rights could come here, the municipality will be laughing stock. If any TV could come there, just to enter, you see, it's no human being can stay there. We went there on site. We agreed that an urgent thing needs to happen. The report, they need to give us a report and find where is the land and who's supposed to be there and how many and how best. We even suggested that we can build what the temporary structures which they've built in what location, which is not plank, It's a nice building where there's a toilet, there's everything inside the house. We even suggested that. They agreed. That's why the amount is what's about 5 million. What we should discuss is that where should we get the money now? Where can we make allocation that amount? Because if we are saying that we're going to apply in province, we are just wasting our time. That's going to take years. We should say that where should we find this allocation? Which money we can move in rollover so that we can assist, we can build those people houses, give them electricity, give them basic services. You know, unless we are saying that we want to build planks. You see, we must give them basic service so that we can start with the process of the college. We want to have a college in our town. It's the only town in the south in the Southern Cape that doesn't have a college. Even small towns of Pito, others, they have the college. So, Mayor, this item has been coming for quite well. We just need to find how we're gonna fund this. Whether we like it or not, those people, we must, as a municipality, we must take care of them because the situation they are staying, it's unhuman. So we need to act as soon as possible, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Before I give to Councillor Cleon, Councillor Campbell, Councillor Cleon, and then Councillor Beauty.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I think this situation has become a little bit more complex. I think for a start, we need to get the Western Cape Education Department to come and look at the building because we've all seen in what a shocking state it is and to see whether it is even fit for their purpose. That is one aspect. There's lots of land there, so it might almost be cheaper to build another building. That's not going to solve our problem, though. We've got to be very careful. If we go and look for 5 or 6 million to relocate those 40 families, we are going to have a riot on our hands in Karatara because there are residents who have been waiting on waiting lists. So we are, as an ad hoc committee, we are going to start with Karatara. We're focusing on that. Hopefully in July, we'd be doing a site visit and we can make recommendations. If there is land, that we'd rather look at a greater housing project where we can accommodate people who've waited in Karatara and these people. Because if we're going to simply just go and spend that money on those 40 people, it is not fair to the people there. So we're going to focus on Karatara. That's our first place we're visiting. And if the ad hoc committee can really try and move on this so that we can try and do something that satisfies everybody's requirements. But I would strongly recommend that the department comes to look at that building to see whether it's even going to be suitable.
I think the ward councillors' views are also important, Councillor Cleon.
Thank you very much for that, Mayor. Right, okay, so long story short, let me give everybody an overview. I have indulged and engaged with my community. I do not support the living style of the Tiba campus at the moment. It is not okay for the children. It is not okay for the adults. There's a lot of substance abuse. There's a lot of loud music. It's a disturbance to the rest of the residents. But for the residents living inside Tiba campus, it is not okay. I do not condone that. They cannot continue living like that. It is not fair, especially for those children. I am frequently at Tiba campus engaging with those residents, requesting that they clean up and that but the property and the vandalism to our property is also to be noted, and the financial. So this is a very complex matter. The residents have also told me, which I completely agree with my community, that they have not received housing. Why, if we are going to house illegal occupants from Tiba campus somewhere else, my community will not be okay with that, understandably so, okay? In saying that, the lives of the people in Tiba campus also matter. So they are also a priority. I'm just explaining the complexity of the situation. Then Bosdorp and Waalsteindorp has explained to me that they do not want the Tiba campus people moved to either part of that community. So the other realistic situation we face is, where do we place 68 or 69 people that are not welcomed anywhere, excluding the 7 families within that community? These are the words from my community to me in my engagements. Now, yes, there have been the investigations and the feedback has been done. Our acting director is correct, as she has mentioned. We do have all the information. If we come down and back to this agenda, the item on this agenda, we are actually just trying to get the application for the lease now I've lost it. Okay, but the point of this agenda is for the campus and for the training schedule. It's not connected to all the other aspects, but it is important that we consider the turnkey solution and impacts that the community will have on this. This item that we are dealing with specifically is supported and it is needed, because if we do go ahead with this, when we do go ahead with this, that the community benefits from that, which also then gives an economic impact, which would then, we have the benefits from provincial, from national, that will then support additional housing. So this complex is not, this item is not an easy one, but as has been mentioned, it is important that we need to support this and that we need to give feedback on this item. So thank you for all the input and thank you, Mayor, for this. I'll leave it up to the MACO, but that is my input, and that we need to now just give feedback on the application to lease the old Tiba College, and this is the item that we need at hand.
Thank you. Through the acting director to the property manager or whatever the property guru there, if you can just if you can give over to you, I'm sure you'll give us some answers. Our minds are.
Thank you, Mayor. My comment is only that the department has been to the property. They've gone there a number of times, and they have indicated that they are willing to revamp the whole area. So they've been there a couple of times, and they're very keen. I've been getting calls from them now and again regarding that. So yes.
Apologies, Mayor, just before I provide input, I just have a question for clarity from the staff. I have noted that the letter from the department requested 20 years lease at that same amount, and then the recommendation is for 9 years and 11 months. Firstly, why? And secondly, would the department then accept that because of the investment that they would make?
Thank you, ma'am. We've made it 9 years and 11 months with an option to renew, so it would make actually almost 20 years. We've explained this to them, and they said this is fine. So they don't have a problem the way we've structured the request.
Yes. Yes. So, thanks, Maya. I hear what the officials say. From my own experience, dealing with relocating persons is never easy, as was said. We must have constructive engagement with the affected parties. And then if we cannot come to a solution with the affected parties, the only way to do so is through a court order, and the court will not grant an order if there isn't suitable alternative accommodation available. So even if we go at that length, the matter will not be urgent at court. Economic reasons are not urgent. So it will be on the normal roll, which will probably be mid-next year, if we get a court date at the roll, depending on our engagement with the affected parties. So I will find out from our relevant directors how far they got with the meaningful engagement with the affected families. But like with any engagement, when you start, you must have a clear outcome. So before we go there and start the meaningful engagement, we need to know what are we proposing. We need to have a clear proposal on the table as to where and how and what at least. Otherwise, you can't start a meaningful engagement. The engagement must be to relocate them somewhere, and we need to have certainty as to what that entails, at least as a proposal. to engage with. So as officials, we will go to the drawing board and see how we can structure that and whether we have funds available to accommodate that. Can I just ask, is there not an appetite for selling the building to the department so that the cost can then recoup and then at least cover the cost of the families resettling? I don't know whether I've missed the previous debates. Apologies.
You're asking a complex question. You know, I'm very, on the one hand, it's good. We need to maximize our properties, but that facility is a, iconic facility for us to sell. But I don't know. It's a whole big council. But anyway, if someone wants to sell it and get rid of it, it's fine. I mean, you must just advise us. But it's a heritage. It's a landmark facility there. So I'm not sure, but we can discuss it. I don't think now is the platform to discuss that. But so what can we then suggest? Are we going to then take this and park it? How do we structure this recommendation? Because there's engagement not only with the residents, but also engagement with the councillor, with the whole community. So she will have to have a public meeting, and she will have to engage with them and say, this is the plan that we have for Tsiba. And people will have to give their comments, and she will have to get a mandate from a community, and the community then will say, it's absolutely fine. Let's do this. It's a critical matter. Then we kick in there and we say, okay, right, we can then take it from there. I think that is a commonsensical approach, unless, Mako members, you want a different suggestion, Councillor Campbell?
Mayor, I like the suggestion from the acting MM. I think that is something we need to explore. We give him, we don't make any resolution today. We ask the acting MM to explore all options. If they are interested in buying, that doesn't mean we have to sell it. We can then look at the options. But at the end of the day, what do we need the facility for an educational purpose? And if an educational department buys it, we're achieving our objective. So I think that is a very, very good option that we need to explore.
No, that's why I asked, how do we craft the recommendation then?
That we explore all options available.
That we explore all, okay, direct.
Mayor, thank you. It is just imperative that we don't lose sight of the fact that the department has been waiting for us since 2021 to revert to them. And we don't want to run the risk of them losing interest in the site that they have identified. Therefore, I would like to agree with the Deputy Mayor that we do not take a resolution on the matter, but let us rather resolve that the acting municipal manager will look into the options available for Tsiba and the Karatra community, if the committee so feels, in general, to see what we can do with regards to the relocation of them, and for the acting municipal manager to engage the department, the Western Cape Education Department, on the alternatives to see whether or not they would be interested in purchasing the building and then bring a report back to council, instead of us not resolving on anything and kicking the can further down the road.
So, Acting Director, so the other A to F, we then leaving.
We can note the report.
So you're saying that we note the report and then we add what you have said. Is that fine? And then B to F is at this stage just relaxed.
It's taken away.
Until we can come to the. Are we happy with that?
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
A, B, and C, yeah.
Councillor, so thank you. Do the committee services have the recommendation?
It will just be a A will remain as is. Then B, that the municipal council will instruct the acting municipal manager to commence with the process of identifying alternatives, alternative accommodation solutions for the Tiba residents and for the Tiba and Karatra residents, and that the acting municipal manager engage the Western Cape Educational Department with further proposals on either leasing or disposal of the property. Amen? Happy?
You don't look convinced. Give us your, let us get clarity. Do you want to add something or change it?
That's fine. Yeah, we will have, I will have to have a detailed discussion with the legal department to apply my mind around it and see what practical can be done and how we can involve the departments in the province as well. So let's see. Let's go with the recommendation for now. And even if it's a council recommendation, the idea is that we find a solution for both the situations.
Yeah, just to make a comment, this is not a government. They endorse, no? Or am I right? Because it says the Western. Just clarify. Are they actually an institution of government or a private non-profit company or business training provider?
It's a Western Cape Community Education.
Okay, it's a TVET college basically. Yeah. So. Okay.
To my knowledge, the TVET colleges are government.
Yes.
Higher education and training facilities like universities are not. There is a distinction between the two.
Yeah.
So providing to government in the instance is not a problem in terms of procurement management.
Okay, this is wonderful. Thank you. So I think we've got it. We can proceed. Thank you very much. Councillor Welston, did you really want to say some kind of beauty? We're done with the item already. Do you want me to? Do you still want to?
No. I'm not going to stop anything about yeah. All I just when I'm looking at this report, I was just wondering for myself because as I heard that our director just mentioned that 7 people were put in there, but now there's a lot. Now my concern is, who is paying for water and electricity?
I think Councillor Beauty makes a. We need to. Does our recommendation does what Councillor Beauty is talking about? But is it necessary? We were talking, Councillor Campbell brought out about electricity, looking at the meter, because then you stop the bleeding of finance.
It is in the report that the municipality is currently carrying the cost. We must just be mindful that we cannot just unilaterally go and suspend or disconnect the services to which they have been privy to for a long period of time, as that could also amount to an eviction. So we just need to, I think, as council has resolved for the acting MM to look into various options, that should be part of the considerations.
Thank you.
But we are paying for it now.
Yes. Thank you. Now, for in future, Mayor, you see, as a mother, as jy die deeg geknie het, en jy laat hom staan, laat hy oorloop, dan smaak hy brood nie lekker nie, dan val hy net aan mekaar, dan is hy suur. Because what I'm saying is, once we leave from the beginning, there were 7, and then we allow, it's like the people who are getting into the taxi, knowing that the taxi must carry only 15 passengers, but now there are 30, and when the conductor is telling you to go in, but you know, you've already counted, it's more than 15. Then when there's an accident, then you're going to say, yo, it was overloaded, and then how many people died? That is the same thing that I was talking about, that we should do the follow-up immediately before things getting out of hand. I don't think that the word that said prevention is better than cure. So this is what we're doing is the same. They're sitting another bomb of one of those flats there, whereby the people who are not supposed to move in those flats, we are sitting with another thing. For me, just saying that this is the place, and then those people who got paid to look after those things, and they're not doing it. Now, lots of people are in debt about their electricity, whereby there are people who are using electricity for free and water. This is unfair. We should not wait until things get out of hand. We should prevent and stop all those things. Thank you.
And then we conclude.
Thank you. Mayor, there's a big difference between cutting off somebody's water or electricity and giving them prepaid. We most certainly do not have a duty to pay for people's electricity. So if they are going to be there for some time, we should look at that to cut our losses.
Thank you very much. So we proceed, my co-members. Thank you. We go back to the item. Mr. Kalani is here on the Food Security Forum. We've got some questions. Councillor Campbell, can you repeat your question for Mr. Kalani?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kalani. I just need some more information about exactly where this funding is coming from. Is it given to us conditionally that it has to go to this organization? I just want to make sure that the transfer of the funding is lawful.
Thank you.
Is it on now? Okay. For the sake of your question, I want to refer you to the business plan itself, where it says Knysna Municipality, project name, Greater Knysna Food Security Forum. This was done, obviously, after the forum had presented to the mobile unit of Tusong Mobile. At the provincial level, it has undergone various stages of the funding application. After the provincial government has shown interest into the activities of the forum. Then on the 11th, if my eyes can see clearly, let me just check. On the 11th of April, in this room, the activities of the Knysna Greater Food Security was explained at length, and it was made mention that there is funding that has been approved. It came through the district, where the process is that we've tailored together a memorandum of agreement. It is with legal services. We submitted it to legal services, not Mayoral, not Melanie. She's looking into it on the 24th so that we can sign it with this entity. In that memorandum of agreement, there are all the aspects that will enable us to see maybe the delivery of what the intentions were and still is. But also, now if you look through the business plan, the forum applied for 1.677. They only got one. So the forum itself will need to go and amend their business plan. So one thing that I wanted initially to maybe insert in the recommendation must be subject to the signing of a memorandum of agreement before any funding is transferred to the entity.
So do I understand you correctly that the council may be in a better position to actually make an informed decision on this, because the council meeting will be after the 24th. Now there's still things that hang in the balance, is that right? Can we leave this over to the council meeting?
Trying to figure out, Councillor Campbell, you want to know what is the legality of this amount. It's a simple, the legality of this amount, the transfer. What is, and giving it not only, obviously it was transferred to us, but now it's transferred to Greenheart. What are the legality? Is that, and maybe the MM or someone in supply chain can answer, that is the ultimate question. What is the legal, acting MM, can you respond to that? Would we have any issues related to this? I know you had some
Apologies, I've
pressing,
missed. If you just can refresh my memory.
There's R1 million that was paid to, the business plan was developed by this Greater Knysna Food Security Forum. It was submitted. They received, from the district, they received R1 million. Am I correct there?
Million was paid to us.
It was paid into our account. The recommendation is saying that we will then transfer this money to Green Hearted, which is a NGO. Ne? We want to know, is that legal from a supply chain or whatever process?
Apologies, Mayor, can I just find out the organization, how were they determined? And then secondly, the specific purpose of the organization, what will they do?
Mayor, perhaps we should, considering there is something being worked out by the 24th, perhaps we should ask the AMM to familiarize himself with the contents, and then he can just bring a recommendation back to us before the council meeting, so we don't waste time.
Thank you. So let's bring this back to the council meeting. Mr. Kulani, thank you. Think about so long what we've discussed. Brief the MM ne? On that R1 million. Okay, next point. Colleagues, we've got a long way to go. Brace yourselves. If you need to, you tell me if you need a body break. I will grant you a body break. The next item on the agenda, we move. Yes, Melanie?
Mayor, if I could repeat the recommendation of the speaker on this, myself and the acting MM just had a quick discussion. There are also some matters that he would want for us to address on this. If the MACO can resolve for this item to also stand over to the council meeting.
Oh.
The Queen's Warehouse.
Okay.
The MM had questions that he would like for us to respond to.
Okay.
And I would then like to recommend to the MACO to, in order to
Okay, that's
enable
fine.
the administration to discuss the matter with the MM, that we refer it to the council meeting.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Wonderful. So we do that by 13.9 as well. 13.10, application to exchange of 8119 Knysna for an alternative of 8125. Right, here we go. Councillor Campbell.
Mayor, I'd just like to get guidance from the administration. The earth that involved, is that the one that has some municipal services on it? And is there enough space to build a house without impacting the services? I just need some clarity on that.
Nosasa?
Thank you, Mayor. This property that we identified, 8125, is actually next to a church. We had a site visit with the committee. It's where there's currently like a workshop or cars are being fixed. So the actual property is just next to the church. So how the services are running, at the, how do you say this now? They are running at the boundary of, or far off from where maybe the house would be built. So I've gone there with I've spoken to Mr. Petuna about it, and he also felt it can work to put in a small structure, but away from the services, because the initial problem was technical, was that there were services running there. And then I've also shown the Mr. Chamba the property, and he was okay with it, and explained to him what we're facing, that he wouldn't be able to build closer to the services that are there.
I would then propose that we go with the recommendation, but that we possibly look at servitude where the services are, to make sure that if the services are going to be on this property, that we register a servitude over that in favour of the municipality. That's to ensure that there isn't any construction over that.
Just There was something, those that are on the committee related to a mechanic. Is this the right item?
That's the right one, yes.
Okay. Councillor Sabah?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, in the site meeting, the Section 80 attended, we noticed that there was a mechanical business that was operating on the site, which would appear to be illegal. And there was a discussion around it with regard to serving them with a notice to terminate their business on the road area and on the area around where we want to relocate this particular property or home. And I don't know whether that has actually been done and addressed. A lot of the problems with regard to that mechanical business, and the committee members can correct me if I'm incorrect, is that he was actually disposing of oil and petrol and various other things into a big manhole reserve, together with the fact that there was an animal that had been slaughtered there, and a lot of the remnants of the animal were lying around the side there, going down in towards like the river stream there. So unhygienic living or conditions that were also noticed by the committee. So just really was a notice served on that business, and how we're addressing the actual road itself, because the road that enters through there, is it actually a road, or is it supposed to be an area of land that is supposed to be made available for housing? Because that business is extended probably across 4 or 5 other properties, and not operating within his own property. And it needs to be addressed because it's affecting the living conditions of all the other properties that are around there. And they seem to have complete disregard for everyone else and only worry about themselves, which is unacceptable. So was a notice served. Thank you.
Thank you. Nonchalant.
Yes, Mayor, notice was served. I was informed when I went with Mr. Chamba, there was no actual activity. However, I've seen, I went to the township last week, they've started again operating there, but a notice was issued. With regards to the access to the property, we would need to look at possibly making access, or what we would need to do is we would have to reduce the boundary of the church in order to give way for access to Mr. Chamber's property, because the current access to those earths is along the wetland. So we can't really access the property on that part. So we would need to probably reduce the church's land, and in order to give access to those other 2 properties.
I just need to know, do we own the land that the church is on? If we own it...
Sorry, it's sold to the church, sorry. It belongs to the church.
Then we could have a problem, because the church would then have to agree to give access over their land. We can't just reduce it. So we would have to negotiate with the church on that.
Oh, thank you very much. Just want, Mayor, thank you very much. No, you see, it's been a long day. Hey. Just wanted to check, in terms of the current property where Mr. Chambers is staying, what is going to happen with that property? It's going to be demolished, and then what is going to happen with an earth? So I'm worried that maybe Mr. Chamba use it again, or someone else go and build. So just wanted to check what is going to that property, and also to check in terms of access, in terms of where there is next to the, is it a pump station or bulk, that thing has been built there, electrical substation. I think there is there no way that there can be access road on that side next to it?
Thank you, Nonchalant, and then we go to the recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor. What was recommended, I think, by the committee was that the building would be demolished and then the earth would be converted into a community garden. That was the suggestion, so that it prevents him from reusing the property. In terms of the access, the properties cannot be accessed from that angle, Councillor Matika. Can only be accessed via the church side.
Thank you. I think we've got it in the recommendation here.
No, sorry, Mayor. The reason I was asking, if I look at this earth, which is on page 344, if you look at it from the other side, I believe if you look at where the pegs are going, there can be access on top from. I don't know, is it Prada or there on top, if you look at where the earths are going. So is there no way that we can maybe find, because now it's going to be a challenge, because it's going to need that we engage with the church to have an access. The church might refuse. So I just wanted to check there, because if I look at here on the color one, which is on page 344, it's on page 640. Yeah. 640, eh? Yeah, that one, the color. Go up. Yes. If you look at that one, see where there is a yellow line and the earth. Is there no way that I still say that is there no way that we can have an access on there on top? Can you just check there?
Councillor, if you can give your comments there, then we can.
Okay. Mayor, if you look at that map, I think it's on page 640. 640 will show you the services that are running on the properties. The yellow 640 of the agenda. Yes, there's the sewer line, which is the blue. And then I think the yellow was electrical. So the brother will be on the house with the green roof. So yeah, the brother will be on the house with the green roof. So now, if we had to give access, yes, the brothers, if we were to give him 8126, the brother would give access, yes. However, we can't, because basically the sewers are running on 8126. So the next best option was to give him 8125, and then he moves the building just up away from away from the sewer line. So now, then it shows that if the yellow is running from in that substation side, we won't be able to give him access in any case. I don't know, but that's my feeling. Infrastructure can give their input.
I think Mr. Petuna would love to comment.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just looking at the property, because we looked at the ways to access this property, and we looked at the church property. One of the reasons why we looked at the church property is because of the fact that you've got services that are running there on that church property. And currently, we have to register a servitude so that we can protect those services that are there. And that servitude can be 3 or 4 meters. It can then be used also for access purposes and not only for services purposes. And currently the church property itself is still owned by the municipality. I'm told there's only a sales agreement, so it has not been transferred. So it can then be included as part of the registration process, so we can have access over that property.
Oh, my darling, my darling, my darling.
Deputy, yes, we've put it in simply because the house that the municipality has built for the owner is inhabitable. We went to build it on a wetland where it was never suitable in the first place. So we have to demolish it, it's unsafe.
Report back on the rectifying of incorrectly built RDP house onto private owned property of 8296 Neisner, 1311. Right? Let's go. What are some of the questions, colleagues? Are you happy with the recommendation?
I'm happy
Because
with
I can recall with these of the committee, I know there was a bit of a Councillor Bach, when the recommendations that need to be rectified, I was happy because I know there was some.
Just going to the items now.
Mr. Okay, let's not mention. Go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, on this item, Councillor Campbell, you recall that this property abuts a section behind where property is built over, and there's a river stream with kind of would appear to be some kind of a pump station or something. And we needed, at the time when we had the site meeting, we said we needed to understand what that infrastructure was behind and whether that boundary wall that had been built along there had been built over the boundary and over the, I think if there was a sewage line of some sort, there were points there that indicated inspection lines for a sewage line. And I'm not sure whether that was the problem, and we indicated that we needed to understand there was that red steel structure behind that looked like some kind of a pump station of some sort. So there was no access to it, and we needed to understand whether that structure was still operating and working and whether it needed access, because the way those properties had been built, there was no access for the municipality to get behind the buildings. And that was one of the concerns that was raised at the site meeting. I don't know whether we received subsequent clarity with regard to that.
Please proceed, Nonchalant. Or is it you or someone else? Are we on this comment on the recall?
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I remember those comments from the committee. We did request for comments from the different departments, but we could not get comments in time. And I felt this item is just taking too long, so that's why I've brought it back, hoping to get comments in this meeting.
Everything all right outside? Colleagues, is there a fight outside? Or? Oh, no, I can't. Oh, the man with the strong voice. Councillor Campbell?
May I suggest that we get comment from technical services before the council meeting on this so that we can resolve on this. They've got to just please give us comment before next week.
In terms of this, okay, okay.
That Councillor Sabach has.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, can I just make
Please.
I just wanted to make one further comment. You'll notice that the property earth 8295 built an additional structure outside of his earth, which he puts in the report in his letter. He says it was a flat that he built for his children, but it's built outside of his earth. And if you remember when we walked down past it, there was that flat structure which was then built on the boundary line and over infrastructure. So that portion also seems to be an illegal structure because there's no earth definition or defined area there. And if you look on page 368 of the part 2 of the agenda, I think, Mr. Nhlahla, it's your page 664. that also was a concern that we raised. So I'm hesitant to agree to anything until we get clarity with regard to that extra structure that was built, and then whether or not it's been built over infrastructure, and what's happened to that so-called pump station that is behind that we're not sure what it is.
Okay, so in terms of our thank you. In terms of our recommendation, it was suggested by Councillor Campbell that we park this, and then we get the information from infrastructure services related to both questions or the relevant departments. How do we keep this then as it is, and or do we just say, Melanie, help us with the recommendation? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, if we can just then leave A as is and then make a recommendation B, that the comments of the Director Infrastructure Services be obtained and be submitted to the next Section 80 committee meeting. So this whole item, together with it will go through the committee system afresh, Mayor.
Thank you very much. 1312 report.
Sorry, Chairperson, so are we going now, this matter is going to be taken to Section 80?
Yes, with the comments on, because of the services that are running there, we just need the comments from infrastructure, because it wasn't included.
Because as far as I know, there are lots of complaints that are similar like this ones. Now, my question is, people do come to the municipality and come and lay the complaints. But it seems to me it's yes, come and make an appointment, and that one lay the complaints, and everything just ends there. See, that there are lots, that is what I'm saying, that prevention is better than cure, because if you're going to find out there are lots that has been from 2015, 2014, and nothing have ever happened. Now, the question is, why, when we are going to talk, why now all of a sudden, this one, they took it seriously? Is it because of A? Is it because of B? As I'm saying that, I so wish that I'm going to look and then let all those people who've got the similar problems, they must come forward and let the officials and the directors deal with these things. Let's say that we can get done. We are not going to be like, where they say, "Bambi, can't do it."
Third, but I like the way the original Gogos in the Eastern Cape speak, yeah, with all the clicks, yeah. 13.12, report back. Yes, 13.12. No, are we back? 13.13, sorry, I think the time is getting to me, colleague. I think it's getting to me now, Councillor Matika. No, Councillor Matika, if you look at this agenda, we're going to go for 4:30. 1313, report on the processing of applications for purchasing, leasing of municipal land. Right, Councillor Campbell, over to you.
Mayor, before we even go, our recommendation needs to include the following, that these are the exceptions to the moratorium. Applications for non-viable properties adjoining can be entertained. Applications that have gone to council may be entertained. And short-term leases may be entertained. This is the moratorium that we want, so that we're not left with no land. So those are the three exceptions.
So for the purpose of our records, if we can just, Councillor Campbell, just say that again, so we will then specify in our recommendation what exactly is excluded. Exactly. So then maybe, do we add an extra point? The moratorium excludes.
That's correct.
Yeah?
Applications for
Maybe make that, what do we make that, Melanie? Or do we make it B, where we include Councillor Campbell? So it's not a moratorium on every single thing, but there are exceptions to that. Councillor Campbell has mentioned it. Where do we put it in? Do we shift everything down and we put a B in there to specify, or what? Or do you include it in the sentence? Gomos, we want to move. You've got anything to comment there? I see you, or are you just pondering it first?
No, it's fine. I think this is a good idea. The exclusions can just be inserted basically anywhere, maybe in the first bullet as well. Maybe just insert a different sentence there. Are we, Councillor Campbell, you wanted to include or exclude encroachments as well? Or, and
that would
non-viable
probably-
land?
That's exactly, non-viable properties adjoining, and that would also include encroachments normally. But we could mention that, applications that have already gone to council and short-term leases.
Let's move to 13, 14.
Mayor, just for the administration, so it's point B, and under the sentence where it ends, you just say except for, and then you include those.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, in the recommendations, there's no comment with regard to the rental that is going to be paid on this. We indicate that it must be, we appoint a professional valuer to determine the fair market value of the portion, of that portion that is going to be utilized, but then we haven't indicated what the market-related rental would be on the property, so we just need to include a recommendation with regard to that. I think, Councillor Campbell, am I covered in terms of what we needed to deal with there?
And then Councillor Campbell?
I don't have any.
Call from our meeting yesterday that you had an issue with where the tower was going to be, but I'm not sure if that's still relevant or not.
Yes, Councillor Lopez, at the site, they had indicated a different area, but when we looked at it, we identified a site that would be far better, which would be behind the buildings closer to the street and not actually closer to the sport fields itself. So it's the same earth, but just a different location. Thank you.
Thank you. Noslansa, you want to comment anything before we move on?
Thank you, Mayor. What we usually do is, once we get this pre-approval, we then we advertise and then we request for evaluation. Once we get comments, the evaluation will then be on the item when it comes back to the Section 80.
Suggest we go with that, Mayor.
Noslansa.
Yes, Mayor, I just wanted to point out, and I wanted to get to know if we can go ahead with the request. The valuation for the high site in Fynbos Crane came back at 3,000 rand. However, on the previous one, they've been paying 6,500. So they are requesting 6,800 when I went to negotiate with them, because that was the recommendation, that we go back and negotiate with them once I get the valuations. So the one for Kraibosch, they were happy with the offer of 5,300. However, Fynbos Crane, they were not happy with the offer of 3,000, which was the valuation, and they are requesting 6,800. So my question is, are we agreeing to what they are requesting?
I'd like to be guided by Ms. Ndebela on that. Do you think it's a reasonable rental they're asking?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Previously, we relied on a valuation that was done in Rio Street, which came at 5,000. And my motivation on that one was that the way, when we spoke to ICT, they've indicated that those were the best line of sight. There's no other way they would, or other property they could use to get that line of sight. So when we negotiated with the owners, their thoughts behind it was that the property is secured, we get free electricity, I must add. So then 6,500 was agreed upon at that time, but now they are asking for 6,800. So I don't think it's far off. I think it's still okay.
I recommend we go with that. If those are the best sites and it's a little bit 300 rand, it's not.
Thank you. We move on to 1315, report on corporate services, ST BIB quarterly performance report. You've received a big thing for you to read. If there are any questions, I don't know what we're going to do about it, but thank you. Colleagues, are you well? Okay, good stuff. Okay, 1316, report on human resource matters for quarter 4 of 2021-22, financial year, April to May 2022. Right? Are we happy? I see the councillors are getting very quiet, but it's fine. We note it and we move on. Then 1317, amendments to policies. This was quite an interesting title. Amendment to policies not yet workshopped. Recruitment and selection policy and human resources development policy. Melanie?
Mayor, thank you. The manager human resources is here to take council through the salient changes that has been affected. Now, the purpose of this is for us to be compliant with the municipal staff regulations by the 1st of July. As per the bargaining processes, we attempted to submit this to the local labor forum for the consultative process. Unfortunately, the meeting did not curate, and we were not able to discuss and debate the matters there. But for the sake of compliance, we have submitted the item straight to the corporate services meetings. The unions have, however, had sight of the documents as we have submitted it to them in preparation of the local labor forum. And as I've previously stated, we had a walkout of one of the unions, and the meeting, in terms of the terms of reference for the LLF, could not proceed. But I will ask Mrs. Phillips to quickly take council through the purpose of the policy and the purpose of the amendments. The mayoral committee of the council.
If I may ask for if we can just, Lulin, we don't want to go too deep into it. If you can cover it, we've had enough time to go. I just wish that we could have workshopped it, because when you talk about recruitment, there's a lot of stuff. But maybe we can later on, Melanie, we can do it again. Because remember, we at council had a lot of issues related to recruitment that we didn't discuss. So, but Lulin, you can just go through it very, very briefly. And then we move forward. No, we've read through it. I mean, there's nothing more we can do. So over to you, Ms. Phillips, and please use as little time as you feel you want to use.
Mayor,
Last note, man, and then.
um, yeah, I hear you, Maya, but I hear all of you, but I normally get hammered here in this very same chamber because of exactly what we've tabled here. So that's why you're going to see this was, the purpose of the report is actually to comply with the municipal staff regulations. It's got 3 chapters, one being recruitment and selection. But I want you to note what was tabled. I would still suggest a workshop, and I'm going to tell you why. There's a lot of queries on the database. So what I've done, the discussion that you have had with the acting director corporate relating with the database, relating to the issues, how to neutralize it, how to make it more independent, I aligned it with the EPWP Gazette. And the EPW Gazette, I know previous MMs have had huge arguments with me. The EPWP Gazette does allow for ward councillors to attend recruitment in the wards through the bin. So we've taken the Gazette and we've included it, and then we've also taken our current policy, which is very close to alignment with the regulations, and we've updated. But are you going to see this and the other policies? I would prefer a workshop, but it is subject to your consideration.
Now what, there's a lovely in Afrikaans, they say kort en krachtig. That was perfect. Short and powerful. So we'll definitely workshop it, Councillor Campbell.
The acting MM in another matter that we needed to adopt for compliance suggested that we adopt it, and then if need be, we can.
I don't think, Ms. Phillips, you were suggesting that we workshop it next week. But I think we workshop it as soon as we can to deal with that. But thank you for that. Speaker, you've got your work cut out for you. It's a long list of workshops. But, yeah, you know, it's a long list. 3 is a long list because it takes 2 days at a time. Okay. Mrs. Phillips, thank you very much. We appreciate you. Thank you for your time. I know you were sitting here the whole day. I don't know if you still have to sit here. Okay, on this item, are we happy with that, colleagues? Can we move on? Right, we go with the recommendations. We are moving swiftly here. I'm surprised Councillor Matika is so quiet. Yes? Okay, I think it's only fair because it has been exhausting. Can we be back at 5 to? We take a 10-minute.
Mayor, sorry, before we go, if we can just make sure of the recommendations for the committee services. So A will stay, B will be that council approve the amendments to the recruitment and selection policy with effect 1 July 2022, and then C will be removed because it refers to referring the policy to a workshop. So it will just be A
great.
and B.
Thank you, Melanie, for that. Brilliant. 10 minutes. Thank you. No. No.
10 to.
No, 5 to.
Yeah, but so
Are you comfortable? Can you ask,
Why? He's got you to help.
on your way out, can you just ask Councillor Bach and Peter to come?
I am here for council.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start. The Mako is here. 13.20, the Municipal Staff Regulations Performance Agreement is just to be noted. Are we happy with that, colleagues? Page 838. Okay, 837. 541. Okay, Municipal Staff Regulations Performance Management.
Where are you?
Well,
13:20.
this is when you give items that are on different platforms.
Looking at 13:18. 13:18 is when we're meant to be.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to ask Lulene something. Lulene, on the recommendations, it's only speaking of the acting and additional duties, but the appendixes are the bursary policy, internship, mobile communications, overtime, and those are all of the ones which we have already workshopped with the LLF.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, this item is, it covers everything that needs to be discussed. So I think everybody's read the report. It goes to the fact that there were members that were appointed that were irregular, so there's been a resignation from one. But in order to ensure that we deal with the audit of this current year's one, we need to extend the contract of Mr. Prince as the chair, together with one of the other gentlemen, Mr. Barrell or Mr. Thorpe, I'm not sure which. And then we also need to note the fact that we will then have vacancies on the audit committee, so we need to appoint a selection and interview panel. The panel that was appointed last year is no longer. I'm the only one remaining, so we need to have 2 people appointed. Now, I had suggested that we appoint people from the Finance Committee on the selection panel. I had asked Councillor Lowe earlier, but he wasn't interested in being on the panel. He said no to my suggestion. I did speak to Councillor Matika, and Councillor Matika was happy to be on the panel. And then, of course, I'd indicated myself as the chair of the finance portfolio, and then perhaps Councillor Willemse or, Councillor Campbell. So I'm not sure with regard to that, but in the finance committee we have Councillor Marby, Councillor Lowe, Councillor Matika, myself, Councillor Bester, and Councillor Campbell is on the finance committee. So that is what I'd suggest, we take somebody from the finance committee. So I don't, but other than that, I'm happy with the report. It's just, we need to just identify those to be on the panel and then take it from there.
We recommend those 3 to council.
Yeah, you're correct. It needs to be 2023. Thank you.
Mayor, then also we need to amend E, that council appoints councillors Sabah, Campbell and Matika as the selection and interview panel to fill the vacancies for the audit committee. Because the recommendation as it stands does not have any names on it.
Yeah, and if I could just add, as the chair of the finance committee, then I would be the chair of that panel.
I don't have a problem with it. Councillor Sabah, so you definitely chair, then it's fine.
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry,
Mayor.
maybe appoint Mr. Petuna to show all mistakes to us, so to just as our corrections officer.
Mayor, sorry, before we go in committee, apologies, it is late in the day. The Chief Audit Executive has joined the meeting on Teams. She has just contacted me on my phone to just say that there also needs to be a recommendation for C. Because recommendation C says the current chair and another member, and the name of the member is not there. So council must now either extend Mr. Beryl or Mr. Thorpe.
Chair, can we, sorry, Mr. Mayor, can we find out who is available and then we make them a recommendation at the council meeting? Just find out whether Mr. Thorpe or Beryl are available to be extended, and then that we can then have clarity at the council meeting, or do we know?
Mr. Mayor, we don't know whether Mr. Beryl or Mr. Thorpe is available, so I would like to then concur with Councillor Campbell that we consult with them and that we bring it to the council meeting for approval. Because I'm not aware of either of them. I know that both of them are struggling from a health perspective, so I don't know which of them would be available to be extended up until January of 2023. I would assume, but without knowing, I would assume it would be Mr. Thorpe, but I have no confirmation on that.
Mayor, just one question. Is there any particular reason why Mr. Prince would not then be available?
Mr. Prince will remain.
Will he remain? Okay, sorry, my apologies then.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, there's another one. In terms of D, it says the vacancy for 2 audit committee members be advertised. It shouldn't say 2, it should say the vacancies for the audit committee members be advertised, because there's going to be more than 2 vacancies. Because we have the issue with regard to the 3 members that are on the committee that are working for state-owned organizations and therefore cannot continue. We've got a resignation from Ms. Gericke, and then Mr. Prince, Mr. Beryl, and Mr. Thorpe. One of them will fall away, and then only 2 will extend until January 2023. So we need to replace those that can no longer continue. So I don't think we should say 2 audit committee members. We should just say that the vacancies for the audit committee members be advertised in the local newspaper. Thank you.
Mayor, I think we need to, at the council meeting, we need to, in the item, include exactly which vacancies there will be, because there's obviously a legal person, there's an accountant, there's different representativity, so that we can just make sure which are the vacancies that we're going to be having to fill. I would imagine it's going to definitely be legal and an audit, but if we can just have that information as well.